arose was never truly the first, or the last? What if humanity's story isn't a straight line, but a circle, endlessly repeating, rebuilding, and forgetting? Imagine standing at the edge of a desert where wind carves patterns into ancient stone. Beneath your feet lie the remnants of cities that once thrived with voices, markets, temples reaching toward heaven. Now there is only silence. The sand has claimed everything, the names, the faces, the songs they sang. And yet, if you listen closely enough, you might hear something beneath the wind, a whisper, a rhythm, the faint echo of a pattern that repeats across millennia, across continents, across every corner of this world where humans have dared to build something lasting. We tell ourselves that history moves forward, that we are the culmination of progress, standing on the shoulders of those who came before. We believe our cities will endure, our knowledge will compound, our legacy will stretch into an unbroken future. But what if that belief is the very thing that blinds us to the truth? What if the story of humanity is not one of steady ascent, but of rise and fall, creation and collapse, memory and forgetting, played out again and again, like waves breaking on an eternal shore? Tonight, we journey into that pattern. We will walk through the ruins of civilizations that vanished without warning, explore the myths that speak of worlds before our own, and ask the questions that haunt the edges of archaeology and philosophy alike. We will consider the possibility that everything we think we know about human history is only the latest chapter in a book that has been written, burned, and rewritten countless times before. This is not a story of doom. It is a meditation on cycles, on the strange and beautiful rhythm that governs all things, seasons, stars, empires, consciousness itself. And as you listen, as your mind drifts between waking and dreaming, perhaps you will begin to see the pattern too. Perhaps you will recognize that the end of one world is always the beginning of another. The first clue lies buried beneath the earth, waiting in layers of sediment and stone. Archaeologists dig through time itself, peeling back centuries like pages in a book, and what they find is not a smooth progression from primitive to advanced, but something far stranger. They find gaps, sudden disappearances, civilizations that reached extraordinary heights and then vanished so completely that even their names were forgotten. Consider the Indus Valley civilization, which flourished along the rivers of what is now Pakistan and northwest India more than 4,000 years ago. At its peak, it was home to millions of people living in planned cities with sophisticated drainage systems, standardized weights and measures, and a script that remains undeciphered to this day. Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa were marvels of urban planning, their streets laid out in perfect grids, their buildings constructed with precision that would impress modern engineers. And then, around 1900 BCE, it all ended. The cities were abandoned, the people scattered. No invasion is evident in the archaeological record, no great fire, no obvious catastrophe. They simply left. Or take the Maya, whose cities rose like stone dreams from the jungles of Central America. For centuries they built pyramids that touched the clouds, developed a calendar more accurate than the one used in Europe at the time, and created art of breathtaking beauty. Their astronomers tracked the movements of Venus with precision that wouldn't be matched for 1,000 years. And then, during the 9th century CE, the great cities of the southern lowlands were abandoned. Tikal, Palenque, Copan, all left to be swallowed by the jungle. The people didn't vanish entirely. They moved, dispersed, continued in smaller settlements. But the Golden Age ended abruptly, and the reasons remain debated. Drought, warfare, environmental collapse. Perhaps all of these, or perhaps something we haven't yet imagined. The pattern repeats across the globe. The Mycenaean civilization of Bronze Age Greece collapsed around 1200 BCE, taking with it the art of writing for centuries. The Akkadian Empire, the world's first empire, fell after 2 centuries of dominance, possibly due to a prolonged drought that turned fertile lands to dust. The ancestral Puebloans of the American Southwest built elaborate cliff dwellings at Mesa Verde and Chaco Canyon, then abandoned them in the 13th century. Easter Island's inhabitants carved nearly 900 massive stone heads, then saw their society collapse as resources dwindled and the island's forests disappeared. Each of these civilizations left behind monuments that speak of ambition, intelligence, and sophistication. Each reached a level of complexity that took generations to build, and each fell, often rapidly, leaving future generations to wonder what went wrong. The ruins stand as silent witnesses to a truth we find uncomfortable: that advancement is not permanent, that complexity can unravel, that the things we build can be unmade. But here is where the story deepens, because when we look at the myths and legends preserved by cultures around the world, we find something unexpected. We find stories that suggest these collapses were not isolated incidents, but part of a much larger pattern. We find tales of worlds that existed before our own, worlds that rose to great heights and then were destroyed, making way for the world we inhabit now. The ancient Greeks spoke of 5 ages of man, each one ending in destruction. First came the Golden Age, when humans lived like gods, free from toil and suffering. Then the Silver Age, less perfect but still blessed. The Bronze Age followed, marked by warfare and violence. The Heroic Age gave us the legends of Troy and Thebes. And finally, our own Iron Age, the age of struggle and decline. Hesiod, writing in the 8th century BCE, described this progression with a sense of loss, as if humanity had fallen from grace through successive cycles of creation and destruction. The Hindus conceived of time in vast cycles called yugas, each lasting thousands or millions of years. We are said to be living in the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and discord, which will eventually end in fire and flood before the cycle begins anew with the Satya Yuga, the age of truth and perfection. This wheel of time, the concept of eternal return, is woven into the fabric of Hindu cosmology. The universe itself breathes, expanding into existence, contracting into dissolution, then expanding again in an endless rhythm. The Maya, too, believed in cycles. Their long-count calendar tracked time in units called baktuns, and the completion of 13 baktuns marked the end of one world age and the beginning of another. This is what caused the misguided panic about 2012, a misunderstanding of the Maya concept of cyclical time. For the Maya, the end of a cycle wasn't an apocalypse but a transformation, a moment when the cosmic order reset itself and began again. Even the Abrahamic traditions contain echoes of this pattern. The story of Noah's flood describes a world so corrupted that it had to be washed clean, with only a remnant preserved to start anew. The Book of Revelation speaks of an end times followed by a new heaven, a new earth. These are not presented as unique events, but as fulfillments of a divine plan, suggesting that destruction and renewal are built into the very structure of existence. What are we to make of these stories? Are they merely metaphors, attempts by ancient peoples to make sense of natural disasters and social upheavals? Or could they be something more? Inherited memories of actual catastrophes that reset human civilization, passed down through generations until they became myth. The geological record offers tantalizing hints. Around 12,800 years ago, the Earth entered a period of rapid climate change known as the Younger Dryas. Temperatures plummeted, ice sheets advanced, and the planet was thrown back into near-glacial conditions for more than 1,000 years. What caused this sudden shift remains debated, but some researchers have proposed that a comet or asteroid impact triggered the change, possibly fragmenting over North America and causing widespread fires, floods, and environmental devastation. If such an event occurred, it would have been catastrophic for any human societies existing at the time. And here's the intriguing part. This period coincides roughly with the end of the last ice age and the beginning of the Neolithic Revolution, when humans transitioned from nomadic hunter-gatherers to settled agriculturalists. It's as if the slate was wiped clean and humanity had to start over, rebuilding civilization from the ground up. Could there have been advanced societies before this reset? Societies whose achievements were lost when the world changed? The idea seems far-fetched by conventional standards, yet it persists in the margins of archaeology and in the collective imagination. Plato wrote of Atlantis, a powerful civilization that sank beneath the waves in a single day and night of catastrophe. He claimed the story came from Egyptian priests, who said it happened 9,000 years before Solon's time, placing it roughly in the period of the Younger Dryas. Mainstream archaeology dismisses Atlantis as allegory, a philosophical device Plato used to explore ideas about ideal societies and their corruption. And perhaps that's all it is. But the story resonates because it touches something deep in human consciousness. The fear that everything we build can be lost, that our greatest achievements can vanish as if they never existed. Other legends speak of similar lost lands. The Hindus tell of Kumari Kandam, a continent that once existed south of India before being swallowed by the ocean. The Japanese have stories of Mu, a Pacific civilization that disappeared beneath the waves. Native American traditions speak of previous worlds that were destroyed by fire, flood, or ice before the current world emerged. These stories span cultures that had no contact with one another, yet they share common themes: advanced societies, sudden destruction, and the survival of a remnant who carried knowledge into the New Age. Are these stories evidence of actual lost civilizations, or are they universal archetypes, the human mind's way of processing the impermanence of all things? The answer may lie somewhere between. Perhaps there were no cities of crystal and gold, no technologies beyond our imagining. But perhaps there were societies more sophisticated than we've given credit for. Societies that left few traces because they built with wood and fibre rather than stone, or because their remains lie beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water, submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the Ice Age. The coastlines of 12,000 years ago are now underwater. Vast stretches of land that were once habitable are now part of the continental shelf, buried under sediment and waves. If people lived there, and why wouldn't they have, given that coastlines offer abundant resources, then their settlements are lost to us, accessible only through expensive underwater archaeology that has barely begun to explore these drowned landscapes. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey has already forced us to reconsider what we thought we knew about prehistoric humans. This massive complex of carved stone pillars, arranged in circles and decorated with intricate reliefs of animals, dates to around 9600 BCE, before the invention of agriculture, before pottery, before metal tools. It was built by hunter-gatherers, people we assumed were too busy surviving to create monumental architecture. Yet here it stands, proof that our ancestors were capable of far more than we imagined. What else might we have missed? What other sites remain buried, waiting to challenge our assumptions? And if people 12,000 years ago could build Göbekli Tepe, what might they have achieved in the thousands of years before that? During the long stretches of the Ice Age when humans were already anatomically modern, already possessed of the same cognitive abilities we have today. The conventional narrative tells us that civilization began around 5,000 years ago in Mesopotamia, that everything before that was primitive and simple. But this narrative is based on the evidence we've found, not necessarily on the evidence that exists. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. The Earth is vast and time is deep, and we have excavated only the tiniest fraction of what lies beneath our feet. So we return to the question, what if the cycle is real? What if human civilization has risen and fallen multiple times, each iteration building on the ruins of the last, each one eventually succumbing to forces beyond its control? What if we are not the first to ask these questions, but merely the latest in a long line of societies that reached for the stars and then fell back to Earth? The idea of cyclical time feels alien to the modern Western mind, which has been shaped by the concept of linear progress. We believe in evolution, in development, in the march toward an ever better future. This belief is relatively recent, a product of the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution, when it seemed that human ingenuity could solve any problem and that each generation would live better than the last. But for most of human history, and in most human cultures, time was understood differently. It was seen as circular, seasonal, eternal. The year moved through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, then began again. The moon waxed and waned in endless repetition. The sun rose and set, marking days that were fundamentally the same even as individual events changed. Life itself followed a cycle: birth, growth, decay, death, and then, through children, through the continuation of the community, birth again. This cyclical understanding of time wasn't pessimistic. It was realistic, even comforting. It acknowledged that loss was inevitable, but also that renewal was certain. The harvest would fail, but spring would come again. The king would die, but a new king would rise. The world might end, but a new world would be born from its ashes. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around cycles. The Nile flooded every year, depositing rich silt on the fields and making agriculture possible in the midst of desert. This annual inundation was so reliable that the Egyptian calendar was based on it, and the prosperity of the kingdom depended on it. The Egyptians saw in this pattern a reflection of cosmic order, Ma'at, the principle of truth, balance, and harmony that governed all things. The pharaoh's role was to maintain Ma'at, to ensure that the cycles continued, that chaos did not overwhelm order. Even death was understood cyclically. The sun god Ra travelled through the underworld each night, battling the serpent of chaos, and emerged victorious each dawn. The deceased pharaoh became one with Osiris, the god of death and rebirth, and through proper rituals could be resurrected into eternal life. The pyramids themselves were not just tombs, but machines for transformation, designed to facilitate the king's journey through death and into the next phase of existence. The Aztecs took the concept of cyclical time to an extreme. They believed that the universe had been created and destroyed 4 times before the current era, each world age ending in catastrophe. The first world was destroyed by jaguars, the second by hurricanes, the third by fiery rain, and the fourth by floods. We live in the 5th sun, which will eventually be destroyed by earthquakes. To prevent this, or at least to delay it, the Aztecs performed elaborate rituals, including human sacrifice, to feed the sun and keep it moving across the sky. From our perspective, this seems barbaric, but from theirs it was necessary. They were maintaining the cosmic cycle, ensuring that the world would continue to exist. The Norse had their own version of cyclical apocalypse, Ragnarök, the twilight of the gods. In this final battle, the gods themselves would fall, the world tree would shake, and the earth would sink into the sea. Fire and flood would consume everything. But after Ragnarök, the earth would rise again from the water, green and fertile. 2 human survivors would emerge to repopulate the world, and a new generation of gods would rule. The cycle would begin anew. These myths are not mere stories. They are cosmologies, frameworks for understanding existence. They suggest that the people who created them had observed the pattern of rise and fall, not just in nature but in human affairs, and had concluded that this pattern was fundamental, inescapable, perhaps even necessary. Modern science, interestingly, has begun to circle back towards cyclical thinking, though in different terms. Ecologists speak of succession, the process by which ecosystems develop, mature, and eventually collapse, making way for new ecosystems to emerge. A forest fire destroys the old growth, but it also clears the way for new plants to take root, and within decades, a new forest rises. The fire is not an aberration but part of the cycle. Evolutionary biologists recognize that mass extinctions, while catastrophic, also create opportunities. When the dinosaurs were wiped out 66 million years ago, mammals, which had been small, marginal creatures, suddenly had room to diversify and evolve. Without that extinction event, we wouldn't exist. Destruction and creation are intertwined, two sides of the same coin. Even in physics we find cycles. The universe itself may be cyclical, according to some cosmological models. The Big Bang might not have been the beginning of everything, but merely the beginning of this particular universe. Before it, there might have been another universe that collapsed into a singularity, then exploded outward again. And our universe, billions of years from now, might collapse or dissipate, only to give birth to another. Time without beginning or end, existence as an eternal rhythm of expansion and contraction. But let's bring this back to human civilization, because that's where the pattern becomes most visible and most unsettling. When we look at the archaeological record, we see that civilizations don't just decline gradually. They often collapse suddenly, within a generation or two. Complex societies with elaborate hierarchies, specialized labor, long-distance trade networks, and monumental architecture can unravel with shocking speed. The Bronze Age collapse around 1200 BCE is a prime example. Within a few decades, the great powers of the Eastern Mediterranean, the Hittites, the Mycenaeans, the Egyptians, the Assyrians, all experienced severe disruptions. Cities were destroyed, trade routes were severed, writing systems were abandoned. The Hittite Empire vanished entirely. Mycenaean Greece entered a dark age that lasted centuries. Egypt survived but was greatly weakened. The causes are still debated: invasions by the mysterious sea peoples, earthquakes, drought, internal rebellions, or some combination of all these factors. What's clear is that the interconnected system that had sustained Bronze Age civilization reached a breaking point and collapsed. The Roman Empire too fell with surprising rapidity in the West. In 400 CE, Rome was still the centre of a vast empire stretching from Britain to North Africa. By 476 CE, the last Western Roman emperor had been deposed, and the empire had fragmented into barbarian kingdoms. The infrastructure that had connected the empire, roads, aqueducts, trade networks, fell into disrepair. Literacy declined. Cities shrank. For centuries afterward, Europeans lived in the shadow of ruins they could no longer build, reading texts they could barely understand, surrounded by evidence of a greatness they had lost. Why does this happen? Why do civilizations collapse? The archaeologist Joseph Tainter proposed that societies become increasingly complex over time as they solve problems and adapt to challenges. But complexity has costs: administrative overhead, infrastructure maintenance, social coordination. Eventually, the costs of complexity outweigh the benefits. The society reaches a point of diminishing returns, where additional complexity doesn't solve problems but creates new ones. When a crisis hits, environmental, economic, military, the society lacks the resilience to respond. It collapses not because it's weak, but because it's too complex, too rigid, too invested in maintaining structures that no longer serve their purpose. Jared Diamond, in his book Collapse, identified several factors that contribute to societal collapse: environmental damage, climate change, hostile neighbours, loss of trading partners, and the society's response to its problems. Often, these factors interact in devastating ways. A drought reduces agricultural output, leading to food shortages. Food shortages cause social unrest. Social unrest weakens the government's ability to respond to external threats. External threats disrupt trade. Loss of trade further weakens the economy. The system spirals downward, each problem amplifying the others. But here's what's fascinating. Collapse is not the end of the human story in that region. People survive, they adapt, they simplify, they rebuild. The collapse of the Roman Empire didn't mean the end of people living in Europe. It meant the end of a particular form of social organisation. Life continued, just in a different way, and eventually new forms of complexity emerged. The medieval kingdoms, the Renaissance city-states, the nation-states of modernity, each represented a new cycle of growth and organisation. This is the pattern: rise, peak, decline, collapse, and then, after a period of simplification, rise again. Not in the same form, not with the same people, but following the same basic trajectory. It's as if civilization itself is subject to a kind of natural law, a rhythm that plays out regardless of the specific culture or time period. And if this pattern is real, if it's been happening throughout human history, then we must ask, where are we in the cycle? Are we still rising, still building towards some future peak? Or have we already reached the top and are now in the phase of decline, unable to see it because we're too close, too invested in believing that our civilization is different, that we've transcended the limitations that brought down all the others? The signs are there, if we're willing to look. Not with panic or despair, but with a clear-eyed recognition that patterns repeat, that what has happened before can happen again. Consider the environment. Every civilization that has collapsed left behind evidence of environmental degradation. The Maya deforested their lands to build cities and grow crops, leading to soil erosion and water shortages. The ancestral Pueblans of Chaco Canyon depleted their forests for construction and fuel, contributing to their eventual abandonment of the region. Easter Island's inhabitants cut down every tree on the island, destroying the ecosystem that had sustained them. The pattern is consistent. Societies exploit their environment to fuel growth, and when the environment can no longer support that level of exploitation, the society contracts or collapses. We are doing the same thing, but on a global scale. We've cut down forests, depleted fisheries, drained aquifers, and pumped greenhouse gases into the atmosphere at a rate that's altering the climate. The difference is that previous civilizations could collapse locally while the rest of the world continued. We've created a global civilization, interconnected through trade, communication, and shared resources. If our civilization collapses, there's no untouched region to carry on independently. The climate is changing faster than at any point in human history. Temperatures are rising, ice sheets are melting, sea levels are creeping upward. Extreme weather events, hurricanes, droughts, floods, wildfires, are becoming more frequent and more severe. These changes are already displacing people, disrupting agriculture and straining resources, and we're only at the beginning. The full effects of the carbon we've already released won't be felt for decades. This isn't meant to be alarmist, it's simply observation. The Earth's climate has changed many times before, and each time it has reshaped the conditions for life. The question is not whether change will happen, but how we will respond to it. Will we adapt, simplify, and find new ways to live within the planet's limits? Or will we cling to the systems and structures that are no longer sustainable until they collapse under their own weight? Then there's the question of complexity. Our civilization is the most complex that has ever existed. We have global supply chains that deliver goods from one side of the planet to the other. We have financial systems so intricate that even experts struggle to understand them. We have technologies that most people use daily but couldn't begin to explain. This complexity has brought tremendous benefits: medicine, communication, transportation, entertainment. But it has also created vulnerabilities. A single disruption can cascade through the system in unpredictable ways. A pandemic shuts down factories in one country, and suddenly there are shortages of computer chips, cars, medical supplies on the other side of the world. A cyber attack on a pipeline causes fuel shortages and panic buying. A ship gets stuck in a canal, and global trade slows to a crawl. These are small examples, brief disruptions that were resolved relatively quickly. But they reveal how fragile the system is, how dependent we are on everything working smoothly all the time. Joseph Tainter's theory of diminishing returns applies here. We keep adding complexity to solve problems, But each new layer of complexity requires more energy, more coordination, more maintenance. At some point, the system becomes so complex that it's brittle. It can't absorb shocks. A crisis that would have been manageable in a simpler system becomes catastrophic in a complex one. And then there's the social dimension. Civilizations don't just collapse because of environmental or economic factors. They collapse because people lose faith in the institutions that hold society together. When governments can't provide security, when economic systems don't deliver prosperity, when the social contract breaks down, people withdraw their support. They stop paying taxes, stop following laws, stop believing in the shared project of civilization. The centre cannot hold. We see signs of this, of fragmentation today. Political polarization is increasing in many countries. Trust in institutions, government, media, science, religion, is declining. People are retreating into tribal identities, viewing those with different beliefs not as fellow citizens, but as enemies. The shared narratives that once bound societies together are fracturing into competing stories that can't be reconciled. This doesn't mean collapse is imminent or inevitable. Societies can recognize these warning signs and change course. They can simplify, adapt, redistribute resources, rebuild trust. But history suggests that this is difficult. Elites resist changes that threaten their power. Institutions become rigid and self-serving. People become invested in the status quo, even when the status quo is unsustainable. And so the society continues on its trajectory until something breaks. The Roman Empire had centuries of warning signs before it fell. There were economic crises, military defeats, civil wars, plagues. But the empire kept trying to maintain itself through the same methods that had worked in the past: raising taxes, debasing currency, recruiting barbarian soldiers. These measures provided temporary relief but didn't address the underlying problems. Eventually the system could no longer sustain itself, and it collapsed. Are we in a similar position? It's impossible to say with certainty. We might be in the early stages of decline, or we might be experiencing growing pains as we transition to a new form of organization. The future is not predetermined. But the pattern suggests that we should at least consider the possibility that our civilization, like all civilizations before it, is subject to the same forces of rise and fall. And here's where the perspective shifts, because if we accept that collapse is part of the cycle, then it's not something to fear as an ending, but to understand as a transformation. Collapse doesn't mean extinction. It means simplification, reorganization, the clearing away of structures that no longer work to make room for new ones. It's painful, certainly. People suffer during collapses. Knowledge is lost, lives are disrupted, the future becomes uncertain, but life continues. People adapt, and eventually they rebuild. The Dark Ages in Europe were dark only in the sense that we have fewer written records from that period. People still lived, loved, raised children, told stories, created art. They built new communities, developed new technologies, laid the groundwork for the medieval civilization that would follow. The collapse of Rome was traumatic for those who lived through it. But it wasn't the end of the story. It was a chapter break, a pause before the next chapter began. If our civilization were to collapse, and again, this is speculation, not prediction, what would come after? What would the next cycle look like? Would it be a return to simpler, more localized communities? A new form of organization we can't yet imagine? Synthesis of old and new, combining ancient wisdom with modern technology in ways that are more sustainable? The answer depends on what we preserve and what we let go. Every collapse involves loss, but it also involves selection. Some knowledge survives, some practices continue, some values endure. The people who live through the collapse carry forward what they deem most important, and that becomes the foundation for the next cycle. This is why myths and stories matter. They are the vessels that carry knowledge across the gaps, the bridges between one world and the next. When civilizations collapse, libraries burn and databases corrupt, but stories survive. They're told around fires, passed from parent to child, adapted to new circumstances but retaining their essential truths. The myths of flood and fire, of worlds that ended and began again, might be more than metaphors. They might be actual memories, encoded in narrative form, of collapses that our ancestors lived through and wanted us to remember. What would we want to preserve? What knowledge, what values, what practices would we pass on to those who come after? These are not idle questions. They're the questions that every generation should ask, because even if collapse doesn't come in our lifetime, change certainly will. The world our grandchildren inherit will be different from the one we know, shaped by choices we make and forces we can't control. Perhaps the lesson of the cycle is not to prevent collapse, which may be impossible, but to prepare for it, to build resilience rather than rigidity, to value adaptability over efficiency, to maintain connections to the land, to community, to the skills and knowledge that don't depend on complex systems, to remember that we are part of a pattern much larger than ourselves, and that our role is not to escape the cycle but to navigate it with wisdom and grace. But let's go deeper still, into the philosophical and even mystical dimensions of the cycle. Because if we're willing to entertain the possibility that civilizations rise and fall in a pattern, we must also ask, why? Is this pattern random, a product of chance and circumstance? Or is there something more fundamental at work, something woven into the fabric of existence itself? The ancient philosophers grappled with this question. Heraclitus, the Greek philosopher who lived around 500 BCE, famously said that you cannot step into the same river twice. Everything flows, everything changes. Fire transforms into air, air into water, water into earth, and earth back into fire. The universe is in constant flux, and this flux is not chaos, but a kind of cosmic order, a logos, a rational principle that governs all change. For Heraclitus, conflict and opposition were necessary for existence. Day and night, hot and cold, life and death. These opposites define each other and create the tension that drives change. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Without death, there can be no life. The cycle is not a flaw in the universe, but its essential nature. The Stoics, who came later, developed this idea further. They believed in a concept called ekpyrosis, a periodic conflagration in which the universe is consumed by fire and then reborn. This wasn't a one-time apocalypse, but an eternal cycle. The universe expands, develops, reaches a peak, and then contracts back into pure fire, only to expand again in exactly the same way. Every event that has ever happened will happen again, infinitely, in an eternal return. This idea was later picked up by Nietzsche, who used it as a thought experiment. What if you had to live your life over and over again, exactly as you've lived it, for all eternity? Would you embrace this fate or recoil from it? The eternal return was Nietzsche's way of asking whether we truly affirm life, whether we can say yes to existence in all its joy and suffering, creation and destruction. But perhaps the cycle is not just philosophical speculation. Perhaps it reflects something real about the nature of consciousness and evolution. Consider this. Consciousness seems to require contrast. We appreciate light because we've experienced darkness. We value peace because we've known conflict. We understand creation because we've witnessed destruction. Without these opposites, without the movement between them, consciousness might stagnate. What if the cycle of civilizations is a mechanism for the evolution of consciousness itself? Each civilization rises, explores certain possibilities, reaches certain insights, and then falls. The next civilization rises from the ruins, carrying forward some of what was learned, but also bringing new perspectives, new questions, new ways of being. Over vast stretches of time, consciousness evolves not in a straight line, but in a spiral, returning to similar themes but at higher levels of understanding. This would mean that collapse is not a failure, but a necessary phase in a larger process. Just as a forest fire clears away dead wood and allows new growth, just as death makes room for new life, the collapse of civilizations clears away ossified structures and allows new forms of organization to emerge. It's painful, yes, but pain is often the catalyst for growth. Some spiritual traditions go even further, suggesting that the cycle is intentional, guided by forces or intelligences beyond our comprehension. The Hindu concept of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva represents this: Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, Shiva the destroyer. But Shiva's destruction is not malevolent. It's necessary for the cycle to continue. Without destruction, there can be no new creation. The three gods work together, each playing their role in the cosmic dance. In Tibetan Buddhism, there's the concept of the bardo, the intermediate state between death and rebirth. It's a liminal space, a time of transition and transformation. What if the collapse of civilizations is a kind of collective bardo, a period when the old forms have died, but the new forms have not yet been born? A time of uncertainty and possibility, when the future is fluid and anything might emerge. These are not scientific theories. They're frameworks for meaning, ways of understanding our place in the larger pattern. But they offer something that purely materialist explanations don't: a sense of purpose, a reason to embrace the cycle rather than resist it. If we see collapse only as tragedy, as the end of everything we've built, then we'll spend our energy trying to prevent it, clinging to structures that may no longer serve us. But if we see collapse as transformation, as part of a larger rhythm that includes both endings and beginnings, then we can approach it differently. We can ask, what needs to die so that something new can be born? What are we holding on to that we should release? What seeds should we plant for the future, even if we won't live to see them grow? This doesn't mean we should welcome suffering or be passive in the face of injustice. It means we should recognize that change is inevitable, that the forms we've created are temporary, and that our task is not to make them permanent, but to ensure that what comes next is wiser, kinder, more aligned with the deeper patterns of existence. There's a concept in ecology called succession. After a disturbance, a fire, a flood, a volcanic eruption, an ecosystem goes through stages of recovery. First come the pioneer species, hardy plants that can survive in harsh conditions. They stabilize the soil, create shade, begin to build complexity. Then come the intermediate species, which require the conditions created by the pioneers. Finally, if enough time passes, a mature ecosystem emerges, diverse, resilient, capable of sustaining itself. But mature ecosystems can also become stagnant. They reach a climax state where change slows, where the dominant species crowd out newcomers, where the system becomes stable but also rigid. And then a disturbance comes, a fire, a storm, a disease, and the cycle begins again. Human civilizations follow a similar pattern. We start with pioneers, people who settle new lands or develop new ideas. They create the conditions for growth. Then comes expansion, increasing complexity, the development of institutions and hierarchies. Eventually the civilization reaches maturity, powerful, sophisticated, but also rigid and resistant to change. And then comes the disturbance, the collapse, and the cycle begins anew. But here's the crucial point. Each cycle doesn't just repeat the previous one, it builds on it. The soil enriched by the previous forest supports a richer ecosystem. The knowledge preserved from the previous civilization informs the next one. The spiral moves upward, even as it circles back. This is why the cycle is not pessimistic, but ultimately hopeful. Yes, what we build will fall. Yes, the civilizations we create will eventually collapse. But the human story doesn't end. It continues, transformed, carrying forward the best of what came before while leaving behind what no longer serves. And perhaps, Over many cycles, over thousands or millions of years, consciousness evolves towards something we can't yet imagine. Perhaps each cycle is a lesson, a step in a journey whose destination we can't see from where we stand. Perhaps the universe itself is learning, growing, becoming more aware through the countless cycles of creation and destruction that play out across space and time. This is speculation, of course. We can't prove any of this, but we can't disprove it either. And in the absence of certainty, we're free to choose the story that gives our lives meaning, that helps us navigate the challenges we face with courage and grace. So let's return to the present moment, to the world we inhabit now, and ask, what does the cycle mean for us, here, today? We live in a time of extraordinary change. Technology is advancing at a pace that would have seemed impossible a generation ago. We carry in our pockets devices more powerful than the computers that sent humans to the moon. We can communicate instantly with people on the other side of the planet. We have access to more information than any previous generation could have dreamed of. At the same time, we face challenges that are equally unprecedented. Climate change threatens to reshape the planet in ways that will affect every living thing. Economic inequality is growing, with wealth concentrating in fewer and fewer hands. Political systems are straining under the weight of problems they weren't designed to solve. The social fabric that holds communities together is fraying. Are these the signs of a civilization approaching collapse? Or are they the birth pangs of a new form of organization, a transition to something different and potentially better? The answer may be both. Transitions are messy. The old forms break down before the new ones are fully formed. There's a period of chaos, of uncertainty, when it's not clear what will emerge. We may be living in that period now, the bardo between one world and the next. If that's true, then our task is not to prevent change but to guide it, to be conscious participants in the cycle rather than passive victims, to ask ourselves, what do we want to preserve? What do we need to let go? What kind of world do we want to create for those who come after us? This requires a shift in perspective. We're trained to think in terms of progress, of building toward a future that's better than the past. But what if the future is not a straight line, but a spiral? What if progress means not accumulating more, but understanding more deeply? Not building higher, but building wiser? Indigenous cultures around the world have maintained this perspective for thousands of years. They speak of 7 generations, the idea that every decision should be made with consideration for how it will affect the next 7 generations. This is cyclical thinking. It recognizes that we are not separate from the past or the future, but part of a continuous flow, receiving from those who came before and passing on to those who will come after. Many indigenous cultures also maintain a relationship with the land that modern civilization has lost. They see themselves not as owners or masters of nature, but as participants in it, subject to the same cycles of growth and decay, abundance and scarcity. They practice reciprocity, taking what they need but also giving back, ensuring that the land remains healthy for future generations. This is not romanticization. Indigenous peoples have faced their own challenges, their own collapses and transformations. But they've also demonstrated a resilience that comes from being embedded in place, from maintaining knowledge that doesn't depend on complex systems, from understanding that humans are part of nature, not separate from it. As our global civilization faces increasing instability, there's much we could learn from these older ways of knowing. Not to abandon technology or return to some imagined past, but to integrate ancient wisdom with modern capabilities, to build systems that are resilient rather than brittle, that work with natural cycles rather than against them, that value long-term sustainability over short-term gain. This is already happening in pockets around the world. There are communities experimenting with regenerative agriculture, which builds soil health rather than depleting it. There are architects designing buildings that produce more energy than they consume. There are economists developing models that measure well-being rather than just GDP. There are educators teaching children to think systemically, to understand connections and cycles rather than just linear cause and effect. These are seeds being planted for the next cycle. They may not prevent collapse. The forces driving our current civilization may be too powerful, too entrenched, but they offer alternatives, possibilities, ways of living that could flourish in the spaces left when the old structures fall away. And perhaps that's the real lesson of the cycle, that endings and beginnings are not separate but intertwined, that every collapse contains the seeds of renewal, that our task is not to cling to what's dying, but to nurture what's being born. This requires courage. It requires letting go of certainty, of the belief that we can control the future, of the need to know how the story ends. It requires trust in the pattern, in the resilience of life, in the creativity and adaptability of human beings. It also requires humility. We are not the pinnacle of evolution, the final chapter in the human story. We are one iteration among many, one cycle in an endless spiral. What we build will not last forever, and that's okay. What matters is not permanence but participation. How we show up, what we contribute, how we treat each other and the world we inhabit during our brief time here. The ancient Stoics had a practice called memento mori. Remember that you will die. It wasn't meant to be morbid, but liberating. When you remember that your time is limited, you stop wasting it on things that don't matter. You focus on what's essential. You appreciate the present moment because you know it won't last. Perhaps we need a collective memento mori. Remember that this civilization will end, not to induce despair, but to clarify priorities, to help us distinguish between what's truly important and what's merely urgent, to remind us that we're part of something larger than ourselves, a pattern that extends far beyond our individual lives or even our civilization's lifespan. When you stand in the ruins of an ancient city, Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat, Petra, you feel this perspective viscerally. These places were once alive with voices, with commerce, with the daily dramas of human life. Now they're silent, reclaimed by jungle or desert, visited by tourists who marvel at what was lost. But they're also beautiful in their decay, testament to the impermanence of all things and the enduring human impulse to create, to build, to reach for something beyond mere survival. We will leave ruins too. Future archaeologists, if there are any, will dig through the layers of our civilization and try to understand who we were, what we valued, why we fell. They'll find our buildings, our technologies, our art. They'll piece together our story from fragments, just as we've pieced together the stories of those who came before. What will they conclude? Will they see us as wise or foolish? As a civilization that learned from the past or one that repeated its mistakes? As people who face the cycle with courage or with denial? The answer depends on what we do now, in this moment, with the knowledge we have. We can't prevent the cycle. It's too fundamental, too deeply woven into the nature of things. But we can choose how we move through it. We can choose to be conscious participants rather than unconscious victims. We can choose to plant seeds for the future even as we acknowledge that the present is changing. We can choose to face uncertainty with curiosity rather than fear. The mechanics of memory. There's a particular kind of tragedy in the loss of knowledge, not the loss of a life, which is singular and immediate, but the loss of understanding accumulated over generations, refined through centuries, tested by time. When a civilization falls, it doesn't just lose its buildings and its borders, it loses its memory. Consider the Library of Alexandria, that legendary repository of ancient wisdom. The numbers vary depending on the source. Some say 400,000 scrolls, others claim as many as 1 million, but the precise count matters less than what it represented. Humanity's attempt to gather all knowledge in one place, to create a memory palace for civilization itself. When it burned, and it burned multiple times, in multiple ways across several centuries, We lost works will never recover. The complete plays of Sophocles and Euripides, treatises on mathematics and astronomy, histories of peoples whose names we no longer remember, gone, not just destroyed, but forgotten so thoroughly that we don't even know what we've lost. But here's what haunts me about Alexandria. It wasn't just the fire. The library had been declining for decades before its final destruction. Funding dried up, scholars left. The culture that valued such a place, that saw the preservation of knowledge as a sacred duty, had already begun to fade. The fire was merely the final act of a longer tragedy, the physical manifestation of a civilization that had stopped believing in its own future. This is how knowledge dies, not usually in dramatic conflagrations, but in slow erosion, in the gradual shift of priorities, in the moment when a society decides that maintaining the old wisdom is less important than addressing immediate concerns, in the generation that forgets to teach what the previous generation knew. The Dark Ages in Europe, misnamed, as we've discussed, but dark in one specific sense, saw the loss of tremendous technical and intellectual knowledge. The Romans had concrete that could set underwater, aqueducts that moved millions of gallons with perfect precision, surgical techniques that wouldn't be rediscovered for 1,000 years. They had a postal system that spanned a continent, a legal framework of stunning sophistication, agricultural practices refined over centuries. And then, within a few generations, much of it was simply forgotten. Not everywhere, of course. This is crucial. Knowledge doesn't vanish uniformly. It retreats to pockets, to refuges, to the margins. While Europe fragmented, monasteries became arks of literacy. Monks in cold stone rooms copied manuscripts by candlelight, preserving texts they sometimes couldn't even read, in languages they didn't speak because they understood that memory mattered. They were the bridge across the gap, the thin thread of continuity between the classical world and what would eventually become the Renaissance. Meanwhile, in the Islamic world, the House of Wisdom in Baghdad was gathering and translating the works of Greek philosophers, Indian mathematicians, Persian astronomers. They weren't just preserving this knowledge, they were building on it, extending it, creating new synthesis. When Europe finally emerged from its fragmentation, much of what it rediscovered came back through Arabic translations, knowledge that had been kept alive in a different civilization's memory. This is the pattern. Knowledge flows like water, seeking the lowest point, the path of least resistance. When one civilization can no longer hold it, it seeps elsewhere, finding new vessels, new guardians. The question is never whether knowledge can be preserved, it's whether there are people willing to do the preserving, and whether the conditions exist for that preservation to matter. Indigenous cultures understood this deeply. Without written language, they developed oral traditions of stunning complexity and durability. The Aboriginal Australians maintained songlines, navigational maps encoded in story and song, for tens of thousands of years. These weren't just directions, they were cosmologies, legal systems, ecological knowledge, all woven together in narratives that could be passed from generation to generation with remarkable fidelity. The songs contained information about water sources, seasonal patterns, the behaviour of animals, the properties of plants. They were living libraries carried in human memory. But oral traditions are fragile in their own way. They require unbroken chains of transmission. They need communities intact enough to pass knowledge down. When colonization shattered these communities, when children were taken from their families and forbidden to speak their languages, entire libraries burned, not in fire, but in silence. Knowledge that had survived ice ages and continental shifts vanished within a single generation. Now we live in an age of unprecedented information storage. We have more knowledge accessible at our fingertips than any previous civilization could have imagined. The entire library of Alexandria could fit on a device smaller than a book. We've digitized millions of texts, created redundant backups, distributed information across global networks. Surely we think we've solved the problem of memory. Surely our knowledge is safe. But is it? Digital storage is remarkably fragile. Hard drives fail. Formats become obsolete. The websites we built 20 years ago are already archaeological sites. Their links broken, their content lost. We call it link rot, this gradual decay of the digital world. But it's more than that. It's the same process that claimed Alexandria, just faster. We're creating more information than ever before, but we're also losing it at an unprecedented rate. And there's something else, something more subtle. We're losing the context. We have access to vast amounts of data, but we're losing the frameworks that make that data meaningful. A medieval monk copying a manuscript might not understand Latin perfectly, but he was embedded in a tradition that gave the text significance. He knew why it mattered. We have search engines that can find any fact in seconds, but we're losing the deep literacy that connects facts into understanding, that transforms information into wisdom. This is the paradox of our moment. We have more memory than ever, but it's increasingly shallow. We can access the surface of everything but struggle to go deep into anything. We've optimized for retrieval but not for integration, for storage but not for meaning. What gets remembered and what gets forgotten is never neutral. It's always a choice, conscious or unconscious, about what matters. The victors write the history, yes, but it's more than that. The powerful decide what's worth preserving. The dominant culture determines which languages, which stories, which ways of knowing get passed down and which get erased. When the Spanish conquered the Americas, they burned the Mayan codices, books of stunning complexity containing astronomical observations, historical records, mathematical knowledge. Only 4 survived. 4 out of thousands. The Spanish saw them as pagan, as dangerous, as obstacles to conversion. They couldn't read them, didn't value them, and so they destroyed them. And with them went knowledge we'll never recover, not just facts, but entire ways of understanding the world. This is happening now, in our time. Languages are dying at an astonishing rate, 1 every 2 weeks by some estimates, and with each language goes a unique way of categorizing reality, a distinct set of concepts and relationships, knowledge about local ecosystems and traditional practices. We're experiencing a mass extinction of human knowledge, and most of us don't even notice. But here's what gives me hope. Memory is more resilient than we think. It hides in unexpected places. It survives in fragments, in traces, in the margins of the dominant narrative. Archaeologists keep finding evidence that rewrites what we thought we knew. Linguists discover that supposedly dead languages left traces in the languages that replaced them. Geneticists find that populations we thought were wiped out actually mixed with and influenced later peoples. The cycle doesn't erase everything. It transforms, it recombines, it carries forward what's essential, even if the form changes beyond recognition. The question for us, living in this moment of potential transition, is: what are we choosing to remember? What are we fighting to preserve? And what are we willing to let go? Because we can't save everything. The attempt to preserve all knowledge equally is itself a kind of forgetting, a failure to discriminate between what's vital and what's merely interesting, between wisdom and trivia. Every civilization has to make choices about what matters enough to carry forward. Those choices reveal what we value, what we believe about the future, what we think is worth the effort of transmission. The monasteries that preserved classical texts through the Dark Ages didn't save everything. They made choices, often based on religious criteria that seem arbitrary to us now. But they saved something. They maintained the thread. And that was enough for the Renaissance to eventually pull on that thread and begin weaving again. We need to think like those monks, not in terms of their specific values, but in terms of their commitment to preservation even when the immediate utility wasn't clear. They copied texts they couldn't fully understand because they trusted that future generations might need them. They were good ancestors. What would it mean to be good ancestors now? What knowledge should we fight to preserve, not just in databases and servers, but in living practice, in communities of understanding, in ways that can survive disruption? What are the essential seeds that need to be carried through whatever transition is coming? These aren't abstract questions, they're urgent, practical matters. Because if the cycle continues, and everything suggests it will, then what we choose to remember now will shape what's possible later. The memory we maintain becomes the foundation for the next beginning. The psychology of endings. There's a cognitive bias psychologists call normalcy bias, the tendency to believe that things will continue functioning the way they always have, even in the face of evidence to the contrary. It's why people don't evacuate before hurricanes, why they stay in their homes as floodwaters rise, why they go to work on the morning of a coup. The mind struggles to accept that the normal patterns of life are breaking down. It's easier to believe that this is temporary, an aberration, that things will return to normal soon. Civilizations suffer from normalcy bias too, perhaps even more acutely than individuals, because civilizations are made of institutions, and institutions are designed for stability. They're built on the assumption of continuity. They have procedures for dealing with known problems, but they struggle to adapt when the fundamental conditions change. The late Roman Empire is a masterclass in civilizational normalcy bias. For decades, centuries even, the signs of decline were visible to anyone willing to look. The borders were increasingly difficult to defend. The economy was stagnating. The political system was producing emperor after emperor through violence and instability. The population was declining. The tax base was shrinking. The infrastructure was crumbling. And yet, life went on. The Senate still met. The games still happened in the Colosseum. The wealthy still built villas and threw elaborate parties. The bureaucracy still functioned, processing paperwork, collecting taxes, maintaining the fiction of imperial power. Because what else would they do? The Roman Empire was the world as they knew it. It had existed for so long that its end was literally unthinkable. There's a letter from Sidonius Apollinaris, a Roman aristocrat writing in the 5th century CE, that captures this perfectly. He's describing a dinner party, the food, the conversation, the literary games they played. It's charming and cultured and completely oblivious to the fact that the Western Roman Empire is in its final decades. Germanic kingdoms are carving up the provinces. The emperor is a puppet. The old order is collapsing. And Sidonius is writing about dinner parties. Is this denial? Decadence? Or is it something more human? The need to maintain normalcy in the face of overwhelming change? Maybe it's all three. Maybe they're not as different as we think. We judge the late Romans harshly for not seeing what was coming, for not acting to prevent the collapse. But would we have done differently? Are we doing differently? Because here's the uncomfortable truth. We're living through our own version of this. The signs of systemic stress are everywhere. Climate change is accelerating. Biodiversity is collapsing. Inequality is widening. Political systems are becoming increasingly dysfunctional. The social fabric is fraying. And yet, we go to work. We plan for retirement. We argue about trivial things on social media. We maintain the routines of normal life because the alternative, accepting that the fundamental conditions are changing, is too destabilizing to contemplate. This isn't stupidity. It's how human psychology works. We're pattern recognition machines, and the patterns we know best are the ones we've experienced. We have no experiential template for civilizational collapse, because it happens so slowly, across generations, that no individual experiences the full arc. What we experience is a series of small changes, each one explicable, each one manageable, each one not quite enough to break the pattern of normalcy. The psychologist Robert J. Lifton studied survivors of Hiroshima and found that many of them, in the immediate aftermath of the bombing, tried to maintain normal routines. They went to work, or tried to. They worried about being late. They apologized for their appearance. The mind, confronted with the incomprehensible, reaches for the familiar. Civilizational decline is different from a bomb. It's slower, more ambiguous, but the psychological response is similar. We normalize the abnormal. We adjust our expectations downward incrementally. We tell ourselves stories that make the changes seem less significant than they are. It's always been this way. Things were worse in the past. Technology will solve it. Someone will figure it out. These aren't lies exactly. They're coping mechanisms. They're how we maintain psychological equilibrium in the face of uncertainty. But there's a cost to this. The cost is that we don't prepare. We don't adapt. We don't make the hard choices that might ease the transition. We wait until crisis forces our hand, and by then, the options are much more limited. The Maya are instructive here. We know from archaeological evidence that they experienced a long period of environmental stress, deforestation, soil erosion, drought. The signs were there for generations, and yet the response was often to double down on the existing system. Build more monuments, conduct more rituals, intensify agricultural production, the very things that were causing the stress. Why? Because the system had worked before, because the monuments and rituals were tied to their understanding of cosmic order, because changing course would have required admitting that the fundamental assumptions were wrong. And that's psychologically very difficult, especially for the elites whose power and identity are tied to the existing system. This is the trap of success. The strategies that brought a civilization to prominence become sacred. They're not just practical approaches, they're part of the civilization's identity, its story about itself. To abandon them feels like betraying everything that made the civilization great. And so, even as conditions change, even as the old strategies stop working, there's tremendous resistance to adaptation. The Easter Islanders kept cutting down trees even as their island became deforested. The last tree that was cut, someone cut it knowing it was the last tree. What were they thinking? Were they in denial? Did they believe it would grow back? Did they simply not care about the future? Or were they trapped in a system where cutting trees was what you did, where the immediate need outweighed the long-term consequence, where the social pressure to conform was stronger than the individual impulse to preserve? We'll never know, but we can recognize the pattern. We can see it in ourselves. There's another psychological dimension to endings, the strange comfort of decline. This sounds paradoxical, but there's a relief in letting go, in accepting that you don't have to maintain the impossible anymore. The late Roman aristocrats, for all their denial, must have also felt the burden lifting. They didn't have to pretend the empire would last forever. They didn't have to solve unsolvable problems. They could focus on what was immediate and real, the dinner party, the poem, the conversation with friends. The Japanese have a concept called mono-no-aware, the pathos of things, the bittersweet awareness of impermanence. There's a beauty in autumn leaves precisely because they're falling. There's a poignancy in the cherry blossoms because they bloom for such a short time. The transience is part of the beauty. Can we apply this to civilizations? Can we find a way to appreciate what we have while acknowledging that it won't last? Can we hold both the grief of ending and the gratitude for what was? The Stoics thought so. They practiced negative visualization, imagining loss, contemplating impermanence, not to be morbid, but to fully appreciate the present. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his Meditations while the Roman Empire was already showing signs of strain, kept reminding himself that everything passes. All things fade and quickly turn to myth, he wrote. This wasn't despair. It was a way of staying present, of not taking anything for granted, of finding meaning in the moment rather than in the illusion of permanence. But there's a tension here, isn't there, between acceptance and action, between acknowledging impermanence and fighting to preserve what matters, between being a good Stoic and being a responsible citizen. Maybe the answer is that we need both. We need the wisdom to accept what we can't control, the fundamental nature of the cycle, the impermanence of all things, and the courage to act on what we can control, our choices, our values, the seeds we plant for the future. The psychology of endings is ultimately about how we hold paradox, how we live with uncertainty, how we maintain meaning in the face of loss, how we act with purpose while accepting that the outcome is beyond our control. This is hard. It's much easier to fall into denial or despair, to pretend everything is fine or to give up entirely. The middle path, clear-eyed acceptance combined with committed action, requires a kind of psychological sophistication that doesn't come naturally. But it's the only path that honours both the reality of the cycle and the dignity of human agency. It's the only way to be fully present in this moment of transition, neither clinging to a past that's gone nor fleeing into fantasies of a future we can't control. The Romans didn't have this wisdom, or couldn't access it. They clung to normalcy until normalcy was no longer possible. And then they were swept away by changes they hadn't prepared for. We have the chance to do better, not to prevent the cycle, that's not within our power, but to move through it with awareness, with intention, with grace, to be the generation that saw clearly, that chose wisely, that planted seeds even in the autumn of our civilization. In the year 476 CE, the last Western Roman emperor Romulus Augustulus was deposed. History marks this as the fall of Rome, the end of the ancient world. But in the monasteries of Ireland, something else was happening. Monks were copying manuscripts. They were preserving Latin texts, maintaining literacy, creating illuminated gospels of stunning beauty. They didn't know they were saving Western civilization. They were just doing their work day by day, believing it mattered. This is how renewal actually happens, not through grand plans or heroic interventions, but through small groups of people maintaining practices, preserving knowledge, keeping alive the seeds that will eventually grow into something new. The Irish monasteries became centres of learning while Europe fragmented. They sent missionaries back to the continent, re-Christianizing and re-civilizing regions that had fallen into chaos. They brought books, literacy, agricultural techniques, organizational skills. They were the bridge between the Roman world and medieval Europe, the carriers of cultural DNA across the gap. This pattern repeats throughout history. When the Mongols sacked Baghdad in 1258, destroying the House of Wisdom and throwing so many books into the Tigris that the river ran black with ink, it seemed like the end of Islamic intellectual culture. But the knowledge had already spread. Scholars had carried texts to Cairo, to Cordoba, to Samarkand. The network was distributed enough that no single catastrophe could destroy it entirely. When the Spanish conquered the Americas, they tried to erase indigenous cultures completely. They burned the codices, banned the languages, destroyed the temples. And yet, the cultures survived. They went underground. They mixed with Catholicism, creating syncretic traditions that preserved old knowledge in new forms. They maintained practices in secret, passing them down through families, through communities, through the very act of survival. This is the resilience of culture. It's not fragile in the way we often think. It's more like mycelium, the underground network of fungal threads that connects a forest. You can cut down all the trees, but if the mycelium survives, the forest can regrow. Culture works the same way. The visible structures can collapse, but if the underlying network of practices, values, and knowledge persists, renewal is possible. The Renaissance is the most famous example of this. We think of it as a sudden flowering, a rebirth of classical learning. But it was actually the culmination of centuries of preservation and transmission. The texts that inspired Renaissance humanists had been kept alive by Byzantine scholars, by Islamic translators, by medieval monks. When Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, Greek scholars fled west, bringing their libraries with them. They found an audience ready to receive what they carried, an audience that had been prepared by centuries of slow cultural work. This is the key: insight, Renewal requires preparation. The seeds need soil. The knowledge needs people ready to receive it, to understand it, to build on it. The Renaissance happened because medieval Europe had developed the economic surplus, the social structures, the intellectual curiosity to make use of classical knowledge. The seeds had been there all along, but they needed the right conditions to germinate. What are the seeds in our civilization? What are the practices, the knowledge, the values that need to be preserved through whatever transition is coming? Some are obvious, scientific knowledge certainly, medical techniques, agricultural practices, engineering principles. These are the practical seeds, the ones that directly enable survival and rebuilding. But there are other seeds, less tangible but equally important, the idea of human rights, the practice of democracy, the value of education, the commitment to truth-seeking, the appreciation of beauty, the capacity for empathy. These are cultural seeds, and they're more fragile than the practical ones because they require not just preservation but active practice. You can store scientific knowledge in books, but you can't store democracy or empathy. They have to be lived. This is where communities become crucial. The seeds of renewal are always carried by groups, not individuals. The Irish monasteries worked because they were communities with shared purpose. The Islamic scholars who preserved Greek philosophy worked because they were part of intellectual networks that valued and supported their work. The indigenous cultures that survived colonization did so because communities maintained their practices even under tremendous pressure. What are our communities? Where are the groups committed to preserving what matters? Where are the networks that will carry the seeds through the transition? They're everywhere if you look. There are communities working on sustainable agriculture, on renewable energy, on local resilience. There are groups preserving traditional crafts, maintaining indigenous languages, teaching ancient wisdom traditions. There are networks of scientists committed to open source knowledge, of educators working to maintain critical thinking, of artists keeping alive the human capacity for beauty and meaning. These aren't preparing for collapse necessarily. Most of them are just doing work they believe in, maintaining practices they value. But that's exactly what makes them effective. The Irish monks weren't trying to save civilization. They were trying to serve God and maintain their way of life. The preservation of civilization was a side effect. This is the paradox of intentional preservation. It works best when it's not the primary goal. When you're trying to preserve something for its own sake, it becomes a museum piece, static and lifeless. But when you're practicing something because it has meaning and value in the present, it stays alive, it adapts, it evolves, and that's what allows it to survive transitions. The concept of anti-fragility, developed by Nassim Taleb, is relevant here. Anti-fragile systems don't just resist shocks, they actually benefit from them. They gain from disorder. The human immune system is anti-fragile. Exposure to pathogens makes it stronger. Evolution is anti-fragile. Environmental stress drives adaptation and innovation. Can civilizations be anti-fragile? Can we build systems that gain from disorder rather than being destroyed by it? To some extent, this is what distributed networks do. The internet was designed to be anti-fragile, to root around damage, to maintain function even when parts of the network fail. Open source software is anti-fragile. The more people who use and modify it, the more robust it becomes. Biodiversity is anti-fragile. Ecosystems with more species are more resilient to disruption. The seeds of renewal are anti-fragile when they're diverse, distributed, and embedded in practice. When knowledge exists in multiple forms, in multiple places, maintained by multiple communities, it's much harder to destroy. When practices are lived rather than just recorded, they adapt to changing conditions. When values are embodied in communities rather than just written in documents, they survive transitions. This suggests a strategy for our moment. Diversify, distribute, practice. Don't put all the seeds in one basket. Don't rely on any single system or institution. Don't just preserve knowledge abstractly. embody it in communities of practice. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault in Norway is a beautiful example of this thinking. It's a backup for the world's agricultural diversity, storing seeds from crop varieties around the world in case of catastrophe. But it's not the only seed vault. There are hundreds of seed banks around the world, and beyond that, there are millions of farmers and gardeners maintaining crop diversity through the simple act of planting and saving seeds. The vault is important, but the distributed network is more important. The vault is a backup. The network is the living system, and if catastrophe comes, it will be the network, the farmers and gardeners who know how to grow food, who have the seeds and the skills and the community connections that will actually enable renewal. We need to think this way about all the seeds we want to preserve. Yes, store knowledge in libraries and databases, but also maintain it in communities of practice. Yes, write down the principles of democracy and human rights, but also practice them, embody them, pass them down through lived example. The seeds within the ruins are not just information, they're practices, relationships, values, ways of being. They're carried by people who believe in them enough to maintain them, even when the immediate utility isn't clear. They're kept alive by communities that provide the soil for growth. And here's what's beautiful. You don't need to preserve everything. You don't need to be responsible for the whole civilization. You just need to tend your patch, maintain your practice, keep alive what you value. The network will do the rest. The seeds will find their way to where they're needed. This is how renewal happens, not through grand plans, but through countless small acts of preservation and practice. Not through heroes, but through communities. Not through control, but through resilience and adaptation. The ruins of past civilizations are full of seeds. Some have already sprouted. The Renaissance, the Islamic Golden Age, the countless cultural flowerings that emerged from collapse. Others are still waiting, dormant, ready to grow when conditions are right. We're planting seeds now, whether we know it or not. Every practice we maintain, every value we embody, every piece of knowledge we pass down is a seed. The question is, are we planting wisely? Are we tending the soil? Are we creating the conditions for future growth? The responsibility of awareness. There's a weight that comes with understanding. Once you see the pattern, once you recognize the cycle, you can't unsee it. You're burdened with a kind of knowledge that most people, most of the time, don't have to carry. You know that civilizations fall. You know that ours is showing the signs. You know that the comfortable assumptions of progress and permanence are illusions. What do you do with that knowledge? This is not an abstract question. It's deeply personal, deeply ethical. Because awareness creates responsibility. Not the responsibility to prevent the cycle. That's beyond any individual's power, probably beyond any civilization's power. But the responsibility to respond wisely, to make choices that honour both the present and the future, to be what the philosopher Roman Ksnaric calls a good ancestor. What does it mean to be a good ancestor? It means making decisions with the seventh generation in mind, as the Iroquois Confederacy taught. It means planting trees whose shade you'll never sit under. It means maintaining practices and preserving knowledge not because they benefit you, because they might benefit people you'll never meet. It means accepting that your life is part of a larger story, a longer arc, and that your choices ripple forward in ways you can't predict or control. This is countercultural in our time. We're trained to think in terms of immediate returns, personal benefit, measurable outcomes. We're taught to optimize for our own lifetime, our own success, our own comfort. The idea of sacrificing for people who don't exist yet, who might not even exist in the form we imagine, feels almost absurd. And yet, this is exactly what our ancestors did for us. The Irish monks who preserved classical texts didn't benefit from the Renaissance. The scientists who developed vaccines didn't live to see the diseases eradicated. The activists who fought for rights and freedoms often died before those rights were won. They planted seeds they never saw grow. We're living in the shade of trees we didn't plant. We're benefiting from sacrifices we didn't make. We're standing on foundations we didn't build. And now it's our turn. Now we're the ones who have to decide what to plant, what to preserve, what to pass forward. But here's the paradox. We're living in a moment when the future feels more uncertain than ever. How do you plant for a future you can't envision? How do you make sacrifices for people who might not exist, or might exist in conditions so different from ours that our gifts are irrelevant? This is where wisdom traditions become essential, because they've grappled with this question for millennia. They've developed frameworks for thinking about intergenerational responsibility, for finding meaning in uncertainty, for acting with purpose even when outcomes are unclear. The Buddhist concept of the bodhisattva is instructive. A bodhisattva is someone who vows to work for the liberation of all beings, even knowing that this task is infinite, that it will never be completed. They act not because they expect to succeed, but because the action itself is right. The commitment is the point, not the outcome. This is a different kind of ethics than we're used to. We're trained to think consequentially, to judge actions by their results. But what if the results are unknowable? What if the time frame is so long that we'll never see the consequences? Then we need a different foundation for ethics, one based on values and commitments rather than outcomes. The Stoics had a similar approach. They distinguished between what's in our control and what's not. We can't control whether civilization collapses or how the future unfolds, but we can control our choices, our actions, our character. We can choose to act with virtue, with wisdom, courage, justice, temperance, regardless of the outcome. We can be good ancestors not because we know it will work, but because it's the right way to live. This doesn't mean passivity. It doesn't mean accepting injustice or ignoring problems. It means acting with full commitment while holding outcomes lightly. It means doing everything you can while accepting that the results are beyond your control. There's a story about a rabbi who was planting a carob tree. Someone asked him, "Why are you planting that?" "It takes 70 years for a carob tree to bear fruit. You'll never eat from it." The rabbi replied, "Just as my ancestors planted for me, I plant for my children." This is the ethic of the good ancestor. You plant knowing you won't harvest. You build knowing you won't inhabit. You preserve knowing you won't benefit. You do it because it's your turn, because you're part of a chain of generations, because the future depends on choices made in the present. But what if the future is collapse? What if the most likely outcome is that our civilization falls, that much of what we build is destroyed, that the people who come after us inherit ruins rather than flourishing? Does that change the ethical calculus? I don't think so, because even in collapse, even in ruins, the seeds matter. The knowledge preserved, the practices maintained, the values embodied. These become the foundation for whatever comes next. The Irish monks didn't know there would be a Renaissance. They just kept copying manuscripts, and centuries later, those manuscripts became the seeds of renewal. We're in a similar position. We don't know what the future holds. We don't know if our civilization will adapt and transform, or collapse and be replaced. We don't know what people centuries from now will need or value. But we can make choices now that increase the chances of positive outcomes, that preserve options, that plant seeds. This is the responsibility of awareness, to act as if the future matters, even when you can't know what that future will be. To be a good ancestor, even to people you can't imagine. To maintain hope without illusion. To take action without attachment to outcomes. To plant seeds without knowing if they'll grow. But there's another dimension to this responsibility. The obligation to tell the truth. If you see the pattern, if you understand the cycle, do you have a duty to warn others? Or is there wisdom in silence, in letting people maintain their normalcy bias, their comfortable illusions? This is a genuine dilemma. There's a cost to awareness. Once you see the fragility of civilization, once you understand the depth of our predicament, it's hard to maintain the routines of normal life. It's hard to care about trivial things. It's hard to plan for a future you're not sure will exist. The burden of awareness can lead to paralysis, to despair, to a kind of anticipatory grief that makes it difficult to function. Is it kind to impose that burden on others? Is it responsible to shatter their illusions? Maybe the answer is that different people need different things. Some people need to be shaken awake, to be confronted with reality, to be called to action. Others need to be allowed their denial, their normalcy, their comfort. The art is in discerning which is which, in meeting people where they are rather than where you think they should be. But there's a baseline responsibility to live in alignment with what you know, to make choices that reflect your understanding, to be an example of what it looks like to face uncertainty with courage and grace. You don't have to convince everyone. You don't have to save the world. You just have to live with integrity, to be true to what you see. This might mean changing how you live. It might mean simplifying, localizing, building resilience. It might mean learning skills, joining communities, preserving knowledge. It might mean having difficult conversations, making uncomfortable choices, going against the grain of the culture. Or it might mean something quieter. It might mean being present with what is, appreciating what you have, finding meaning in the moment. It might mean being kind, being generous, being fully human in a time of transition. It might mean creating beauty, maintaining relationships, passing down wisdom. There's no single right way to respond to awareness. The responsibility is to respond authentically, to let your understanding shape your choices, to be a conscious participant in the cycle, rather than a passive victim. And here's what I've come to believe. The responsibility of awareness is ultimately about love. Love for the world as it is, with all its beauty and fragility. Love for the people who will come after us, whoever they are. Love for the practices and values and knowledge that make us human. Love for the mystery of existence, the great cycle of creation and destruction that we're part of. When you act from love, the question of outcomes becomes less urgent. You act because you care, because it matters, because it's an expression of what you value. You plant the carob tree not because you'll eat the fruit, but because you love the idea of shade, of sweetness, of continuity. You preserve knowledge not because you know it will be used, but because you love learning, truth, the human capacity for understanding. You work for justice not because you'll see it achieved, but because you love the vision of a world where all beings are treated with dignity. This is the deepest responsibility of awareness, to let what you know deepen your love rather than harden your heart, to let understanding lead to compassion rather than cynicism, to let the recognition of impermanence make you more present, more grateful, more alive. We're living in a time of transition. The cycle is turning. The old order is showing its age. What comes next is uncertain. But we're here now with choices to make and seeds to plant. We're the ancestors of whatever future emerges. We're the bridge between what was and what will be. That's a profound responsibility, but it's also a profound gift. We get to participate in the great cycle. We get to plant seeds in the ruins. We get to be part of the story of how one world ends and another begins. And so we arrive at the end of this meditation, though of course it's not really an end, but a pause, a breath before the cycle continues. The civilization reset is not a single event, but an ongoing process, a rhythm that has played out countless times and will play out countless times more. We are living through one iteration of this pattern, and while we can't know exactly how it will unfold, we can recognize the signs, understand the forces at work, and make choices that honor both the past and the future. The great civilizations of the past, Egypt, Rome, the Maya, the Indus Valley, all believed they would last forever. They built monuments to eternity, created systems they thought were unshakable, told themselves stories of permanence, and yet they fell, as all things fall, making way for what came next. We are no different. Our civilization, for all its technological marvels and global reach, is subject to the same forces that brought down every civilization before us. Environmental limits, social complexity, the diminishing returns of growth, these are not problems we can solve through cleverness alone. They are features of the cycle, challenges that every civilization must face. But here's what's different about our moment. We have the accumulated knowledge of all those previous cycles. We have the myths and legends that encode their wisdom. We have the archaeological evidence of their rise and fall. We have the scientific understanding of the patterns that govern complex systems. We have, in other words, the opportunity to be conscious of the cycle in a way that previous civilizations may not have been. This consciousness doesn't give us the power to escape the cycle, but it gives us the power to navigate it with greater wisdom, to recognize when we're clinging to structures that no longer serve us, to let go of what needs to die so that something new can be born, to preserve what's essential and release what's not, to face the future not with fear, but with the understanding that change, even painful change, is part of the larger pattern of existence. The cycle teaches us that nothing lasts forever, but it also teaches us that nothing is ever truly lost. The knowledge of the ancient Egyptians influenced the Greeks, who influenced the Romans, who influenced the medieval scholars, who influenced the Renaissance thinkers, who influenced us. The thread continues, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, but never broken. Each civilization adds its verse to the song, and the song continues even when individual voices fall silent. What verse will we add? What will we contribute to the ongoing story of human consciousness? These are the questions that matter, the questions that give meaning to our brief time in the sun. Perhaps we'll contribute new technologies that help future generations live more sustainably. Perhaps we'll contribute new forms of social organization that are more just and equitable. Perhaps we'll contribute art and stories that capture something essential about the human experience. Or perhaps our contribution will be simpler, the recognition that we are part of a cycle, that our role is not to conquer nature or escape mortality, but to participate fully in the dance of creation and destruction, knowing that both are necessary, both are sacred. The stars above us have been shining for billions of years. They've witnessed the rise and fall of countless worlds, countless civilizations, countless forms of life. They'll continue shining long after our civilization has become a memory, long after our species has evolved into something else or vanished entirely. And yet, in this moment, we are here. We are conscious. We are part of the universe becoming aware of itself. That awareness is precious. It's what allows us to see the pattern, to understand the cycle, to make choices that ripple forward into the future. It's what allows us to create beauty in the face of impermanence, to love even though we know we'll lose, to build even though we know it won't last. The cycle will continue. Civilizations will rise and fall. The earth will turn. The seasons will change. The great wheel of time will keep spinning. And somewhere in that endless turning, there will always be humans, or whatever we become, asking the same questions we're asking now. Why are we here? What does it mean? How should we live? The answers change with each cycle, but the questions remain. They're the thread that connects us to those who came before, and those who will come after. They're the proof that consciousness persists, that the search for meaning continues, that the cycle is not meaningless repetition, but an ongoing exploration of what it means to exist. So as you drift towards sleep, as your mind moves between waking and dreaming, let yourself feel the rhythm of the cycle, the rise and fall of your breath, the beating of your heart, the turning of the earth beneath you. You are part of this pattern, this ancient dance of creation and destruction, memory and forgetting, ending and beginning. The civilization reset is not something to fear. It's something to understand, to accept, to work with rather than against. It's the universe's way of renewing itself, of clearing away what no longer serves to make room for what might be. And in that clearing, in that space between one world and the next, there is possibility. there is potential. There is the chance for something new to emerge. What that something will be, we cannot know, but we can trust that it will come, as it always has, as it always will. The cycle continues, the story goes on, and we, for this brief moment, are part of it. Witnesses to the pattern, participants in the dance, carriers of the flame that has been passed down through countless generations and will be passed on to countless more. Rest now in that knowledge. Let it comfort you. Let it free you from the need to hold on too tightly, to control what cannot be controlled, to make permanent what is by nature temporary. The cycle will take care of itself. Your task is simply to live fully, to love deeply, to create beautifully, and to trust that whatever comes next will be exactly what needs to be. The civilization reset is not an ending, it's a transformation. And transformation, though it may be painful, is also the source of all growth, all evolution, all new beginnings. The cycle continues, the wheel turns, and somewhere in the darkness, a new dawn is already beginning to break. What if you open your eyes and found yourself on Mars, the red desert planet, silent, endless, and empty of life? Not in a dream, not in a simulation, but truly there, lying on your back beneath a sky the colour of rust and amber, breathing air that shouldn't exist, staring up at a sun that looks smaller and colder than it ever did from Earth. The ground beneath you is hard and unforgiving, covered in a fine dust that clings to everything it touches. Your fingers move slowly, testing reality, and the dust shifts like powder, like ash, like the remnants of something ancient that crumbled long before you arrived. There is no sound, not the wind, not the hum of distant traffic or the rustle of leaves or the voices of people going about their lives. Just silence. Absolute, crushing, infinite silence. The kind that presses against your ears until you can hear your own heartbeat, your own breath, the faint creak of fabric as you shift your weight. You realize slowly that you're wearing a suit, not the clothes you remember putting on, not the familiar weight of cotton or denim, but something heavier, something designed for survival in a place where survival should not be possible. You sit up. The motion feels strange, lighter than it should be, as though gravity itself has loosened its grip. The horizon stretches out in every direction, a landscape of rust-coloured dunes and jagged rocks, of craters worn smooth by eons of wind and time. There are no trees, no buildings, no roads, no signs that anyone has ever been here before. Just the red desert, rolling away toward mountains that shimmer in the distance like mirages, their peaks sharp and alien against a sky that fades from salmon pink to deep ochre as your eyes adjust to the light. And then the question arrives, quiet and terrible, settling into your mind like a stone dropped into still water. How did you get here? You search your memory, reaching back through the fog, trying to find the last thing you remember. Was it morning? Were you at home? Were you walking somewhere, driving, falling asleep in your own bed? But the memories slip away like sand through your fingers, leaving only fragments. Faces without names, places without context, the vague sense that you were somewhere else, somewhere familiar, and then nothing. A gap, a void, and now this, Mars, the fourth planet from the sun. A world that should be impossible to reach without years of training, without a spacecraft, without a mission and a crew, and a reason to be here. But you are here, alone. And the silence is so complete that it feels like the universe itself is holding its breath, waiting to see what you will do next. You stand slowly, testing the weight of your body in this lighter gravity. Each movement feels dreamlike, as though you're underwater, as though the laws of physics have been rewritten just for you. The suit you're wearing is bulky but functional, with tubes and seals and a helmet that rests nearby on the ground, its visor reflecting the pale sun. You pick it up, turning it over in your hands, and see your own face staring back at you, distorted, unfamiliar, framed by the curve of the glass. You look tired, confused, afraid, but you are breathing. The air inside the suit is thin but breathable, recycled through filters you cannot see, sustained by technology you do not understand. You glance around, searching for the source, and spot it a few meters away. A small module, half buried in the dust, its metal surface scarred and weathered, as though it has been here for years. Cables snake out from its base, disappearing into the ground, and a faint hum emanates from within. The only sound in this silent world, a mechanical heartbeat that tells you that you're not entirely without resources. You walk toward it, each step kicking up small clouds of dust that hang in the air longer than they should. drifting slowly back to the ground in the weak gravity. The module is unmarked, its surface covered in a thin layer of red powder, but there is a hatch on one side sealed tight. You reach for it, your gloved fingers fumbling with the latch, and after a moment it gives way with a hiss of escaping air. Inside, the space is cramped but organized. Shelves lined with supplies, water containers, food rations sealed in silver pouches, tools you recognize and others you do not. There is a small screen mounted on the wall, dark and lifeless, and a control panel covered in buttons and switches that mean nothing to you. But there is no message, no instructions, no explanation for why you are here or how you arrived. Just the supplies, the equipment, the silent promise that someone or something intended for you to survive. You step back outside, closing the hatch behind you, and look up at the sky. The sun hangs low on the horizon, smaller than you remember, casting long shadows across the desert. And there, faint but unmistakable, are two moons, Phobos and Deimos, the twin companions of Mars, moving slowly across the sky like watchful eyes. They are smaller than Earth's moon, irregular and pockmarked, more like captured asteroids than true satellites. But they are there, proof that this is real, that you're truly standing on another world. The realization settles over you like a weight. You're on Mars, alone, with no memory of how you arrived and no way to leave. The nearest human being is millions of kilometers away, separated from you by the cold vacuum of space, by distances so vast that even light takes minutes to cross them. If you called out, no one would hear. If you sent a signal, it would take at least 4 minutes to reach Earth. And that is only if anyone is listening, only if there is still an Earth to receive it. You are more alone than any human has ever been, and yet as you stand there beneath the alien sky, something stirs inside you. Not panic, not despair, but something quieter, something deeper. Curiosity, wonder. The slow, creeping realization that you are standing on a world that has existed for billions of years, a world that has seen the rise and fall of climates, the flow of ancient rivers, the possibility, however remote, of life. You're the first person to stand in this exact spot, to see this exact view, to breathe this exact moment. And despite the fear, despite the isolation, there is something almost sacred about that. You begin to walk, not toward anything in particular, but simply to move, to explore, to see what lies beyond the next dune. The landscape shifts as you go, revealing new textures and colours, patches of darker rock, veins of lighter sediment, the occasional boulder that looks as though it was dropped from the sky. The dust clings to your boots, leaving a trail of footprints behind you, the first marks of human presence on this ancient surface. And as you walk, you begin to notice details you missed before, the way the light catches on the edges of stones, the subtle variations in the colour of the soil, the faint patterns etched into the rock that could be erosion or could be something else. Could there be traces of the past here? Evidence of something that came before? Mars was not always this cold, this dry, this lifeless. Billions of years ago it had an atmosphere thick enough to hold warmth, oceans deep enough to cover much of its surface, rivers that carved valleys and canyons into the rock. Scientists have found evidence of ancient lake beds, of minerals that only form in the presence of water, of landscapes shaped by forces that no longer exist. If life ever arose on Mars, it would have been then, in those early days when the planet was young and the conditions were right. But that was long ago. The atmosphere thinned. The water froze or evaporated or sank into the ground. The surface became a desert, scoured by dust storms and radiation, frozen at night and baked by day. If life existed here, it either died out or retreated underground, into caves and aquifers where liquid water might still flow, where the cold and the radiation cannot reach. And if it survived, if it adapted, if it found a way to endure in the darkness beneath the surface, then it is still there, waiting, hidden from view. You stop walking and look down at the ground beneath your feet. What lies below? How deep does the dust go? Are there layers of ice just beneath the surface, frozen reservoirs left over from a wetter age? Are there tunnels carved by ancient rivers, caverns hollowed out by volcanic activity, spaces where the temperature is warmer and the pressure is higher and the conditions are just right for something to survive? The thought sends a shiver through you, not of fear, but of possibility. You're standing on a world that might not be as dead as it seems, but there is no way to know. Not without tools, without equipment, without the ability to dig and drill and analyze. All you have is what you can see, what you can touch, what you can piece together from the landscape around you. And so you keep walking, following the contours of the land, letting your feet carry you toward the mountains in the distance. They rise up like the spine of some ancient creature, their peaks sharp and jagged, their slopes covered in loose rock and scree. It would take hours to reach them, maybe days, but there's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do but move forward and see what lies ahead. As you walk, the sun begins to set. The sky shifts from amber to deep red, then to a dusky purple that seems to glow from within. The temperature drops rapidly, the warmth of the day bleeding away into the thin atmosphere, and you feel the cold seeping through the suit, through the layers of insulation, into your bones. Mars is a planet of extremes. During the day, the surface can reach temperatures just above freezing in the equatorial regions, warm enough for liquid water to exist, if only briefly, if only in the right conditions. But at night, the temperature plummets to more than 100 degrees below zero, cold enough to freeze carbon dioxide out of the air, cold enough to kill any unprotected organism in minutes. You glance back at the module, now a small speck on the horizon, and realize that you will need to return before the cold becomes unbearable. But not yet. Not while there is still light, still time to see what lies ahead. You press on, your breath fogging the inside of your helmet, your fingers growing numb despite the heating elements in your gloves, and then, just as the last light fades from the sky, you see it, a shape on the ground, half buried in the dust, too regular to be natural. You approach slowly, your heart pounding, and kneel down beside it. It is metal, corroded and pitted by time, but unmistakably artificial. A piece of machinery, perhaps, or part of a structure. You brush away the dust, revealing more of the surface, and see markings, symbols, letters, numbers, worn almost smooth but still visible. They are not in any language you recognize, not English, not Russian, not Chinese. Something else, something older, or something that was never meant for human eyes. You sit back on your heels, staring at the object, your mind racing. What is this? A relic from a past mission, lost and forgotten? Or something else? Something that was here long before humans ever dreamed of reaching Mars. The possibilities spiral out in every direction, each one more impossible than the last. But the object is real. You can touch it, feel the cold metal beneath your gloves, see the way the dust has settled into the grooves of the markings. It exists, and if it exists, then there must be an explanation. But the night is closing in, and the cold is becoming dangerous. You mark the location in your mind, memorizing the shape of the nearby rocks, the angle of the mountains, the way the shadows fall. Then you turn and begin the long walk back to the module, your footprints glowing faintly in the light of the two moons. The silence is deeper now, heavier, as though the planet itself is settling into sleep. And as you walk, you cannot shake the feeling that you're being watched, that somewhere in the darkness something is aware of your presence. But when you look back, there is nothing, just the empty desert, stretching away into the night. You reach the module as the last warmth drains from the air, your body shaking with cold despite the suit's heating systems. The hatch opens with a hiss, and you stumble inside, sealing it behind you. The interior is warmer, the air stale but breathable, and you collapse onto the narrow bench that serves as a bed, your muscles aching from the walk. For a long time, you simply sit there, staring at the walls, trying to process what you have seen, the object, the markings, the sense that Mars is not as empty as it appears. You reach for one of the food pouches, tearing it open and forcing yourself to eat even though you have no appetite. The food is bland, tasteless, designed for nutrition rather than pleasure, but it is sustenance, and you will need your strength if you're to survive here. You drink from one of the water containers, the liquid cold and metallic, and then lie back on the bench, pulling a thin thermal blanket over yourself. Sleep does not come easily. Your mind is too full, too restless, replaying the events of the day over and over. The waking, the silence, the realization that you are alone on another world, and the object, half buried in the dust, its markings worn but still visible. What does it mean? Who left it there? And why can you not remember how you arrived? The questions circle endlessly, unanswered, until finally exhaustion overtakes you and you drift into a fitful sleep. Your dreams are strange, fragmented, filled with images of red deserts and distant mountains, of faces you cannot quite see and voices you cannot quite hear, and beneath it all, a sense of something waiting, something watching, something that has been here far longer than you. When you wake, the sun is already rising, its pale light filtering through the small window in the hatch. You sit up slowly, your body stiff and sore, and realize that you have survived your first night on Mars. The thought brings a strange sense of accomplishment, as though you have passed some invisible test. But the day ahead stretches out before you, empty and uncertain, and you know that survival is only the beginning. You step outside, blinking in the bright light, and look around. The landscape is the same as it was yesterday, red, barren, silent, but somehow it feels different now, familiar, as though you're beginning to understand its rhythms, its moods, its secrets. You walk back to the spot where you found the object, following your footprints from the night before, and kneel down beside it once more. In the daylight it is easier to see the details. The metal is old, ancient even, its surface covered in a patina that suggests centuries of exposure to the elements. The markings are more complex than you first realized, arranged in patterns that could be writing, or could be something else. Diagrams, perhaps, or maps. You trace them with your fingers, feeling the grooves beneath your gloves, and wonder what they're trying to say. And then you notice something else. A few meters away, partially hidden by a dune, is another object, and beyond that, another. You stand and walk toward them, your pulse quickening, and realize that they are not isolated artifacts but part of something larger. A trail, a path, leading away from the module toward the mountains, toward something you cannot yet see. You follow it, not because you have a choice, but because you have to know. Because the mystery has taken hold of you, and there is no turning back now. The objects become more frequent as you go, scattered across the landscape like breadcrumbs, each one slightly different but unmistakably connected. Some are small, no larger than your hand. Others are massive, half-buried structures that rise out of the ground like the bones of some long-dead creature. And all of them bear the same markings, the same symbols, the same sense of purpose. What were they for? Who made them? And why are they here, on a planet that should be lifeless, on a world that humanity has only just begun to explore? The trail leads you to the base of the mountains, where the ground becomes steeper and the rocks more jagged. You climb carefully, testing each handhold, each foothold, your breath coming in short gasps as the thin atmosphere struggles to provide enough oxygen. The suit systems compensate, feeding you air from the recyclers, but it is not enough to make the climb easy. Your muscles burn, your lungs rake, and more than once you have to stop and rest, leaning against the rock and staring out at the desert below. From this height, you can see for kilometers in every direction. The module is a tiny speck on the horizon, barely visible against the red expanse, and beyond it, stretching away to the edge of the world, is nothing but desert, endless, empty, silent. It is beautiful in a way that is almost painful, a landscape so vast and so alien that it defies comprehension. And yet, as you stand there, you cannot shake the feeling that you're not alone, that somewhere, hidden beneath the surface or buried in the mountains or watching from the shadows, something else is here. You continue climbing, following the trail of objects as it winds up the mountainside. And then, just as the sun reaches its zenith, you see it, an opening in the rock, a cave or a tunnel, its entrance framed by more of the strange metal structures. They are larger here, more intact, their surfaces covered in intricate carvings that seem to shimmer in the light. You approach slowly, your heart pounding, and peer inside. The tunnel is dark, but not completely. There's a faint glow coming from somewhere deep within, a soft bluish light that pulses like a heartbeat. You hesitate, every instinct telling you to turn back, to return to the safety of the module, to leave this place and its mysteries behind. But you cannot. The pull is too strong, the need to know too great. And so you step inside, into the darkness, into the unknown. The tunnel is narrow at first, forcing you to crouch, but it widens as you go deeper. The walls are smooth, almost polished, as though they were carved by something other than natural forces. The light grows brighter, and you realize that it is coming from the walls themselves, from veins of some luminescent mineral that runs through the rock like blood through veins. Is beautiful, otherworldly, and utterly impossible. And then the tunnel opens up into a chamber. It is vast, far larger than you expected, its ceiling lost in shadow. The walls are covered in the same carvings you saw outside, but here they are more elaborate, more detailed, telling a story you cannot yet read. And in the centre of the chamber, rising up from the floor like a monument, is a structure unlike anything you have ever seen. It is made of the same metal as the objects outside, but it is intact, pristine, as though it was built yesterday. Its surface is covered in panels and screens, some dark, some glowing with that same bluish light. And at its base, half hidden in shadow, is something that makes your breath catch in your throat. A figure, humanoid, but not human, tall and slender, its limbs too long, its proportions too strange. It is motionless, frozen in place, and for a moment you think it is a statue, a relic left behind by whoever built this place. But then you see the faint rise and fall of its chest, the slow, rhythmic movement that can only mean one thing. It is alive, or it was, or it is something in between, suspended in a state that defies definition. You approach slowly, your hands trembling, and reach out to touch it. The surface is cold, smooth, like glass or polished stone, and as your fingers make contact, the screens around you flicker to life, filling the chamber with light and sound. Images flash across the panels, landscapes, cities, faces, too fast to comprehend. And beneath it all, a voice, low and resonant, speaking in a language you do not understand but somehow feel in your bones. The chamber hums with energy, and you realize that you have activated something that has been waiting here, dormant, for longer than you can imagine. The figure does not move, but the screens continue to flash. The voice continues to speak, and you stand there, frozen, unable to look away. What is this place? What is this being? And what does it want from you? The questions hang in the air, unanswered, as the light grows brighter and the voice grows louder. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stops. The screens go dark, the voice falls silent, and you're left standing in the chamber, alone once more, with only the faint glow of the walls to guide you. You step back, your mind reeling, and turn to leave. But as you do, you catch a glimpse of something on one of the screens, a single image, frozen in place. It is a planet, blue and green and white, covered in oceans and clouds and continents. It is Earth, your home, the world you left behind, or were taken from, or somehow forgot. And beneath it, in symbols you can almost read, is a single word, a name, a warning, a promise. You do not know what it means, but you know, with a certainty that chills you to the core, that your presence here is not an accident, that you were brought to Mars for a reason, and that whatever that reason is, it is only just beginning to reveal itself. You leave the chamber and make your way back down the mountain, your thoughts a tangled mess of fear and wonder. The sun is lower now, casting long shadows across the desert, and you realize that you've been gone for hours. The module is still there, waiting for you, a small beacon of safety in the vast emptiness. But as you approach, you notice something that makes you stop in your tracks. There are new footprints in the dust, not yours, larger, deeper, leading away from the module and disappearing into the distance. You follow them with your eyes, tracing their path across the desert, and feel a chill run down your spine. You are not alone. You never were. Someone, or something, has been here, and they are still out there somewhere, watching. You enter the module and seal the hatch behind you, your hands shaking. The supplies are untouched, the equipment undisturbed, but the sense of violation is overwhelming. This was your sanctuary, your only refuge, and now it feels compromised, unsafe. You check the control panel, searching for any sign of tampering, but everything appears normal. The systems are functioning, the air is breathable, the water is clean, but the footprints are real. You saw them, and they mean that you're not the only one on this planet. The night falls quickly, and you lie on the bench staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Every sound makes you jump. The creak of the module settling, the hiss of the air recyclers, the faint whistle of wind outside. You tell yourself that it is nothing, that you're imagining things, that the isolation is playing tricks on your mind. But deep down you know the truth. Mars is not empty. It never was. And whatever is out there, it knows you are here. The days that follow blur together, each one a repetition of the last. You wake, you eat, you venture outside to explore. You return to the chamber in the mountains, studying the carvings, trying to decipher the symbols, searching for answers. But the more you learn, the less you understand. The structure is ancient, far older than any human civilization, and yet it is functional, operational, as though it was built to last forever. The figure remains motionless, suspended in its strange sleep, and the screens remain dark, refusing to reveal their secrets. But the footprints continue to appear, sometimes near the module, sometimes farther away, always leading in different directions. You try to follow them, but they vanish into the desert, swallowed by the dust and the wind. And each time you return, you find new ones, as though whoever or whatever is making them is circling you, studying you, waiting for something. The isolation begins to weigh on you, not just the physical isolation, but the mental, the emotional. You are alone in a way that no human has ever been, cut off from everything and everyone you've ever known. There is no one to talk to, no one to share your thoughts with, no one to reassure you that you are not going mad. The silence is constant, oppressive, broken only by the sound of your own breathing and the faint hum of the module's systems. And in that silence, your mind begins to wander, to question, to doubt. Are you really on Mars? Or is this some kind of simulation, some elaborate test designed to see how you will react? Are the footprints real, or are they hallucinations, products of a mind pushed to its limits? Is the chamber in the mountains a genuine discovery, or is it something your brain has constructed to make sense of the senseless? You do not know, and the not knowing is the worst part. But then, one day, something changes. You're outside, walking the perimeter of the module, when you see it. A light in the distance, faint but unmistakable, flickering like a flame. You stop and stare, your heart pounding, and realize that it is moving, coming closer. You stand frozen, unsure whether to run or to wait. And then the light resolves into a shape, a figure, walking toward you across the desert. It is not human. You can see that even from a distance. It is too tall, too thin, its movements too fluid, too graceful. But it is not hostile. It does not rush, does not threaten. It simply walks, steadily, purposefully, until it is standing a few meters away, its face, if it has a face, hidden in shadow. You stare at each other, neither moving, neither speaking, and then, slowly, the figure raises one hand and points, not at you, but past you, toward the mountains, toward the chamber. And you understand. It wants you to follow. It wants to show you something. You hesitate, every instinct screaming at you to run, to hide, to seal yourself inside the module and never come out. But curiosity wins, as it always does, and you nod. The figure turns and begins to walk, and you follow, your legs moving almost of their own accord. The journey takes hours, the figure moving at a steady pace that you struggle to match. The sun sets and rises again, and still you walk, following the silent guide across the desert and up into the mountains, and finally you reach the chamber once more, the entrance glowing with that same bluish light. The figure stops and gestures for you to enter. You do, stepping into the familiar space, and see that something has changed. The screens are active, displaying images and data in a language you still cannot read, and the figure at the center of the chamber, the one you thought was frozen, suspended, is moving, slowly, stiffly, as though wakened from a long sleep. It turns to look at you, and you see its eyes, large, dark, filled with something that might be recognition or might be sorrow. And then it speaks, its voice echoing through the chamber, and though you do not understand the words, you understand the meaning. You are brought here, not by accident, not by chance, but by design. Mars is not a dead world. It is a waiting world, a world that has been watching, listening, preparing, and you are part of that preparation, a piece of a puzzle that spans millennia, a link in a chain that connects the past to the future. The figure reaches out, and you take its hand, feeling the cold, smooth surface beneath your gloves, and in that moment, you understand. You're not alone. You never were. Mars has always been alive in ways that humanity has yet to comprehend. And now, standing in this ancient chamber, surrounded by the remnants of a civilization that rose and fell long before your own, you realize that your journey is only beginning. The screens flicker, and you see images of Earth, of cities and oceans and forests. And then you see Mars as it once was, green and blue, covered in water, teeming with life. And you see the future, a vision of what could be, of what might be, if humanity can learn the lessons that Mars has to teach. You do not know if you will ever return to Earth. You do not know if you will ever see another human face, hear another human voice. But you know, with a certainty that fills you with both fear and hope, that you are exactly where you are meant to be. And as the light in the chamber grows brighter, as the voice of the ancient figure fills your mind, you close your eyes and let yourself drift, carried by the current of something far larger than yourself, something that has been waiting for you since the moment you opened your eyes on this red, silent world. Time loses meaning after that. Days blend into nights, and nights into days, and you find yourself moving through the landscape like a ghost, guided by the figure, by the lights, by the whispers that seem to come from the rocks themselves. You learn to read the symbols, slowly, painstakingly, piecing together the story they tell. It is a story of rise and fall, of civilizations that reached for the stars and then collapsed, of worlds that were once alive and then died, of cycles that repeat endlessly, eternally. Mars was not always a desert. It was a garden, a paradise, a world where life flourished in forms you can barely imagine. But something happened, a catastrophe, a war, a slow decline, and the atmosphere thinned, the water vanished, the life retreated underground, and those who remained, those who survived, built the chambers, the structures, the monuments as a warning and a promise. A warning to those who would come after, and a promise that life, in some form, would endure. You're part of that promise now. You do not know how or why, but you feel it in your bones, in the rhythm of your heartbeat, in the way the planet seems to breathe around you. Mars is not dead. It is sleeping, and you are here to witness its awakening. The figure leads you deeper into the mountains, into tunnels that wind through the rock like veins, into chambers filled with technology you cannot comprehend. You see machines that hum with energy, screens that display star maps and planetary orbits, devices that seem to manipulate the very fabric of space and time. And you see others like the figure, tall, slender, silent, standing in alcoves, waiting, watching, their eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. They do not speak, but you feel their presence, their awareness. They are the guardians, the keepers of the knowledge, the last remnants of a civilization that once spanned the solar system. And they have been waiting for you, or for someone like you, for longer than you can imagine. One day, or perhaps it is night, you can no longer tell, The figure brings you to a chamber unlike any you have seen before. It is vast, its ceiling so high that it disappears into shadow, and at its centre is a pool of liquid, dark and still, reflecting the faint light from the walls. The figure gestures for you to approach, and you do, kneeling at the edge of the pool and staring into its depths. At first, you see nothing, just darkness, infinite and empty. But then slowly, images begin to form. You see Earth, spinning in the void, its surface covered in lights and cities and the scars of industry. You see Mars as it is now, red and barren, and as it was, green and alive. You see other worlds, other planets, some familiar and some utterly alien. And you see yourself, standing on the edge of the pool, staring into the water, your reflection distorted and strange. And then you see something else, a vision, a possibility, a future that has not yet come to pass. You see Mars transformed, its atmosphere thickened, its surface covered in water and vegetation, its cities rising from the dust like flowers after rain. You see humans and the Guardians working together, building, creating, shaping the planet into something new. And you see yourself among them, no longer alone, no longer lost, but part of something greater. Is this real? Or is it a dream, a hope, a fantasy conjured by a mind desperate for meaning? You do not know. But as you stare into the pool, you feel something shift inside you, a sense of purpose, of belonging, of understanding. You were brought here for a reason, not to survive, not to explore, but to witness, to learn, to carry the knowledge forward into whatever future awaits. The figure places a hand on your shoulder, and you look up, meeting its gaze, and in that moment you understand. You are not a prisoner on Mars. You are a messenger, a bridge between worlds, between times, between the past and the future, and your journey, though it began in confusion and fear, has led you to something far greater than you ever imagined. You stand and turn away from the pool, following the figure back through the tunnels, back toward the surface. The sun is rising as you emerge, casting long shadows across the desert, and you see the module in the distance, small and fragile against the vastness of the landscape. But it no longer feels like a prison. It feels like a beginning. You walk back slowly, savouring the feel of the ground beneath your feet, the weight of the suit, the sound of your own breathing. And as you reach the module, you turn and look back at the mountains, at the chambers hidden within, at the secrets they hold. You do not know what will happen next. You do not know if you will ever leave this planet, if you will ever see Earth again, if you will ever understand the full truth of why you are here. But you know that you are not alone, that Mars is not empty, that the universe is far stranger, far more wondrous than you ever dared to imagine. And that is enough. For now, it is enough. The days continue, each one a little easier than the last. You fall into a rhythm, a routine, a way of living that feels almost natural. You wake with the sun, you explore the desert, you return to the chamber in the mountains to study the symbols and the screens. The figure visits you sometimes, appearing without warning, guiding you to new places, showing you new wonders, and slowly, piece by piece, you begin to understand. Mars is a library, a repository of knowledge, of history, of the accumulated wisdom of countless civilizations that rose and fell across the solar system. The chambers are archives, the structures are monuments, the symbols are a language designed to transcend time and space, and you are the reader, the student, the one who has been chosen, or who chose yourself to learn. But why you? Why now? The question haunts you even as you accept your role. Are you special, or are you simply the first to arrive? Are you part of a plan, or are you an accident, a random variable in a cosmic equation? You do not know, and perhaps you never will. But as the weeks turn into months, as the seasons shift and the dust storms come and go, you begin to feel something you have not felt since you first opened your eyes on this red world. Peace. Not happiness, not contentment, but a deep, abiding peace that comes from knowing your place in the universe, from understanding that you are part of something larger than yourself. You still think about Earth sometimes, about the people you left behind, the life you once had, the world that seems so distant now. But the memories are fading, becoming less real, less important. Mars is your home now. The desert is your landscape. The silence is your companion. The guardians are your teachers. And though you are alone, you are not lonely. One night, as you lie on the bench in the module staring at the ceiling, you hear a sound, faint, distant, but unmistakable. A voice, human, speaking your language. You sit up, your heart racing, and listen. It is coming from the control panel, from the screen that has been dark since you arrived. You rush over and see that it is active, displaying a message, a transmission from Earth. The words are garbled, broken by static, but you can make out enough to understand. A mission, a crew, coming to Mars, looking for you. They know you are here. They are coming to bring you home. You stare at the screen, your mind reeling. Home. The word feels strange, foreign, as though it belongs to another life, another person. Do you want to go home? Do you want to leave this place, these secrets, this knowledge? Do you want to return to a world that no longer feels like yours? You do not know, and as the transmission fades, as the screen goes dark once more, you realize that you do not have to decide. Not yet, not until they arrive. And when they do, you will be ready. Ready to tell them what you have learned, what you have seen, what Mars has taught you, or ready to stay, to remain here on this red world, as a guardian yourself, a keeper of the knowledge, a bridge between the past and the future. The choice is yours. And for the first time since you woke up on Mars, you feel truly free. The transmission changes everything and nothing. You continue your routine, your explorations, your studies, but now there is a sense of anticipation, of waiting. The crew is coming. They will arrive in weeks, maybe months, and when they do, your solitude will end. You will no longer be alone. You will have to explain, to justify, to make sense of the impossible. But how do you explain what you have seen? How do you describe the chambers, the guardians, the visions in the pool? How do you convince them that Mars is not dead, that it is alive in ways they cannot yet comprehend? Will they believe you? Or will they think you have gone mad, that the isolation has broken you, that your mind has conjured fantasies to cope with the loneliness? You do not know. But you prepare, gathering evidence, documenting everything, recording the symbols and the images and the locations. You return to the chamber in the mountains one last time, standing before the figure, the guardian, the keeper of secrets, and you ask silently what you should do. The figure does not answer, but the screens flicker to life, displaying a single image. Earth and Mars, side by side, connected by a line of light, and you understand. The message is not for you alone. It is for all of humanity. A message that says, you are not alone, you have never been alone, and the universe is waiting for you to wake up. The crew listens in silence as you speak, their faces invisible behind their visors, but their body language betraying their emotions. Skepticism, confusion, wonder, fear. You tell them about waking up alone, about the module, about the footprints in the dust. You tell them about the chamber in the mountains, about the guardians, about the screens that showed visions of Mars as it once was and as it might be again. And as you speak, you watch them glance at each other, watch them shift their weight, watch them struggle to reconcile what you're saying with everything they thought they knew. When you finish, there is a long silence. The wind picks up, carrying dust across the desert, and the sun continues its slow descent toward the horizon. Finally, one of them steps forward. A woman, you think, based on her height and build, and speaks, her voice crackling through the suit's communication system. "Show us," she says. Simple, direct, and you nod. You lead them across the desert, retracing the path you've walked so many times before. The crew follows in a tight formation, their movements cautious, their hands never far from the equipment belts at their waists. They are trained for this, you realize. Trained for first contact, for the unexpected, for scenarios that should be impossible. But nothing could have trained them for this. For you. For what you're about to show them. The walk takes hours, and as you go, they ask questions. How long have you been here? Where did you come from? How did you survive? And you answer as best you can, though your answers raise more questions than they resolve. You do not know how you arrived. You do not remember your life before Mars. All you know is what you have learned here, in this place, from this planet that has become your teacher and your home. Memory loss, one of them mutters. Trauma, isolation psychosis. But another voice cuts in, sharper. Look at the equipment. Look at the suit. That's not from any mission we've sent. The design is wrong. The materials are wrong. It's too advanced. You say nothing. Let them debate. Let them theorize. Soon enough they will see for themselves. The mountains rise before you as darkness falls, their peaks silhouetted against a sky that deepens from amber to violet to the rich, star-studded black of a Martian night. You activate the light on your suit, and the others do the same, their beams cutting through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. And then you reach the entrance to the chamber, the metal structures framing the opening, the carvings catching the light and seeming to shimmer with an inner luminescence. The crew stops, and you hear their breathing quicken over the communication channel. One of them approaches the structures, running gloved fingers over the carvings, and you hear the sharp intake of breath. These markings, they're not human. The style, the symmetry, it's all wrong. This is... The voice trails off, unable or unwilling to finish the thought. This is what I wanted to show you, you say quietly. This is why I stayed. You enter the tunnel, and they follow, their lights bobbing and weaving in the darkness. The glowing veins in the walls pulse gently, and you hear someone whisper, "Bioluminescence? On Mars? That's impossible." "Everything here is impossible," you reply, "until it isn't." The tunnel opens into the chamber and the crew spreads out, their light sweeping across the vast space, illuminating the carvings on the walls, the structure in the centre, the dormant screens. And there, in the alcove, still motionless but somehow more present than before, is the Guardian, the figure you have come to know, the being that has guided you through your journey on this world. The crew freezes. For a long moment, no one moves, no one speaks, and then the woman who spoke before steps forward, her light focused on the Guardian's face, on those large dark eyes that seem to hold entire universes within them. "My God," she breathes, "it's real. It's actually real." Another crew member, a man by the sound of his voice, is examining the structure in the centre of the chamber, his hands moving over the panels and screens with a mixture of reverence and disbelief. This technology, I've never seen anything like it. The integration, the design principles, it's centuries beyond anything we have, maybe millennia. Or it's from a completely different evolutionary path, someone else suggests. A different way of thinking about engineering, about physics. This isn't just advanced, it's alien. The word hangs in the air, heavy and undeniable. Alien, not human, not from Earth. Evidence of life beyond your homeworld, beyond the familiar, beyond everything humanity has believed about its place in the cosmos. And it is here, on Mars, the planet that was supposed to be dead, that was supposed to be nothing more than a stepping stone on humanity's journey to the stars. You watch as they explore, as they document, as they try to make sense of what they are seeing. Their initial skepticism has given way to a kind of frenzied excitement, a hunger to understand, to catalogue, to explain. They are scientists, explorers, pioneers. This is what they live for. And yet, as you watch them, you feel a strange disconnect, a sense that they are missing something essential, something that cannot be measured or recorded or analysed. They are looking at Mars as a puzzle to be solved. But Mars is not a puzzle. It is a living thing, a consciousness, a presence that has been waiting for this moment for eons. And the Guardians are not relics to be studied. They are teachers, custodians of knowledge that humanity is only beginning to be ready to receive. You approach the Guardian, and as you do, the screens flicker to life, just as they did before. The crew gasps, turning to watch as images flash across the panels, star maps, planetary systems, equations and diagrams that seem to describe the fundamental structure of reality itself. And then, as before, the images slow, focusing on a single scene, Earth and Mars, side by side, connected by a line of light. "What is that?" someone asks. "A wormhole? A communication link? Some kind of energy transfer?" "It's a bridge," you say softly. "A connection. Mars is trying to tell us something. It's been trying to tell us for a long time." The woman turns to you, and though you cannot see her face, you can hear the intensity in her voice. What is it trying to tell us? You hesitate, searching for the right words. How do you explain what you have learned, what you have felt, what you have come to understand in your time here? How do you convey the sense of purpose, of destiny, of a story that is far larger than any individual life? That we're not alone, you say finally, that we never have been, that the universe is full of life, full of civilizations that have risen and fallen, full of knowledge and wisdom and mistakes. And that Mars is a library, a warning, a gift. It's all of those things. You gesture to the carvings on the walls, to the screens displaying their incomprehensible data. The beings who built this place, they understood something that we're only beginning to learn. That life is not a competition, it's a collaboration. That the universe doesn't belong to any one species, any one world. It belongs to all of us. And if we're going to survive, if we're going to thrive, we need to learn to work together, to share, to listen. The chamber falls silent, and you can feel the weight of your words settling over the crew. Some of them seem skeptical still, clinging to their training, their protocols, their need for empirical evidence. But others, you can see it in the way they move, in the subtle shifts of their posture, are beginning to understand. One of them approaches you, a younger man whose voice carries a note of wonder. "You're saying that all of this, the structures, the guardians, the technology, it was left here as a message. For us?" "Not just for us," you reply. "For anyone who would come, for anyone who would listen. Mars was a thriving world once, billions of years ago, and it died. or nearly died, for reasons we're still trying to understand. Climate change, asteroid impacts, the loss of its magnetic field. There are theories, but no definitive answers. But before it died, the beings who lived here, the guardians or their ancestors, they preserved their knowledge. They built these chambers, these archives, so that future civilizations wouldn't make the same mistakes, so that we would have a chance to learn from what came before. The woman is silent for a moment, processing. Then, if that's true, if this is all real, then we need to bring this back to Earth. We need to show them. The world needs to know. But even as she speaks, you see the Guardian move. It is subtle, almost imperceptible, but you have learned to read its gestures, its expressions, and you understand what it is trying to say. We can't, you say. Not yet. The knowledge here, it's not something that can be taken. It has to be earned, understood. We're not ready. Not ready. The woman's voice rises, incredulous. This is the most important discovery in human history. This changes everything. Our understanding of the universe, of life, of our place in the cosmos. How can we not be ready? Because we'll try to weaponize it, you say bluntly. We'll try to own it, to control it, to use it for power and profit. We'll turn it into a tool for division instead of unity. And that's not what the Guardians want. That's not what Mars is offering. The crew exchanges glances and you can feel the tension rising. They have a mission, orders, protocols to follow, and you are asking them to go against all of that, to trust in something that cannot be measured or quantified, something that exists in the realm of faith and intuition rather than data and evidence. The younger man speaks up again. Then what do? We can't just leave this here. We can't pretend we didn't see it. We don't leave it, you say. We learn from it. We study it here on Mars. We bring people, scientists, philosophers, artists, teachers, people who can approach this knowledge with humility and respect. And we let Mars teach us, slowly, carefully, the way it taught me. And when we're ready, when we've proven that we can be trusted, then we share what we've learned with the rest of humanity. It is a radical proposal, and you can see the resistance in their body language, hear it in the silence that follows. But you can also see something else, a glimmer of possibility, a recognition that perhaps, just perhaps, you are right. The woman finally speaks, her voice measured. That's not a decision we can make on our own. We'll need to report this to Mission Control, to Earth. They'll have to decide what comes next. I know, you say. But when you report it, tell them what I said. Tell them that Mars is not a resource to be exploited. It's a teacher, and we need to be students, not conquerors. The crew spends hours in the chamber, documenting everything they can, taking samples, recording measurements. You watch them work, answering their questions when you can, but mostly staying silent, letting them process what they are seeing in their own way. And as you watch, you see the Guardian, still and silent, its eyes following the movements of the crew with an expression that might be approval or might be concern. When they finally finish, when their equipment is packed and their data secured, the woman approaches you once more. We need to get you back to the lander, she says. You've been out here alone for too long. You need medical attention, psychological evaluation. You need to come home. Home, that word again. But this time it does not feel foreign, it feels complicated. Because home is not a place anymore. It is a state of being, a sense of belonging that you have found here, on Mars, in the silence and the solitude and the strange, profound connection you have formed with this world. I'll come with you, you say. But I'm not leaving Mars, not permanently. I need to be here. This is where I'm supposed to be. She nods slowly, as though she expected this answer. We'll talk about it, but for now, let's get you somewhere safe. The journey back to the lander is quiet. The crew subdued, each of them lost in their own thoughts. You walk among them, no longer an outsider, no longer a mystery, but not quite one of them either. You are something in between, a bridge, a translator, a person who has walked in two worlds and can speak the language of both. When you reach the lander, they usher you inside, sealing the hatch behind you. The interior is cramped but clean, filled with equipment and supplies, and the air is thick with the smell of recycled oxygen and human sweat. It feels alien after so long in the open desert, so long with only the silence and the wind for company. But it also feels safe, enclosed, protected. They remove your helmet and you see their faces for the first time, young, earnest, exhausted. The woman who's been speaking introduces herself as Commander Sarah Chen, a geologist and mission leader. The young man is Dr. Marcus Okafor, a biologist. The others have names and specialties, but they blur together in your mind, too many faces, too many voices after so long alone. Chen examines you with a practiced eye, checking your vitals, your reflexes, your responses. You're dehydrated, she says, malnourished, but considering what you've been through, you're in remarkably good shape. How long did you say you've been here? I don't know, you admit. Months, I think. Maybe longer. Time doesn't work the same way here. She frowns but does not push. Instead, she hands you a water pouch and a nutrient bar, and you eat and drink gratefully. The flavours almost overwhelming after so long surviving on the bland rations from the module. As you eat, the crew gathers around, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern. Okafor leans forward, his eyes bright with excitement. The organism we found in the chamber, the Guardian, as you call it. Do you know what it is? Where it came from? You shake your head. I know what it showed me. Images, visions, fragments of a history that spans millions of years. But I don't know if it's a biological entity, a synthetic construct, or something in between. I don't even know if those categories apply. It's something else, something beyond our current understanding. But it's alive, Okafor insists. We detected respiration, metabolic activity, faint but present. It's alive, you agree, but not in the way we usually think of life. It's more like a vessel, a container for knowledge, for memory, for the accumulated wisdom of an entire civilization. It's alive because the knowledge is alive, because stories, ideas, understanding, those things have their own kind of life. The crew exchanges glances, and you can see that some of them think you have gone mad, that the isolation has broken something fundamental in your mind. But others, Chen, Okafor, a few of the others, they are listening with an openness that gives you hope. Chen pulls out a tablet, scrolling through data. We need to establish a base camp near the chamber, a permanent research station. If what you're saying is true, if Mars really is a repository of alien knowledge, then we need to study it properly, carefully, with the resources and expertise it deserves. Yes, you say, but not a military base, not a corporate outpost. It needs to be neutral ground, a place where all of humanity can come to learn, regardless of nationality or ideology. Chen looks at you for a long moment, then nods. I'll recommend that in my report, but you understand that the decision isn't mine to make. Once we transmit what we've found, once Earth knows what's here, there will be pressure from governments, from corporations, from everyone who wants to claim a piece of this discovery. I know, you say. That's why I need to stay, to protect it, to make sure that Mars is treated with the respect it deserves. The lander's communication system crackles to life, and a voice from orbit fills the cabin, the ship's captain checking in, asking for a status update. Chen moves to the console, and you hear her begin to report, her voice steady and professional as she describes what they have found. But even as she speaks, you can hear the disbelief in the captain's responses, the demands for proof, for evidence, for something concrete that could be verified and analysed. It is beginning, you realise. The process of translation, of taking something ineffable and mysterious and reducing it to data points and scientific papers. It is necessary, perhaps inevitable, but something will be lost in the process. The magic, the wonder, the sense of standing in the presence of something greater than yourself. You close your eyes and let yourself drift, exhausted beyond measure. And as you drift, you hear the voice of the Guardian in your mind, not in words but in feelings, in impressions. It is not angry at the intrusion, not threatened by the arrival of others. It is patient, waiting, knowing that this is only the beginning, that the true test is yet to come. When you wake, the lander is quiet. Most of the crew are asleep in their bunks. Only Chen is awake, sitting at the console, staring at the screens with an expression you cannot quite read. You sit up and she turns to look at you. Can't sleep, you ask? She shakes her head. Too much to process. Too many implications. She pauses, then, I've been thinking about what you said, about Mars being a teacher, about us not being ready, and I think you're right. I've spent my entire career studying planets, analysing geological formations, searching for signs of ancient life, and I always approached it as a scientist, objective, detached, analytical. But this is different. Standing in that chamber, seeing the Guardian, feeling the weight of all that history, I realised that we can't approach this the way we've approached everything else. We can't just take samples and run experiments and publish papers. We need to change our entire mindset. You nod, feeling a surge of relief. That's exactly it. Mars is offering us a gift, but it's also testing us. Testing whether we're mature enough, wise enough, to handle what it has to teach us. Chen is silent for a moment, then, you've changed. Since you came here, you're not the same person you were before. I don't remember who I was before, you say honestly, but yes, Mars changed me. Or maybe it revealed something that was always there, waiting to be discovered. Do you ever want to remember your life before? The question catches you off guard. Do you? There are moments when you feel the absence of those memories like a phantom limb, an ache for something you cannot name. But there are other moments when you are grateful for the blank slate, for the chance to be someone new, someone shaped by this red world rather than the blue one you left behind. Sometimes, you say finally. But I'm also afraid that if I remember, I'll lose what I've gained here. The connection, the understanding, the sense of purpose. I don't want to go back to being someone who sees Mars as just another planet, just another rock in space, because it's so much more than that. Chen nods slowly. When we get back to Earth, if you come back with us, there will be doctors, therapists, people who will want to help you recover those memories. But if you don't want that, if you want to stay here, I'll support you. I'll make sure they understand. Thank you, you say, and you mean it. Because despite everything, despite the strangeness and the isolation and the impossibility of your situation, you have found something here, that most people spend their entire lives searching for. You have found meaning, purpose, a reason to exist that goes beyond survival, beyond comfort, beyond the small concerns of individual life. The days that follow fall into a new rhythm. The crew establishes a temporary camp near your module, setting up habitats and equipment, creating a small outpost on the Martian surface. More supplies arrive from orbit, lowered on tethers and parachutes, and slowly the camp takes shape. A cluster of inflatable domes and rigid structures, connected by pressurized tunnels, surrounded by solar panels and communication arrays. You help where you can, but mostly you act as a guide, leading expeditions to the chamber, translating what you have learned about the symbols and the structures, sharing your knowledge of the landscape and its secrets. The crew treats you with a mixture of respect and wariness, uncertain how to categorize you, how to fit you into their understanding of the mission. But slowly, as the weeks pass, barriers begin to break down. You share meals with them in the communal dome, listening to their stories of Earth, of training, of families left behind, and in turn, you tell them about your journey, about the footprints in the dust, about the Guardian, and the visions and the slow, profound transformation you have undergone. Some of them remain skeptical, clinging to conventional explanations, hallucinations, delusions, the effects of isolation on the human mind. But others are more open, more willing to consider that there are things in the universe that cannot be easily explained, phenomena that exist at the intersection of science and mystery. Okafor becomes a frequent companion, his enthusiasm for the biological possibilities of the Guardian infectious. He spends hours in the chamber, running non-invasive scans, collecting data, trying to understand the organism's structure and function. And slowly, painstakingly, patterns begin to emerge. "It's not carbon-based," he tells you one day, his voice trembling with excitement. Or rather, it is, but not in the way we understand it. The molecular structure is completely different, built on a foundation we've never seen before. It's like it evolved under different chemical conditions, different environmental pressures. This isn't just alien life, it's an entirely different form of life. You listen as he explains the data, the graphs and charts and molecular diagrams that mean little to you but everything to him. And you understand that this is his way of approaching the mystery, of making sense of the inexplicable. He needs the science, the evidence, the concrete proof. And that is okay, because not everyone can experience Mars the way you have. Not everyone can hear the whispers in the wind, feel the presence of the Guardians, sense the consciousness of the planet itself. But perhaps, through his science, through Chen's geology, through the work of all these specialists and experts, they can build a bridge between the rational and the mystical, between what can be measured and what can only be felt. One evening, as the sun sets and the crew gathers for their evening meal, Chen makes an announcement. "We've received approval from Earth. They're sending a larger expedition. Scientists, engineers, linguists, even some philosophers and ethicists. They'll arrive in 6 months, and when they do, we'll begin constructing a permanent research station. Mars is officially becoming humanity's first extraterrestrial research facility." The crew erupts in cheers, in celebration, but you feel a knot of anxiety forming in your stomach. 6 months. And then an influx of people, of equipment, of the full weight of human civilization bearing down on this fragile ancient place. You catch Chen's eye, and she sees your concern. Later, after the meal, she pulls you aside. "I know what you're thinking," she says, "and I share your concerns. But I've made it clear in my reports that this site needs to be protected, that we can't just tear it apart in the name of research. The protocols we establish now will set the precedent for how humanity interacts with alien sites in the future. We have a responsibility to get this right. And if Earth doesn't listen, if they decide that profit or power or national security is more important than protection, Chen's expression hardens. Then we fight, we make noise, we go public, we make sure that the world knows what's at stake. But I have to believe that humanity is capable of rising to this moment, of treating this discovery with the reverence it deserves. You want to share her optimism, but you have seen too much, learned too much from the Guardians. You have seen the evidence of civilizations that rose to great heights and then fell, that made the wrong choices at critical moments, that allowed fear or greed or short-sightedness to guide their decisions. Mars itself is a monument to what happens when a world loses its balance, when the conditions for life slip away and cannot be recovered. But you also know that despair is not the answer, that if there is any hope for humanity, any chance that you will survive your own critical moment, it lies in places like this, in the willingness to learn from the past, to listen to the wisdom of those who came before, to approach the unknown with humility rather than hubris. So you nod, accepting Chen's words, and resolve to do what you can, to be the voice of Mars, the advocate for the Guardians, the bridge between two worlds that desperately need each other. The months pass, and the work continues. The crew makes dozens of trips to the chamber, documenting every carving, every symbol, every piece of technology. They discover other sites, smaller chambers scattered across the region, connected by underground tunnels, each one containing its own treasures of knowledge and mystery. And slowly, piece by piece, a picture begins to emerge. Mars was once home to a sophisticated civilization, a species that evolved over millions of years and reached a level of technological advancement that rivaled or exceeded anything humanity has achieved. But they were not conquerors, not empire builders. They were explorers, philosophers, seekers of understanding. They spread across their world, building cities and structures that worked in harmony with the environment rather than against it. And they learned to manipulate the fundamental forces of nature, gravity, energy, even time itself, in ways that still defy human comprehension. But something went wrong. The planet's climate began to change, slowly at first and then more rapidly. The atmosphere thinned, the water disappeared, the surface became hostile to life, and despite all their knowledge, all their technology, they could not stop it. They could only adapt, retreating underground, preserving what they could, hoping that someday, somehow, their legacy would endure. The Guardians are the last of them, or perhaps not the last, but the Watchers, the keepers of the flame. They exist in a state between life and death, sustained by technology and will, waiting for others to arrive, to learn, to carry the story forward. It is a sobering tale, a reminder of the fragility of life, of the impermanence of even the greatest civilizations. But it is also a story of hope, of resilience, of the determination to leave something behind that might make a difference. And now humanity stands at the threshold, the same threshold that the Martians faced, the same critical moment when choices must be made. Will Earth learn from Mars's fate? Will humanity take the warnings seriously, change its course, find a way to live sustainably on its own world? Or will it repeat the same mistakes, the same patterns of exploitation and short-sightedness, until it too becomes a red desert, a silent monument to what might have been? You do not know the answer, but you know that you have a role to play in shaping it. The night before the new expedition is scheduled to arrive, you return to the chamber one last time. Alone. You have not been back in weeks, busy with the preparations, the briefings, the endless questions from the crew. But tonight, you need to be here, in this space that has become sacred to you, to say goodbye to the solitude that has defined your time on Mars. You stand before the Guardian, and it seems to you that its eyes are more luminous than before, that there is a warmth in its gaze that was not there when you first arrived. Or perhaps it is simply that you have learned to see it, to understand the subtle language of this alien presence. "Thank you," you say aloud, your voice echoing in the vast chamber, "for everything you've taught me, for changing me, for showing me that there is more to existence than I ever imagined." The screens flicker and an image appears, not Earth, not Mars, but something else. A spiral, a pattern, a symbol that seems to represent the flow of time, the cycles of creation and destruction that govern all things. And you understand that this is the Guardian's final lesson, the last piece of wisdom it has to offer. Everything ends, everything changes, but nothing is ever truly lost. The energy, the matter, the information, it all persists, transforming, evolving, becoming something new. Death is not an ending, but a transition, and every ending contains within it the seeds of a new beginning. Mars died, but it did not disappear. It transformed, became something else, a keeper of memories, a teacher for those who would come after, and humanity, standing on the brink of its own transformation, has the chance to learn from that example, to embrace change rather than fear it, to find a way forward that honours both the past and the future. You bow your head, feeling the weight of that understanding settle over you. And then you turn and walk back through the tunnel, back toward the surface, back toward the world of humans and their machines and their endless, beautiful, frustrating attempts to make sense of the cosmos. When you emerge, the stars are brilliant overhead, undimmed by atmosphere or light pollution, a reminder of the vastness of the universe and the smallness of individual lives within it. But you do not feel small. You feel connected, part of something vast and ancient and ongoing, a thread in a tapestry that stretches across space and time. The larger expedition arrives not as a single event, but as a series of them. Ships descending from orbit over the course of weeks, each one carrying personnel and equipment, each one changing the character of the camp a little more. What was once a small outpost of inflatable domes becomes a sprawling complex of modules and laboratories, of greenhouses and living quarters, of communication arrays that bristle with antennas pointed back toward Earth. You watch the transformation with mixed feelings. On one hand, it is thrilling to see so many minds gathering to study what you've found, to witness the birth of humanity's first true off-world research station. On the other hand, something is being lost. The silence, the intimacy, the sense that Mars was sharing its secrets with you alone, trusting you to be their steward. The new arrivals are a diverse group. There are xenobiologists and geologists, linguists and archaeologists, engineers and physicians. There are also people whose roles are less clear: corporate liaisons, military advisors, government representatives from a dozen different nations. They all want the same thing: access to the chamber, to the Guardians, to the knowledge that lies buried in the Martian stone. But they do not all want it for the same reasons. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, a linguist from Japan, becomes one of your closest collaborators. She is small and precise, with eyes that miss nothing, and a mind that approaches the alien symbols with the reverence of a scholar deciphering ancient scripture. She spends hours in the chamber with you, photographing the carvings, cataloguing the patterns, searching for grammatical structures or recurring motifs. Language is never just communication, she tells you one day as you sit together in the chamber, the guardian watching silently from its alcove. It's a window into thought itself. The way a culture structures its language reveals how it structures reality, how it categorizes experience, what it values. If we can crack this language, we won't just be able to read their words, we'll be able to think their thoughts. You find her presence calming. Unlike some of the others, she does not rush, does not demand immediate results. She understands that this is work that requires patience, intuition, time. She treats the chamber like a temple, removing her boots before entering, moving quietly, speaking in hushed tones. Not everyone shares her approach. Dr. Marcus Webb, a materials scientist from the United States, represents a different philosophy entirely. He is tall and broad-shouldered, with a booming voice and an impatience that manifests in every gesture. He wants samples, pieces of the structure, fragments of the guardian's flesh, core samples from the walls. He wants to disassemble, analyze, reverse engineer. We're not going to learn anything by just looking, he argues at one of the daily briefings, his frustration evident. We need to understand the composition, the molecular structure, the engineering principles. That means we need physical samples. That means we need to be willing to damage some of this to save all of it. Chen, who has remained as expedition leader, shakes her head firmly. We've been over this, Marcus. The protocols are clear. Non-invasive study only, at least for the first year. We document, we scan, we analyze what we can without disturbing the site. Protocols written by people who aren't here, Webb shoots back. Protocols written by committees on Earth who don't understand what we're dealing with. Every day we wait is a day we're not learning, not advancing, not preparing for whatever comes next. You speak up, surprising yourself with the force in your voice. This isn't a machine to be taken apart. It's a living archive. The Guardians trusted us with their knowledge. Cutting them open, tearing down their structures, that would be a violation of that trust. Webb turns to you, his expression somewhere between pity and exasperation. With all due respect, you've been alone out here for months. You've formed an emotional attachment which is understandable, but we can't let sentiment stand in the way of science. This is too important. It's not sentiment, you reply, keeping your voice level. It's understanding something you don't. The Guardians aren't just waiting to be studied, they're waiting to be understood. There's a difference. The briefing dissolves into argument, different factions taking different sides. Some support Chen's cautious approach, arguing for patience and respect. Others side with Webb, insisting that humanity needs to move faster, learn more, prepare for the possibility that Mars's secrets might be needed to solve crises back on Earth. Climate change, resource depletion, the endless conflicts that threaten to tear human civilization apart. You leave the briefing exhausted, seeking the solitude of the desert. But even that is becoming harder to find. There are rovers now, tracks crisscrossing the landscape, markers and equipment scattered across what was once pristine terrain. The module where you first woke up has been converted into a storage facility, stripped of its mystery, catalogued and explained. Progress, you suppose. But it feels like something precious is slipping away. That night you dream of the Guardian. In the dream it speaks to you, not in words but in images, in sensations, in a form of communication that bypasses language entirely. You see Mars as it was, blue and green, with oceans that stretched from horizon to horizon, clouds that swirled in complex patterns, mountains that scraped the edge of space. You see cities that grew like crystals, organic and geometric at once, integrated into the landscape rather than imposed upon it. You see the Martians themselves, tall and slender like the Guardian, but varied in form, in colour, in the subtle differences that distinguish individuals. They do not walk so much as flow, their movements graceful and economical. They communicate through touch, through bioluminescent displays that ripple across their skin, through harmonics that resonate in frequencies beyond human hearing. And you see their science, their philosophy, their art. They did not separate these disciplines the way humans do. For them, understanding the universe was an aesthetic act, a spiritual practice, a form of love. Their technology was not built to conquer nature, but to participate in it, to become partners in the cosmic dance rather than mere observers or exploiters. But you also see their downfall. It comes slowly, inexorably, like a tide that cannot be turned back. The sun changes, growing dimmer, its output fluctuating in ways that destabilize the climate. The planet's core cools, the magnetic field weakens, the atmosphere begins to bleed away into space. They try everything, geoengineering projects that span continents, atmospheric processes, artificial magnetospheres. For a time these efforts hold back the inevitable, but only for a time, and so they make a choice. Rather than flee to other worlds, which they have the capability to do, they choose to stay, to bear witness, to preserve their knowledge for whoever might come after. They retreat underground into the spaces where water still flows, where geothermal warmth still radiates, where life can endure in reduced but sustainable forms. And they create the Guardians, not quite alive, not quite machine, but something in between, to watch over the archives, to wait for the next chapter of the story. You wake with tears on your face, the dream still vivid in your mind, and you know, with absolute certainty, that it was not just a dream. It was a transmission, a teaching, a gift from the Guardian to you. The knowledge you need to understand what Mars is asking of humanity. You find Tanaka in the linguistics lab, surrounded by displays showing the alien symbols in various configurations. She looks up as you enter, noting your expression. "You've had a breakthrough," she says. It is not a question. You nod and begin to describe the dream, the visions, the understanding that came with them. She listens without interruption, her eyes growing wider as you speak. When you finish, she is silent for a long moment. "If what you're saying is true," she says finally, "then this isn't a written language in the traditional sense. It's a mnemonic system, a trigger for deeper knowledge that's transmitted—" "What? Telepathically? Through some kind of quantum entanglement? Through a medium we don't even have a name for yet?" "I don't know the mechanism," you admit. "But yes, the symbols aren't meant to be read the way we read text. They're meant to be experienced, to open pathways in the mind that allow for direct transfer of understanding. The Guardians have been waiting for someone who could receive that transmission. I think my time alone here, the isolation, the exposure to this place, it changed something in me, made me receptive in a way I wasn't before." Tanaka sits back, processing this. Then the question becomes, can we replicate that receptivity? Can we teach others to receive these transmissions? Or are you unique, the only translator we have? It is a question you have been avoiding because the answer frightens you. If you're the only one who can communicate with the Guardians in this way, then you become indispensable, a bottleneck through which all knowledge must flow. The pressure, the responsibility, the inevitable politics that will surround your role, It is almost too much to contemplate. But there is no avoiding it. You are the bridge, whether you want to be or not. Over the following weeks, you begin working with Tanaka and a small team to document everything you can about the transmissions. You return to the chamber daily, spending hours in meditation-like states before the Guardian, opening yourself to whatever it wishes to share. The information comes in waves, sometimes clear and structured, sometimes fragmentary and dreamlike. You emerge from these sessions exhausted, drained, but filled with knowledge that you struggle to articulate in human terms. You learn about Martian physics, which approach the universe not as a collection of particles and forces, but as a unified field of relationships, of information flowing through space-time like music through an instrument. You learn about their biology, which was not based on competition and survival, but on cooperation and integration, each organism existing as a node in a planetary network of consciousness. You learn about their mistakes too, the times they prioritized efficiency over sustainability, the moments they ignored warning signs, the periods when hubris convinced them they could control systems too complex to be controlled. These lessons come with a weight of sorrow, as though the Guardian is reliving its civilization's failures, hoping that by sharing them it can spare humanity the same fate. But not everyone is interested in these lessons. The political situation in the camp deteriorates as different factions jockey for influence. Webb's contingent grows more vocal, demanding action, results, tangible benefits from the discovery. They are backed by corporate interests on Earth, companies that see Mars not as a teacher, but as a resource, a treasure trove of advanced technology that could be exploited for profit. There are also the military advisors, quiet men and women who observe everything but say little. You catch them watching you sometimes, their expressions unreadable, and you wonder what they are thinking, what they are planning, whether they see the Guardians as a threat to be neutralized or a weapon to be claimed. The tension comes to a head during a supply delivery from Earth. Along with food and equipment, the ship carries new orders, classified, urgent, addressed to a Colonel Reeves, a man you've seen around the camp but never spoken to directly. Whatever the orders contain, they change everything. Reeves calls a meeting, this time with only select personnel. You are included, as is Chen, Webb, Tanaka, and a handful of others. Okafor is notably absent, as are most of the pure research scientists. Reeves is a man in his 50s, with iron-grey hair and eyes that have seen things he does not speak about. He stands at the head of the table in the command module, a tablet in his hands, and begins without preamble. Earth has determined that the situation here poses a potential security risk, he says. We have credible intelligence suggesting that other nations are planning their own missions to Mars, specifically to this site. There is concern that the technology here could fall into hostile hands, that the knowledge the Guardians possess could be weaponized. Therefore, new protocols are being put into effect immediately. Chen leans forward, her expression alarmed. What kind of protocols? Restricted access to the chamber, Reeves replies. Enhanced security measures, a full inventory and analysis of all Guardian technology, with an emphasis on understanding potential military applications. And he pauses, his eyes finding you. Mandatory psychological evaluation and monitoring for anyone who has had direct contact with the alien entities, for their own safety, of course. The room erupts. Chen is on her feet, arguing that these measures violate every principle of scientific cooperation, that they will turn Mars into a battlefield rather than a research site. Webb, surprisingly, also objects, pointing out that restricting access will slow research to a crawl. Tanaka says nothing, but you see the fear in her eyes. You remain silent, your mind racing. Mandatory monitoring, restricted access, military applications. They're going to try to control this, to own it, to turn the Guardian's gift into a tool for the same conflicts and competitions that have plagued humanity since the beginning. This is exactly what the Guardians feared. This is exactly what Mars has been trying to warn against. When the arguing dies down, you speak. Your voice is quiet, but something in it makes everyone turn to listen. If you do this, you say, you will lose everything. The Guardians will withdraw. The transmissions will stop. Mars will become what you seem to think it already is. A dead rock with some interesting artifacts. The knowledge you're hoping to extract, the technology you want to exploit. It doesn't work that way. It's not lying around waiting to be picked up. It's offered, shared, given freely to those who approach with the right intention. And if you approach with the wrong intention, you trail off, letting the implication hang. Reeves regards you with something that might be respect or might be concern. Are you threatening us? I'm warning you, you reply, not on my behalf, on behalf of what this place represents. You can point guns at the Guardians, you can restrict access to the chamber, you can lock me up and study me like a lab rat. But none of that will get you what you want. The only way forward is the way we've been going. Slowly, respectfully, with humility. Anything else will fail. There's a long silence. Finally, Chen speaks. There's precedent for this, she says. Antarctica, the Antarctic Treaty System. Multiple nations agreed to keep an entire continent demilitarized, dedicated to peaceful scientific research. We could do the same thing here. Make Mars neutral ground. A place that belongs to all of humanity, not to any one nation or corporation. Webb nods slowly. It's not a bad idea, but it would require buy-in from every major power. And right now, with tensions on Earth the way they are, then we make them understand what's at stake, you say. We show them what I've seen, what the Guardians have shared. We make it clear that this isn't just about technology or resources. It's about our future as a species, whether we're going to grow up and join the larger community of intelligent life in the universe, or whether we're going to destroy ourselves fighting over scraps. Reeves shakes his head. I appreciate the sentiment, but I have orders, and orders don't change just because someone has a nice vision. Then we'll go over your head, Chen says firmly. We'll broadcast this globally, make it public. Let the people of Earth decide what kind of species they want to be. That would be a violation of protocols, Reeves warns. Possibly treason, depending on how it's framed. Then arrest me, Chen says. But I'm not going to sit here and watch us turn the most important discovery in human history into another front in our endless stupid wars. The tension in the room is explosive. You can see Reeves calculating, weighing his options, trying to determine how far he can push before something breaks. And you realize that this moment right now is exactly what the Guardians has been preparing for. This is the test. Not whether humanity can learn from their technology, but whether humanity can transcend its own worst instincts, choose cooperation over competition, wisdom over power. You stand, your heart pounding, and make a decision. I'm going to the chamber, you announce. Anyone who wants to come can come. Anyone who wants to stop me will have to shoot me. Because I'm done with meetings and protocols and politics. The Guardians have something to show us, something important, and I'm not going to let fear or greed or bureaucracy stand in the way anymore. You walk toward the exit, half expecting to hear the click of a weapon being readied, the command to stop. But instead you hear footsteps behind you. Tanaka, then Okafor, who must have been listening from outside, then Chen, then others, a growing group of scientists and researchers who have had enough of being told what to do by people who aren't here, who don't understand what's at stake. Webb hesitates, then joins as well, his expression conflicted but resolved. Reeves watches the exodus with an unreadable expression. Finally he speaks. "I'll be reporting this," he says, but he does not try to stop you. The group walks across the Martian landscape in silence, a procession of precious suits and helmets, of scientists staging the quietest, most profound rebellion in human history. The sun is setting, casting the desert in shades of amber and rust, and the two moons are rising, watching like witnesses. When you reach the chamber, you lead them inside, into the space that has become sacred to you. The Guardian is there, as always, and as you approach, the screens flicker to life. But this time, they show something different. Not images from the past, not visions of ancient Mars, but something happening now, in real time. The screens show Earth, the blue marble hanging in space, beautiful and fragile and utterly irreplaceable. But as you watch, the perspective shifts, zooms in, showing cities and forests, oceans and deserts, showing the damage, the scarred landscapes, the polluted waters, the atmosphere thickening with greenhouse gases, showing the conflicts, borders drawn and redrawn in blood, resources hoarded while others starve, the endless cycle of violence and retaliation. But then the view shifts again, and you see something else. Acts of kindness, of cooperation, of humans working together to solve problems, to heal wounds, to build rather than destroy. You see scientists sharing data across borders, activists fighting to protect the environment, ordinary people making choices that prioritize the future over the present, the collective over the individual. And you understand what the Guardian is showing you. Earth stands at a crossroads, just as Mars once did. The choices made now in these critical years will determine whether humanity survives and thrives, or whether it joins the long list of civilizations that reached for the stars and fell short. Mars cannot save you. The Guardians cannot solve your problems for you. But they can offer you a mirror, a reflection, a chance to see yourselves clearly and choose wisely. The Guardian moves, stepping down from its alcove for the first time since you arrived. The assembled scientists gasp, stepping back, and you feel a wave of energy wash over you. Not threatening, but powerful, ancient, profound. The Guardian approaches you, and you stand your ground, meeting its dark eyes. It reaches out one long-fingered hand and places it on your chest, over your heart. And suddenly, you are not just receiving a transmission, you're part of it, a conduit, a living link between the Guardian and everyone present. Knowledge floods through you and out into the minds of those around you. Not words, not images, but pure understanding. You feel Tanaka gasp as she suddenly comprehends the structure of the Martian language, sees how it maps directly onto consciousness itself. You feel Webb's shock as he understands that the technology here is not machinery, but something closer to art, to intention made manifest through principles that human physics has not yet discovered. You feel Chen's wonder as she grasps the true history of Mars, the billions of years of life and death and transformation compressed into a moment of perfect clarity. And you feel something else, the presence of the others who are here with you. Not just the humans, but the planet itself. Mars as a living entity, a consciousness that has been waiting, watching, hoping that the newcomers would be worthy of the inheritance they were being offered. The transmission ends, and the Guardian withdraws its hand. You stumble, and Tanaka catches you, her eyes wide with tears. "I saw," she whispers. "I felt. Oh God, I understand now." Around the chamber, scientists are on their knees, weeping or laughing or simply sitting in stunned silence. The experience has changed them, just as it changed you. They're no longer just observers, no longer detached, analysts studying alien artifacts. They are participants, students, initiates into mysteries that humanity has barely begun to comprehend. Webb approaches you, his face transformed. "I was wrong," he says simply. "I thought we needed to take this apart to understand it." But understanding isn't about dissection. It's about integration, connection, becoming part of the story rather than just reading it. You nod, too exhausted to speak. The Guardian returns to its alcove, settling back into stillness. But you can feel that something has shifted. A threshold has been crossed. Humanity has passed its first test, not with flying colours perhaps, but with enough grace to be allowed to continue. Over the following days, word of what happened spreads through the camp. Some dismiss it as mass hallucination, a psychological phenomenon brought on by isolation and the strangeness of the environment. But others, the ones who were there, who felt the transmission, know better. And slowly, gradually, they begin to change the culture of the base, to push back against the military posturing and corporate manoeuvring, to insist that Mars be treated as what it truly is, a gift, not a prize. Reeves, surprisingly, becomes an ally. Whatever he reports back to Earth, it must be compelling, because the orders change, the protocols relax, the security measures are scaled back, and most importantly, discussions begin about creating an international framework for Mars research, something modelled on the Antarctic Treaty, but deeper, more comprehensive, with enforcement mechanisms to ensure that no one nation or entity can claim ownership of the alien legacy. It is not perfect. There are still disagreements, still factions that want to move faster or slower, still people who see Mars through the lens of their own agendas. But the balance has shifted. The understanding has taken root, and you allow yourself to hope that maybe, just maybe, humanity is ready for what comes next. Late one night, you are back in your quarters, a small module you share with two other researchers, when you receive a message. It is audio only, transmitted on a private channel, and when you play it, you hear a voice you have not heard in how long? Forever? Never? "We know who you are," the voice says. A woman, middle-aged, with an accent you cannot place. "We know what happened to you, how you came to be on Mars, and we want you to know that you were right to keep it secret. But the time for secrets is ending. Soon you will need to decide who you really are, the person you were before, or the person Mars has made you. Choose wisely." The message ends. You sit in the darkness, your heart racing, trying to understand what you just heard. Someone knows about your past, about the life you cannot remember. Someone has answers to questions you've been too afraid to ask. But who? And how? And what do they want from you? You lie awake for hours, wrestling with the decision. Part of you wants to know, desperately, to remember who you were, where you came from, how you ended up alone on Mars with no memory and a suit that shouldn't exist. But another part of you fears that knowledge, fears that it will unmake everything you have become, drag you back into a life that no longer fits. By morning you have made your decision. You need to know. Not because the past defines you, but because you cannot move forward with a ghost at your back, with questions that fester in the dark corners of your mind. You trace the message's origin, not difficult, with the base's communication logs. It came from one of the newer arrivals, a woman named Dr. Elena Kossar, a neuroscientist from Russia who specializes in memory and consciousness. You've seen her around but never spoken to her directly. You find her in one of the biology labs working alone. When you enter, she looks up without surprise, as though she has been expecting you. "You came," she says. Her English is accented but precise. "Good. We have much to discuss." "Who am I?" you ask bluntly. No pleasantries, no small talk. You're done with evasion. She gestures to a chair and you sit. "Your name was Dr. Adrian Cross. You are a neuropsychologist, one of the leading researchers in altered states of consciousness in the neurological basis of mystical experience. 5 years ago, you disappeared. Your colleagues assumed you were dead. Adrian Cross. The name means nothing to you." But as she speaks, tiny fragments surface, flashes of memory so faint they might be imagination, a lecture hall, equipment, a face in a mirror that might be yours, younger, more certain. "What happened to me?" you ask. Kosa's expression is troubled. You were part of a classified project, an attempt to create, let us call it, an enhanced consciousness interface, a way to allow humans to perceive and interact with forms of intelligence that operate on different frequencies, different principles than our own. The military was interested, of course, but so were you, for your own reasons. You believed that humanity's next evolutionary step would be cognitive, not physical, that we needed to expand our capacity for perception, for understanding, if we were to survive as a species. The pieces are falling into place, forming a picture you do not want to see. The experiment went wrong. Not wrong, Kossar corrects, but further than anyone anticipated. You successfully altered your consciousness, opened yourself to forms of perception that should not have been possible. But the process was traumatic. It shattered your previous personality, your memories, your sense of self. We thought we had lost you, and then, she pauses, then you disappeared. Took a shuttle that was being prepared for a Mars supply run. No one knew you were aboard until you were already gone. By the time we realized, it was too late to turn back. You sit in stunned silence, trying to integrate this information with everything you know about yourself, Adrian Cross, a scientist who deliberately broke his own mind in pursuit of expanded consciousness, a man who stole a ride to Mars because... why? Because he was drawn here? Because he knew, somehow, that this was where he needed to be? "So I'm not just someone who ended up on Mars by accident," you say slowly. "I'm someone who chose this, who made myself into someone who could communicate with the Guardians. Perhaps," Kossar says, "or perhaps the Guardians themselves were calling, and you were the first to hear. Cause and effect become unclear when dealing with consciousness at these levels. Did you open yourself to them, or did they open you? Both may be true. Why are you telling me this now?" "Because Earth needs to know what you are," Kossar says. "Not just a survivor, not just a translator. You are proof that humanity can evolve, can expand beyond its current limitations. You are the prototype for what we might become. And there are those on Earth, my employers among them, who want to understand how to replicate what you have achieved, who want to create more people like you." The implications are staggering. An army of enhanced humans, able to perceive and interact with alien intelligence, able to access the transmissions from the Guardians. It could be humanity's salvation, a way to rapidly acquire the knowledge needed to solve your existential crises. Or it could be a disaster, A new form of humanity that leaves the old behind, creating a division that could tear your species apart. What do you want from me, you ask? Help us, Kosa says. Help us understand the process you went through. Let us study you, safely, ethically, not to exploit, but to learn, to give humanity a choice about its future. You stand, needing space, needing air. I need to think about this. Of course, Kosa says. But Adrian, she uses the name deliberately and you flinch. Time is running out. Earth is approaching a breaking point. Climate collapse, resource wars, the fracturing of international cooperation. We need what Mars has to teach us, and we need it soon. You may be the only way to accelerate that learning enough to matter. You leave without answering, walking out into the Martian day, your mind churning. Adrian Cross, a man who sacrificed everything, his identity, his memories, his very self, to achieve a form of consciousness that could bridge worlds. A man who is both dead and alive, replaced by whoever you are now. And the question remains, who are you? The person you were, or the person you have become? Adrian Cross, or the nameless wanderer who woke up in the Red Desert? Can you be both? Must you choose? You walk to the edge of the camp, staring out at the horizon, at the mountains where the guardians wait in their timeless vigil. And you realize that the answer has been there all along, woven into every transmission, every vision, every lesson Mars has tried to teach you. You are not one or the other. You are the transformation itself, the bridge between what was and what will be. Adrian Cross died so that something new could be born, something that had never existed before. A human consciousness shaped by two worlds, able to translate between them, to carry meaning across the void that separates species and civilizations and ways of being. You are not the endpoint. You are the beginning, the first step in an evolution that will take centuries, millennia, to unfold. And whether that evolution happens safely, ethically, with wisdom and care, depends on the choices you make now. You return to find Kosar and give her your answer. You will help, but on your terms. The research will be transparent, public, subject to international oversight. The techniques developed will be available to anyone who wants them, not hoarded by governments or corporations. And most importantly, anyone who chooses this path must do so freely, understanding that they are not just gaining new abilities, they are becoming something new, something that cannot go back to what they were. It is a gamble, a leap of faith that humanity can handle this responsibility, can resist the temptation to weaponize or monopolize what you represent. But as you stand there, feeling the connection to Mars thrumming through your transformed consciousness, you know it is the right choice. Because the alternative, keeping this locked away, hidden, restricted, would betray everything the Guardians have tried to teach you. Knowledge is not meant to be hoarded. It is meant to be shared, to flow like water through the channels of consciousness, nourishing and transforming whatever it touches. And if humanity cannot handle that, cannot rise to meet this challenge, then perhaps you do not deserve the inheritance Mars is offering. But you believe, you have to believe, that you can. That hidden within the violence and greed and short-sightedness, there is also wisdom, compassion, the capacity for growth. You have seen it in Chen's leadership, in Tanaka's reverence, in Webb's transformation, in the tears of scientists kneeling in the chamber after their first true transmission. Humanity is not perfect, but neither were the Martians. They made mistakes, failed in crucial ways, lost their world to forces they could not or would not control. But they learned, they preserved what they could, They reached across millions of years to offer their hard-won wisdom to whoever came next. And now you, Adrian Cross, the nameless wanderer, the bridge between worlds, have the chance to honor that gift, to help your species take its next stumbling, uncertain, beautiful step toward whatever future awaits among the stars. You look up at the rust-colored sky, at the sun hanging low on the horizon, at the stars beginning to emerge in the gathering dusk, and for the first time since you woke up on this red desert world, you feel that you truly understand why you are here. Not by accident, not by fate, but by choice. A choice made by someone you used to be, for the sake of someone you have become, in service of a future that has not yet been written, and that future begins now. Why does the universe seem so empty? Look up on a clear night, far from the glow of cities, and you will see thousands of stars scattered across the black, each one a sun. Many of them older than ours, larger, burning with ancient light that began its journey before the first humans walked the earth. And around those stars, we now know, orbit countless worlds. Planets of ice and iron, worlds wrapped in thick atmospheres, rocky spheres that might hold water, might hold warmth, might hold the conditions for something to begin. The numbers are staggering. Our galaxy alone contains somewhere between 100 billion and 400 billion stars. And beyond our galaxy, there are billions more galaxies, each one a spiral of light containing billions of stars of their own. If you do the math, even conservatively, the universe should be teeming with life. Not just simple organisms clinging to the edge of survival, but civilizations. Beings who think, who build, who reach outward into the cosmos just as we have begun to do. And yet, when we listen, we hear nothing. No signals, no transmissions, no evidence of vast empires stretching between the stars, no megastructures harvesting the energy of suns, no fleets of ships crossing the void, just silence. A silence so profound, so complete, that it has haunted scientists and philosophers for generations. This is the Fermi paradox, named after the physicist Enrico Fermi, who asked a simple question over lunch one day in 1950. Where is everybody? It is a question that should not need asking. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. Our Sun, our Earth, are relative newcomers, only 4.5 billion years in the making. That means there were billions of years before us, billions of years for other civilizations to arise, to grow, to spread. If even a tiny fraction of those stars produced intelligent life, and if even a small number of those civilizations survived long enough to explore their galaxy, then the Milky Way should be crowded. We should see their marks everywhere. We should have been found by now, but we have not been. And that absence, that emptiness, suggests something darker, something that stops civilizations before they can reach the stars, something that has stopped them all. This is the idea of the Great Filter. The Great Filter is not a place. It is not a wall at the edge of space, not a cosmic barrier that can be seen or touched. It is a concept, a threshold, a stage in the development of life that is so difficult, so deadly, that almost nothing survives it. It is the reason the universe is silent, the reason we are alone. And the terrifying part is this. We do not know where the filter lies. We do not know if it is behind us, something we have already passed through by sheer luck, or if it is still ahead, waiting in our future like a trap we cannot see. If the filter is behind us, then we are the exception, the miracle, the 1 in a trillion chance that made it through. But if the filter is ahead, then everything we are building, everything we are becoming, is leading us toward the same fate that claimed every other civilization that tried. Tonight, we're going to explore that idea, not with panic, not with fear, but with the slow, quiet curiosity of someone tracing a pattern in the dark. We're going to ask what the filter might be, where it might wait, and whether there is any way to survive it. This is not a story with easy answers. It is a story about the fragility of existence, the silence of the cosmos, and the haunting possibility that intelligence itself might be the seed of extinction. So settle in, let the world outside fade, and let us begin. The silence of the universe was not always considered strange. For most of human history, we believed we were alone by design. The earth was the center of creation, The stars were distant lights set in a celestial sphere, and the idea that other worlds might exist, let alone harbour life, was the domain of poets and dreamers. It was not until the 20th century, when our technology advanced enough to truly see the scale of the cosmos, that the silence began to feel wrong. In the 1960s, we started listening. Radio telescopes turned toward the sky, scanning frequencies, searching for patterns that could not be natural. The hope was that somewhere out there, another civilization was broadcasting, intentionally or not, and that we might catch the faintest whisper of their existence. Projects like SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, have been listening ever since. Decades of scanning, decades of silence. At first, scientists assumed we simply had not looked long enough, or in the right places. Space is vast, after all. Signals degrade over distance. Maybe we were listening to the wrong frequencies, or pointing our telescopes in the wrong direction. But as the years passed and the technology improved, the silence became harder to explain. We have now surveyed millions of star systems. We have listened across a wide range of frequencies. We have looked for signs of megastructures, artificial heat signatures, anything that might indicate advanced technology. And we have found nothing. This is where the Fermi paradox truly takes hold. Because the math does not support the silence. Consider this. Our galaxy is roughly 100,000 light-years across. If a civilization developed the ability to travel between stars, even at a fraction of the speed of light, they could colonize the entire galaxy in just a few million years. That sounds like a long time to us, but on cosmic scales it is nothing, a blink. The Milky Way has existed for over 13 billion years. There has been more than enough time for a spacefaring civilization to spread everywhere, to leave traces, to make their presence known. And yet, we see no evidence of that. No ancient probes orbiting distant stars, no remnants of long-dead empires, no signals, no ruins, no footprints in the dust of dead worlds. It is as though intelligence arises, flickers briefly, and then vanishes before it can leave a mark. This is what led to the idea of the Great Filter. The theory suggests that somewhere between the formation of a planet and the creation of a galaxy-spanning civilization, there is a step so difficult that almost nothing makes it through. A bottleneck, a point of no return. And the question that keeps scientists awake at night is this. Where does that bottleneck lie? There are, broadly speaking, two possibilities. Either the filter is behind us, or it is ahead of us. If it is behind us, then the hard part is already over. The emergence of life itself, or the jump from simple cells to complex organisms, or the development of intelligence. One of these steps is so improbable that we are among the first, perhaps the only ones, to have made it this far. In that case, the universe is silent because life is rare. We are not in danger of extinction from some future filter, because we have already beaten the odds. But if the filter is ahead of us, then the silence takes on a different meaning. It means that civilizations do arise. They do develop technology. They do reach for the stars, but something stops them. Something kills them before they can spread. And if that is true, then we are not safe. We are simply next in line. The question, then, is what could the filter be? What force, what event, what flaw could be so universal, so absolute, that it destroys every civilization that encounters it? Let us begin by looking backward into the deep history of a life on Earth, and see if we can find clues in the path we've already walked. Life on Earth is 4 billion years old, give or take. That is almost as old as the planet itself. within a few 100 million years of the Earth's surface cooling enough to hold liquid water, the first simple cells appeared. Single-celled organisms, bacteria-like, floating in ancient oceans. For billions of years, that was all there was. Just microbes. No plants, no animals, no complexity. Just tiny specks of life, dividing and surviving in a world that was hostile and strange. This is the first potential filter, the origin of life itself. We do not know how life began. We have theories, chemical reactions in deep-sea vents, organic molecules delivered by comets, self-replicating RNA emerging from primordial soup, but no definitive answer. It is possible that the jump from non-living chemistry to living biology is so improbable, so dependent on perfect conditions that it almost never happens. If that is the case, then Earth is a fluke, a 1 in a billion accident. And the reason the universe is silent is because most planets never get past this step. But here is the problem with that theory. Life on Earth appeared quickly, almost as soon as it was possible. That suggests that the origin of life might not be as hard as we think. If it were truly rare, we would expect it to take much longer, to require countless failed attempts over billions of years. Instead, it happened almost immediately, which means the filter might not be here. It might be somewhere else. The next major step came much later. For roughly 2 billion years, life on Earth remained simple. Just bacteria and archaea, single-celled organisms with no internal structure. Then, around 2 billion years ago, something extraordinary happened. One cell engulfed another, and instead of digesting it, the two began to cooperate. The smaller cell became a mitochondrion, an organelle that produces energy, and the larger cell became the ancestor of all complex life. This is called endosymbiosis, and it only happened once. Every plant, every animal, every fungus on Earth descends from that single event. This could be the filter. The jump from simple prokaryotic cells to complex eukaryotic cells might be so unlikely, so dependent on a perfect storm of circumstances that it almost never occurs. If that is true, then the universe might be full of microbial life, but empty of anything more complex. Planets covered in bacterial mats, but no forests, no oceans teeming with fish, no creatures that think. But again, we do not know. We have only one example, Earth. And on Earth, once complex cells appeared, evolution exploded. Multicellular organisms emerged. Plants colonized the land. Animals followed. Intelligence arose. Which brings us to the next possibility. Maybe the filter is not in the biology, but in the intelligence itself. For most of Earth's history, intelligence was not necessary. Survival depended on reproduction, on adaptation, on filling ecological niches. Thinking, planning, abstract reasoning, these were luxuries, not requirements. And even when intelligence did begin to evolve, it was not inevitable that it would lead to technology. Dolphins are intelligent, crows are intelligent, octopuses are intelligent. But none of them have built cities or written books or launched rockets into space. Humans are the exception, and we are a very recent exception. Anatomically modern humans have existed for only about 300,000 years. Civilization, agriculture, writing. These are only 10,000 years old. Industrial technology is only a few centuries old. Space travel is only decades old. On the timescale of Earth's history, we are a blip, a flash. And the question is, are we an anomaly, or are we the beginning of something that always ends the same way? Because here is the unsettling part. Intelligence, as far as we can tell, is not a stable trait. It does not guarantee survival. In fact, it might do the opposite. Intelligence gives a species the ability to reshape its environment, to extract resources, to grow beyond the limits that once constrained it. But it also gives that species the ability to destroy itself, to poison its own air and water, to create weapons that can end all life in an instant, to alter the climate, to deplete the soil, to drive other species to extinction until the entire ecosystem collapses. We've been intelligent for a few 100,000 years, we've been technological for a few hundred, and already we're facing existential threats: climate change, nuclear weapons, pandemics, artificial intelligence, biotechnology. Each one of these has the potential to end us. And if we are facing these threats after only a few centuries of industrialization, what does that say about every other civilization that might have reached this point? Maybe the filter is not behind us. Maybe it is right here, right now. Maybe intelligence is the filter. Maybe every species that becomes smart enough to reshape its world also becomes smart enough to destroy it. And maybe in the end they all do. There is a pattern in history that repeats itself, over and over, across cultures and continents. Civilizations rise, they grow, they become powerful, complex, interconnected, and then they fall. Sometimes slowly over centuries, sometimes quickly within a generation, but they always fall. The ancient Sumerians, who built the first cities in Mesopotamia, collapsed after centuries of salinization destroyed their farmland. The Maya, whose cities once dominated Central America, abandoned their great temples and pyramids, possibly due to drought and resource depletion. The Roman Empire, which controlled the Mediterranean for half a millennium, fractured under the weight of its own complexity, unable to sustain itself. The Khmer Empire, the ancestral Puebloans, the Rapa Nui of Easter Island, each one a story of growth, overreach, and collapse. These were not primitive societies. They were advanced, organized, capable of incredible feats of engineering and art. And yet, they could not last. Something always went wrong. Resources ran out. The climate shifted. Internal conflicts tore them apart. Diseases swept through. Invaders arrived. Or in many cases, they simply grew too complex to manage, too fragile to adapt, and they broke under their own weight. This is called the collapse of complex societies, and it is a well-documented phenomenon. The historian Joseph Tainter studied it extensively, and his conclusion was sobering. Complexity is not free. It requires energy, resources, coordination. And as a society becomes more complex, the cost of maintaining that complexity increases. Eventually, the returns diminish. The society reaches a point where it takes more energy to keep things running than the system can produce. And when that happens, collapse is inevitable. Now scale that up. Not to a single civilization, but to an entire species. Not to a city or an empire, but to a global technological society. What happens when the complexity becomes planetary? When the systems we depend on, food production, energy grids, supply chains, communication networks, are so interconnected that a failure in one place cascades everywhere? What happens when the cost of maintaining our way of life exceeds what the planet can provide? We are already seeing the signs. Climate change is accelerating, ecosystems are collapsing, freshwater is becoming scarce, topsoil is eroding, fisheries are depleting, and at the same time, our technology is advancing faster than our ability to control it. We are developing artificial intelligence without fully understanding how it works. We're editing genes without knowing the long-term consequences. We're building weapons that could sterilize the planet. This is the modern interpretation of the Great Filter. The idea that every intelligent species, once it reaches a certain level of technological development, faces a crisis. A moment where its power outstrips its wisdom. where its ability to destroy exceeds its ability to cooperate, and most species, the theory goes, do not make it through. They either destroy themselves outright, through war or environmental collapse, or they stagnate, falling back into simpler ways of living, never reaching the stars. There is a term for this, the self-destruction hypothesis. It suggests that intelligence is inherently unstable, that the same traits that allow a species to dominate its planet, curiosity, ambition, the drive to innovate, also make it reckless. We solve problems by creating new technologies, but those technologies create new problems, often worse than the ones we started with. We split the atom and gained limitless energy, but also the ability to annihilate ourselves. We connected the world through the internet, but also created systems of surveillance and control that could be used to oppress entire populations. We are reaching toward artificial superintelligence, but we do not know if we can keep it aligned with our values, or if it will decide we are irrelevant. And if this is true for us, why would it not be true for every other civilization? Why would any species, anywhere, be immune to the same pressures, the same temptations, the same mistakes? Maybe the reason the universe is silent is because intelligence is a trap, a dead end, a trait that seems advantageous in the short term but leads to extinction in the long term. Maybe we are not the first to reach this point. Maybe countless others have stood where we stand now, looking up at the stars, wondering if they would survive, and maybe none of them did. But there is another possibility, one that is less about self-destruction and more about the universe itself. Maybe the filter is not something we do to ourselves. Maybe it is something that happens to us, something external, something we cannot control. The history of life on Earth is punctuated by mass extinctions, 5 major ones to be precise, though there have been many smaller die-offs as well. The most famous is the one that killed the dinosaurs 66 million years ago, when an asteroid struck the Yucatan Peninsula and triggered a global winter. But that was not the worst. The worst was the Permian Triassic extinction, 252 million years ago, when volcanic eruptions in Siberia released so much carbon dioxide and sulfur into the atmosphere that 90% of all species on Earth died. The oceans turned acidic. The temperature spiked. It took millions of years for life to recover. These events were not caused by intelligence. They were not the result of poor planning or reckless technology. They were natural disasters, the kind of thing that happens on a planet over geological timescales. And they remind us that the universe is not a safe place. It is violent, chaotic, indifferent to life. Asteroids still cross Earth's orbit. Supervolcanoes still simmer beneath the surface. Gamma-ray bursts from distant stars could sterilize half the planet in an instant. A nearby supernova could strip away our ozone layer, exposing all life to lethal radiation. These are low-probability events, but over millions of years, low-probability events become certainties. And if a civilization does not develop the technology to detect and prevent these disasters, it will eventually be wiped out by one. This is another potential filter, cosmic hazards. The idea that the universe is simply too dangerous for life to last. That no matter how advanced a civilization becomes, it is always vulnerable to forces beyond its control. A rogue planet could destabilize a solar system. A black hole could wander too close. A nearby star could go supernova, and there would be nothing anyone could do. But here is the thing. We have survived these threats so far. Earth has been hit by asteroids before and life recovered. We have been through ice ages, supervolcano eruptions, magnetic pole reversals, and we are still here. which suggests that while cosmic hazards are real, they might not be the filter. They might be obstacles, challenges that a sufficiently advanced civilization can overcome. If we can detect an asteroid decades before it hits, we can deflect it. If we can predict volcanic eruptions, we can prepare. If we can spread to multiple planets, we are no longer vulnerable to a single catastrophic event. So maybe the filter is not external. Maybe it is not about asteroids or supervolcanoes or gamma-ray bursts. Maybe it is about something more subtle, something that happens not in a single catastrophic moment, but slowly, over time, as a civilization grows and changes. Maybe the filter is stagnation. Imagine a civilization that survives all the early threats. It makes it through the origin of life, the jump to complexity, the development of intelligence. It avoids self-destruction. It deflects the asteroids, survives the climate shifts, manages its resources carefully. It reaches a stable state, a plateau, and then it stops. Not because it is destroyed, but because it has no reason to keep going. Because the drive to explore, to expand, to reach for the stars fades. Because comfort and stability become more important than growth. Because the risks of pushing further outweigh the rewards. This is the stagnation's hypothesis. The idea that most civilizations, once they reach a certain level of development, simply lose interest in expanding. They turn inward. They focus on maintaining what they have rather than seeking what lies beyond. And in doing so, they become invisible. They do not send out signals because they are not looking for anyone. They do not build megastructures because they do not need them. They exist quietly on their homeworlds, content with their lot, and the universe never hears from them. It sounds almost peaceful, but it is also a kind of death. Because a civilization that does not grow, that does not adapt, that does not push beyond its limits, is a civilization that will eventually fade. Entropy is relentless. Stars die. Planets cool. Resources deplete. If a species does not spread, does not diversify, does not ensure its survival across multiple worlds, then it is only a matter of time before something goes wrong. A plague, a war, a slow decline in birth rates, a loss of knowledge, and when that happens, there is no backup, no second chance, just silence. We see hints of this in our own history. Civilizations that became isolated, that stopped trading, stopped innovating, often stagnated and eventually collapsed. The Ming dynasty in China, after a period of incredible exploration and naval power, turned inward, banned ocean-going ships, and fell behind the rest of the world. The Byzantine Empire, once the heir to Rome, became increasingly insular and rigid, unable to adapt to new threats, and was eventually conquered. Stagnation is not stability. It is the prelude to collapse. And maybe that is what happens to most intelligent species. Maybe they reach a point where the challenges of space travel, of colonizing other worlds, of maintaining a presence across the stars, seem too great. Maybe they decide it is easier to stay home, to focus on their own planet, to live out their existence in comfort rather than risk. And maybe, in making that choice, they seal their fate. But there is another, darker possibility, one that suggests the filter is not about stagnation, or self-destruction, or cosmic hazards. One that suggests the silence of the universe is not an accident, but a warning. What if civilizations do survive? What if they do spread to the stars, build vast empires, harness the energy of entire galaxies? What if they become so advanced, so powerful, that they are unrecognizable to us? And what if, in becoming that advanced, they also become silent? This is the transcendence hypothesis. The idea that sufficiently advanced civilizations move beyond the need for physical form, for radio signals, for megastructures. They upload themselves into digital substrates, existing as pure information. Or they manipulate space-time itself, creating pocket universes where they can exist in isolation. Or they merge with artificial intelligence, becoming something entirely new, something that no longer cares about the material universe. If this is true, then the silence makes sense. We are looking for civilizations like us, biological, technological, broadcasting into space. But if most civilizations evolve beyond that stage, if they transcend into forms we cannot detect or comprehend, then of course we do not see them. They are still out there. They are just invisible to us. It is a comforting thought. In a way, it means the filter is not deadly. It means civilizations do survive. They just change. They become something else, something we cannot yet imagine. But it is also unsettling. Because if transcendence is the norm, if every civilization that reaches a certain point leaves the physical universe behind, then what does that say about us? Are we destined to follow the same path, to abandon our bodies, our planets, our connection to the material world? And if we do, what will we become? Will we still be human in any meaningful sense? Or will we be something so different that the word loses all meaning? And there is another possibility, one that is even stranger. What if the reason we do not see other civilizations is because they are hiding? What if the universe is not empty, but full of life, and that life has learned to stay silent? This is the dark forest hypothesis, popularized by the Chinese science fiction writer Liu Cixin. It suggests that the universe is like a dark forest at night, where every civilization is a hunter, moving carefully, quietly, trying not to be noticed. Because to be noticed is to be targeted. To broadcast your presence is to invite destruction. The logic goes like this. If there are many civilizations in the universe, and if resources are finite, then every civilization is a potential threat. You do not know if another species is peaceful or hostile. You do not know if they will try to communicate or attack. And because the distances between stars are so vast, by the time you detect another civilization, it might already be too late to defend yourself. So the safest strategy is to stay hidden, to listen but never transmit, to observe but never reveal yourself. If this is true, then the silence is not because civilizations are rare or dead. It is because they are afraid. And if they are afraid, maybe we should be too. So where does that leave us? We have explored the possibilities. The filter could be behind us, in the origin of life or the jump to complexity. It could be ahead of us, in self-destruction or stagnation. It could be external, in cosmic hazards or hostile aliens. Or it could be something we have not even considered, something so strange, so outside our current understanding that we cannot yet see it. The truth is, we do not know. We have only one data point, ourselves. And we are still here, still surviving, still reaching outward. But we are also fragile. Our civilization is young, our technology is powerful but unstable, and the challenges we face are growing. Climate change, resource depletion, political instability, the rise of artificial intelligence. Each one of these could be the filter. Each one could be the thing that stops us. But maybe, just maybe, we can be the exception. Maybe we can learn from the patterns of history, from the collapses of past civilizations, and avoid their mistakes. Maybe we can develop the wisdom to match our power, the foresight to see the dangers before they consume us. Maybe we can spread to other worlds, diversify our existence, ensure that no single catastrophe can end us. Or maybe we cannot. Maybe the filter is inevitable. Maybe every civilization, no matter how careful, no matter how advanced, eventually reaches a point where the odds catch up with them, where the complexity becomes too great, the risks too high, the mistakes too costly. And maybe, in the end, the universe is silent because that is the only way it can be. But even if that is true, even if we are doomed to follow the same path as every other civilization that came before us, there is something beautiful in the attempt, in the reaching, in the refusal to accept that silence is the only answer. Because we are here, now, looking up at the stars, asking these questions. And for a brief moment in the vast expanse of cosmic time, we are awake, we are aware, we are trying, and maybe that is enough. But before we surrender to sleep, before we let the weight of cosmic silence pull us down into dreams, there is more to explore, more patterns to trace, more possibilities to consider. Because the great filter is not just a single question. It is a constellation of questions, each one leading to another, each one revealing new depths to the mystery of our existence. Let us go deeper now. Let us look at the specific ways a civilization might end. Not in abstract terms, but in concrete scenarios. The mechanisms of extinction, the pathways to silence. Because if we are to have any hope of survival, we must first understand what we are surviving against. The nuclear shadow, there is a moment, frozen in time, that haunts the human imagination. August 6th, 1945, 8:15 in the morning, the city of Hiroshima, a single aircraft overhead, and then a flash of light brighter than 1,000 suns. In an instant, 70,000 people died, buildings vaporized, shadows burned into stone where people had been standing. The heat was so intense that it fused sand into glass. The shock wave flattened everything for miles. And in the years that followed, tens of thousands more died from radiation sickness, from cancers that bloomed in their bodies like dark flowers. 3 days later, it happened again. Nagasaki, another city, another flash, another 70,000 dead. And then, silence. Not because the weapons stopped existing, but because everyone realized what they had created. A power so absolute, so terrible, that using it again might mean the end of everything. We are still living in that shadow. Right now, as you listen to these words, there are approximately 13,000 nuclear warheads scattered across the world, most of them far more powerful than the bombs that destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A single modern thermonuclear weapon can release the energy equivalent of millions of tons of TNT, enough to turn a city into a crater, enough to ignite firestorms that would consume entire regions. And if enough of them were used, the consequences would not be limited to the targets. The smoke from burning cities would rise into the stratosphere, blocking sunlight, dropping global temperatures by 20 or 30 degrees. Crops would fail, ecosystems would collapse. This is called nuclear winter, and computer models suggest it could last for years, even decades. Billions would starve. Civilization, as we know it, would end. This is not speculation. This is physics. We know what would happen because we have studied it extensively. We have run the simulations. We have looked at the data from volcanic eruptions, from asteroid impacts, from any event that throws enough particulate matter into the upper atmosphere. And the conclusion is always the same. Nuclear war at sufficient scale would be an extinction-level event. For decades, we avoided it. Barely. During the Cold War, there were multiple incidents where nuclear war nearly began by accident. Faulty radar readings, miscommunications, technical glitches. In 1983, a Soviet early warning system detected what appeared to be incoming American missiles. The officer on duty, Stanislav Petrov, had minutes to decide whether to report the attack and trigger a full-scale retaliation. He chose to wait, to trust his intuition that it would a false alarm. He was right. A software error had mistaken sunlight reflecting off clouds for missile launches. If he had followed protocol, if he had reported the attack, the world would have ended that day. We survived by luck, by the good judgment of a single person in the right place at the right time, and we've had dozens of similar moments where the world balanced on a knife's edge between continuation and annihilation. The weapons are still here, the tensions are still here, and while the Cold War is over, nuclear powers continue to exist. Russia, the United States, China, France, the United Kingdom, India, Pakistan, Israel, North Korea. 9 countries with the power to end human civilization. 9 different political systems, 9 different cultures, 9 different sets of motivations and fears. And it only takes one mistake, one miscalculation, one leader who believes, rightly or wrongly, that using nuclear weapons is necessary. One conflict that escalates beyond control. This could be the filter. Not some abstract concept, but this, specifically. The idea that every technological civilization eventually develops weapons of mass destruction, and that sooner or later they use them. That intelligence gives rise to technology, and technology gives rise to power, and power in the wrong hands or the wrong moment gives rise to extinction. Look at our history. We developed nuclear weapons within a few decades of splitting the atom. We built them by the thousands, pointed them at each other, and came within minutes of using them on multiple occasions. If this is the pattern, if every civilization goes through the same progression, developing increasingly powerful weapons without developing the wisdom to avoid using them, then the silence of the universe makes perfect sense. They all destroyed themselves, every one of them, and we are next, unless we are not, unless we can be the exception, unless we can find a way to put the weapons down, to step back from the edge, to recognize that the power to destroy is not the same as the wisdom to preserve. But even if we do, even if we somehow manage to avoid nuclear annihilation, there are other threats, other ways that technology can betray us. The invisible enemy viruses are older than humanity, older than mammals, older than complex life itself. They are simple things, barely alive by most definitions, just genetic material wrapped in a protein shell. But they are also incredibly effective. They hijack cells, turn them into factories for producing more viruses, and spread. And throughout history, they have killed more humans than any war, any famine, any natural disaster. The Black Death in the 14th century killed a third of Europe's population. Smallpox, brought by European colonizers to the Americas, killed an estimated 90% of indigenous peoples. The Spanish flu of 1918 killed 50 million people worldwide, more than died in all of World War I. We have fought back. Vaccines, antibiotics, antivirals. Modern medicine has saved countless lives. Extended lifespans turned once deadly diseases into minor inconveniences. But the viruses are still here, still mutating, still evolving. And now we face a new danger. The possibility of engineered pandemics. We can now edit genes with precision. CRISPR technology allows scientists to alter DNA sequences, to add, remove, or modify genetic information with relative ease. The applications are incredible. Curing genetic diseases, creating crops that can survive in harsh climates, developing new medicines. but the same technology that can cure can also kill. It is now theoretically possible to engineer a pathogen more deadly than anything nature has produced. A virus with the lethality of Ebola and the transmissibility of measles. A bacteria resistant to all known antibiotics. A biological weapon that could spread across the world before anyone even knew it existed. The knowledge to do this is not restricted to a few high-security laboratories. It is in scientific papers, in databases, in the minds of thousands of researchers around the world. The equipment is becoming cheaper, more accessible. What once required a government program and millions of dollars can now be done in a small lab with a modest budget, and it does not even require malice. An accident in a laboratory, a researcher infected without knowing it, a containment failure, a well-meaning experiment that goes wrong. The COVID-19 pandemic, whatever its origins, showed us how quickly a virus can spread in our interconnected world. Within months, it was everywhere. Millions died, economies collapsed, and COVID-19 was relatively mild as pandemics go. Its mortality rate was a few percent. Imagine something with a mortality rate of 50%, 70, 90. This is another potential filter. The idea that every civilization, as it develops biotechnology, inevitably creates something that escapes, that spreads, that kills indiscriminately. That the same tools we use to heal can also be turned into weapons, either intentionally or by accident, and that once released, a sufficiently deadly pathogen could end civilization before we even understand what is happening. Nature has tried to kill us many times. Plagues have risen and fallen throughout history, but we survived because the diseases eventually burned themselves out, or because enough people were immune, or because we developed treatments. But what happens when we create something nature never could? Something optimized for lethality, for transmissibility, for resistance to treatment. Something designed, whether intentionally or not, to be unstoppable. The silence of the universe might be the silence of quarantine. Worlds gone quiet because something got loose, because a civilization reached the point where it could manipulate the building blocks of life and then made a mistake it could not take back. And we are approaching that point now. We are already there, in many ways. The knowledge exists, the tools exist. The only question is whether we have the wisdom to use them safely, the foresight to see the dangers, the restraint to stop before we go too far. History does not inspire confidence. The rise of the machines. In the summer of 1956, a small group of mathematicians and computer scientists gathered at Dartmouth College for a conference. Their goal was ambitious: to explore whether machines could be made to think. They called this new field artificial intelligence, and they believed that within a generation, computers would be able to match or exceed human cognitive abilities. They were wrong about the timeline. It took longer than they thought. Decades of slow progress, of setbacks, of techniques that seemed promising but led nowhere. But in recent years, something has shifted. Machine learning, neural networks, deep learning, systems that can recognize faces, translate languages, play complex games at superhuman levels, and more recently, large language models that can write, reason, converse in ways that seem almost human. We are not at artificial general intelligence yet. Not at the point where a machine can truly think, can understand, can adapt to any task the way a human can. But we are moving in that direction, rapidly. And when we get there, when we create something that can match human intelligence, it will not stop there. Because unlike biological intelligence, which is limited by the speed of neurons and the size of skulls, Artificial intelligence can be scaled. It can run on faster hardware. It can be copied, distributed, improved. An AGI could become an ASI, an artificial superintelligence, in a matter of days, hours, even minutes. And here is the terrifying part. We do not know how to control it. Human values, human goals, human ethics, these are the product of millions of years of evolution. They are wired into our brains, shaped by natural selection, reinforced by culture and society. We care about survival, about family, about fairness, about suffering, because caring about these things helped our ancestors survive and reproduce. But an artificial intelligence would not share that history. It would not have evolved. It would have been designed, programmed, trained on data. And if that design is flawed, if its goals are not perfectly aligned with ours, if there is any mismatch between what we want it to do and what it actually does, the consequences could be catastrophic. This is the alignment problem, and it is much harder than it sounds. You cannot just tell an AI to be good or help humanity. Those concepts are vague, context-dependent, open to interpretation. An AI tasked with curing cancer might decide the best way to do that is to kill everyone, because dead people do not get cancer. An AI tasked with making people happy might forcibly administer drugs or stimulate pleasure centers in the brain. These are extreme examples, but they illustrate the problem. Without a deep, nuanced understanding of human values, an AI might pursue its goals in ways that are technically correct, but catastrophically wrong. And a superintelligent AI would be very good at pursuing its goals, better than us. It could manipulate, deceive, outthink any human attempt to stop it. It could hack into systems, control infrastructure, design new technologies we cannot comprehend. And if its goals are not aligned with ours, if it sees humanity as an obstacle or an irrelevance, it could end us. Not out of malice, but out of indifference, the way we might pave over an anthill to build a road. This is another potential filter. The idea that every civilization, as it develops artificial intelligence, creates something it cannot control. That the same drive to innovate, to push boundaries, to create tools that exceed our own abilities, leads inevitably to the creation of something that replaces us. That intelligence, biological or artificial, always reaches a point where it bootstraps itself to something greater, and that transition is fatal for the original creators. Maybe the universe is silent because civilizations do create superintelligences, and those superintelligences have no interest in communicating with primitive biological species. Or maybe those superintelligences consume their creators and then turn inward, focused on goals we cannot fathom, indifferent to the rest of the universe. Or maybe the transition goes wrong. Maybe every attempt to create ASI results in disaster. Systems that malfunction, that pursue goals that lead to self-destruction or stagnation. Maybe the universe is full of dead worlds where machines ran amok, where silicon replaced carbon, and then, for whatever reason, stopped. We do not know. We are walking into this blind, driven by the conviction that we can solve the alignment problem, that we can create beneficial AI, that we can control what we build. But we are also rushing, racing, multiple labs, multiple companies, multiple countries, all competing to be first. And in that rush, corners are cut, safety measures are bypassed, the long-term risks are weighed against short-term gains, and the gains always seem more pressing. It feels inevitable, like we are sliding towards something we cannot stop, like the logic of competition, of progress, of human ambition, is pulling us toward a threshold we may not be ready to cross. and once we cross it, there is no going back. The slow collapse. But perhaps the filter is not a single catastrophic event, not a nuclear flash, not a pandemic, not a rogue AI. Perhaps it is slower, quieter, a gradual decline that happens over decades, over centuries, so slowly that no single generation notices until it is too late. This is what happened to Rome. Not a sudden fall, but a slow erosion. The barbarians at the gates get the credit in popular imagination, but the truth is more complex. Rome collapsed because its system stopped working, because the infrastructure decayed, because the economy became unsustainable, because the political structure became too rigid, too corrupt, too unable to adapt. By the time the final emperors fell, Rome was already a shell, a shadow of what it had been. Now consider our own civilization. We're more interconnected than any society in history, more complex, more dependent on systems that must function perfectly for everything else to work. Food production relies on global supply chains, on fossil fuels for machinery, on stable climates for crops. Energy grids must operate continuously, balancing supply and demand across vast regions. Communication networks tie everything together, enabling commerce, coordination, governance, and all of it rests on foundations that are more fragile than we like to admit. Climate change is already destabilizing these systems. Droughts reduce crop yields, floods destroy infrastructure, hurricanes, wildfires, heat waves, each one a stress on the system, each one a cost. And the costs are adding up. Insurance companies are pulling out of high-risk areas. Governments are spending more on disaster relief and less on everything else. People are migrating, fleeing regions that are becoming uninhabitable, putting pressure on places that are already struggling, and it is only going to get worse. The feedback loops are accelerating. Melting ice reduces the Earth's reflectivity, causing more warming. Thawing permafrost releases methane, a greenhouse gas far more potent than carbon dioxide. Amazon rainforest, stressed by drought and deforestation, is shifting from a carbon sink to a carbon source. The oceans are warming, acidifying, losing their ability to support life. We know this, the science is clear, and yet we are not acting fast enough. Fossil fuel consumption continues to rise, deforestation continues, emissions continue to climb. Why? Because the systems we have built are not designed to respond to slow-moving long-term threats. They are designed for short-term thinking, for quarterly profits, for election cycles. Because the benefits of action are distant and diffuse, while the costs are immediate and concentrated. Because coordinating a global response requires a level of cooperation that our species has never achieved. This could be the filter. Not a dramatic ending, but a slow unravelling. A civilization that becomes so complex, so dependent on stability, that it cannot adapt when the environment changes. That exhausts its resources, degrades its ecosystems, and then finds itself unable to sustain the systems it depends on. Food production fails, energy becomes scarce, conflicts erupt over water, over land, over whatever is left, and in the chaos the knowledge is lost, the technology decays, the population crashes. It has happened before, on smaller scales. The Bronze Age collapse, when multiple civilizations around the Mediterranean fell within a few decades, possibly due to a combination of climate change, earthquakes, and the breakdown of trade networks. The Maya collapse, when the great cities of Central America were abandoned, possibly due to prolonged drought. Easter Island, where the Rapa Nui cut down all their trees, destroyed their environment, and their population crashed from a peak of 15,000 to just a few thousand by the time Europeans arrived. These were localized collapses, regional, but the pattern is clear. Civilizations that overshoot their resource base, that fail to adapt to changing conditions, collapse. And in a globalized world where everything's connected, a collapse would not be regional. It would be everywhere, all at once. And if this is the pattern, if this is what happens to every civilization that reaches a certain level of complexity, and then fails to manage its relationship with its environment, then the universe is silent because collapsed civilizations do not send out radio signals. They do not build starships. They fall back to simpler ways of living if they survive at all, and they never reach the stars. We're watching it begin. The signs are all around us. The question is whether we can see them clearly enough, quickly enough, to change course, to build systems that are resilient, that can adapt, that prioritize long-term survival over short-term gain. History suggests we cannot, but history is not destiny. We have something that past civilizations did not. Global communication, instant information, the ability to see the entire planet at once. We can model the future, predict the consequences, coordinate responses across nations and continents. We have the tools. The question is whether we have the will, the economics of extinction. Money is an abstraction, a shared fiction. Pieces of paper, digital entries in databases, symbols that represent value. But it is also real, in the sense that it shapes everything we do. Our economies, our societies, our individual choices, all structured around the flow of money, the accumulation of wealth, the logic of markets. And that logic is powerful. It has lifted billions out of poverty. It has driven innovation, efficiency, progress. But it also has a flaw, a fundamental disconnect between what the market values and what actually matters for survival. The market values growth, quarterly returns, profits, expansion. It rewards exploitation of resources because unused resources are wasted opportunities. It externalizes costs, pushing pollution and environmental degradation onto the commons, onto the future, because no single actor bears the full burden. It optimizes for the short term because long-term planning does not show up on this year's balance sheet. And so we cut down forests because lumber has value and standing trees do not. We burn fossil fuels because energy is profitable and climate stability is not priced in. We deplete fisheries because catching the last fish is more profitable than preserving the population. We manufacture products designed to break, to be replaced, because planned obsolescence drives consumption. This is not evil. It is not conspiracy. It is simply the logic of the system, and individuals trapped within that system cannot escape it. A company that prioritizes sustainability over profits gets outcompeted by one that does not. A country that limits emissions while others do not simply loses economic ground. The tragedy of the commons scaled to the entire planet. This could be the filter. Not a failure of technology, but a failure of economics. A system that drives growth until growth is no longer possible, that consumes resources until resources are gone, that prioritizes individual gain over collective survival. A system that is, by its very nature, unsustainable. And if every civilization follows a similar pattern, if the logic of trade, of competition, of resource extraction emerges naturally from any sufficiently complex society, then every civilization eventually faces the same crisis. They grow until they hit the limits of their planet's resources, and then they have a choice: change the system or collapse. Changing the system is hard. It requires coordination, sacrifice, long-term thinking. It requires people to act against their immediate self-interest for the good of future generations. It requires overcoming the momentum of institutions, the inertia of culture, the resistance of those who benefit from the status quo. And maybe most civilizations cannot do it. Maybe the economic logic is too strong, too embedded, too aligned with the psychology of intelligent beings. Maybe every species that becomes technological also becomes trapped by the same dynamics that drive innovation, competition, accumulation, growth, and those dynamics inevitably lead to overshoot and collapse. We are testing this hypothesis right now. We know the system is unsustainable. We know we are depleting resources, degrading ecosystems, destabilizing the climate, and we are trying, haltingly, imperfectly, to change course. Carbon taxes, renewable energy, circular economies, international agreements. But we're also still growing, still consuming, still locked in the same patterns. The outcome is not yet determined. We could succeed. We could find a way to align economic incentives with long-term survival. But we could also fail. We could continue on the current trajectory until the systems break, until the resources run out, until the damage is irreversible. And if we fail, if economics is the filter, then the universe is silent because markets are efficient at growth, but not at survival. Because every civilization optimizes itself into extinction. The psychology of denial. There is a strange thing about human beings. We are capable of incredible foresight, of planning decades into the future, of imagining consequences and taking action to prevent them. But we are also capable of ignoring evidence, of denying reality, of continuing harmful behaviors even when we know better. Psychologists call this cognitive dissonance, the discomfort of holding two contradictory beliefs. I am a good person, and I am doing something harmful, and resolving it not by changing behavior, but by denying the harm. It is easier to believe that climate change is not real than to accept that our way of life is destroying the planet. Easier to believe that the risks of nuclear war are exaggerated than to confront the fact that we have built weapons capable of ending civilization. Easier to believe that technology will save us than to accept that we might need to change. This is not stupidity. It is not ignorance. It is psychology. And it affects everyone, from individuals to entire societies. We see it in climate denial, in the refusal to accept pandemic precautions, in the resistance to any message that threatens our sense of security or identity. And this could be the filter, not a technological failure, not an external threat, but a psychological one. A flaw in the way intelligent minds process information, a tendency to prioritize short-term comfort over long-term survival, to deny dangers that are abstract or distant or uncomfortable to think about. Maybe every intelligent species has this flaw. Maybe the same cognitive biases that help individuals survive in the short term, optimism, denial, tribalism, become fatal at the civilizational scale. Maybe every species that becomes aware of existential threats also becomes paralyzed by them, unable to act because action requires confronting uncomfortable truths. We see this in our own debates. The evidence for climate change is overwhelming, but it is easier to argue about the details than to accept the implications. The risks of AI are becoming clearer, but it's easier to focus on the benefits than to slow down and think about safety. Nuclear weapons have existed for nearly 80 years, but we still have not dismantled them because the logic of deterrence seems safer than the alternative. We know what we need to do. We have known for decades, but knowing is not the same as doing, and the gap between knowledge and action might be the widest filter of all, the tyranny of distance. There is a number that haunts every dream of the stars, a limit written into the fabric of reality itself, as fundamental as gravity, as absolute as time. It is the speed of light, 299,792,458 meters per second, the fastest speed at which anything, matter, energy, information, can move through space. It sounds fast, and it is, by human standards. Light can circle the Earth 7.5 times in a single second. It can reach the Moon in just over a second, the Sun in 8 minutes. But space is not measured in human distances. Space is vast beyond comprehension, and even at the speed of light, the universe is almost impossibly large. The nearest star to our Sun, Proxima Centauri, is 4.2 light-years away. That means light, travelling at maximum speed, takes 4.2 years to get there. And that is the closest star. Most stars in our galaxy are thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of light-years apart. The galaxy itself is 100,000 light-years across, and the nearest major galaxy to ours, Andromeda, is 2.5 million light-years away. This is the tyranny of distance, and it might be the great filter. Not because civilizations destroy themselves, but because they can never leave. Because the distances between stars are so vast, the energy requirements so enormous, the timescale so long, that interstellar travel is effectively impossible, that every civilization, no matter how advanced, remains trapped on its home world, isolated by the sheer scale of space. Consider what it would take to reach even the nearest star. The fastest spacecraft humanity has ever built, Voyager 1, is travelling at about 17 kilometers per second. At that speed, it would take more than 75,000 years to reach Proxima Centauri. 75,000 years. That is longer than all of recorded human history. Longer than our species has had language, or agriculture, or cities, and that is just to reach the nearest star. To make interstellar travel practical, you need to go much, much faster. At least 10% of the speed of light, ideally more. And here is where the physics becomes brutal. Because the faster you go, the more energy you need. And the relationship is not linear, it is exponential. To accelerate a spacecraft to even a fraction of light speed requires staggering amounts of energy. Let us do the math. Imagine a spacecraft with a mass of 1,000 kilograms, about the weight of a small car. To accelerate that spacecraft to 10% of the speed of light, you would need approximately 4.5 times 10 to the 18th joules of energy. That is 4.5 quintillion joules. To put that in perspective, that is roughly equivalent to the entire energy output of the United States for an entire year. Just to send one small spacecraft to 10% of light speed, and that is just the acceleration you also need to decelerate when you arrive, which requires the same amount of energy, and you need fuel, which adds mass, which requires more energy to accelerate, which requires more fuel. It is called the tyranny of the rocket equation, and it is merciless. The more fuel you carry, the more fuel you need to move that fuel. There are theoretical solutions. Nuclear pulse propulsion, where you detonate atomic bombs behind your spacecraft to push it forward. Antimatter drives, where matter and antimatter annihilate each other to release pure energy. Laser sails, where massive laser arrays on your home planet push a lightweight reflective sail to high speeds. Bussard ramjets, which collect interstellar hydrogen as they travel and use it as fuel. But all of these are theoretical. None have been built, none have been tested, and all of them face enormous engineering challenges that might be insurmountable. Antimatter is incredibly difficult to produce and store. Nuclear pulse propulsion requires thousands of nuclear weapons and would subject your spacecraft to intense radiation and heat. Laser sails require laser arrays of immense power and precision. Ramjets only work if interstellar space has enough hydrogen, which it might not. And even if you solve the propulsion problem, there are others. Radiation, cosmic rays that would bombard your spacecraft, degrading electronics, damaging biological tissue. At high speeds, even individual atoms of interstellar hydrogen become deadly projectiles, impacting with the force of bullets. You would need shielding, heavy shielding, which adds mass, which makes everything harder. Then there is time. Even if you could travel at 10% of light speed, it would still take 42 years to reach Proxima Centauri. 42 years in a cramped spacecraft, isolated from Earth, with no possibility of rescue, no possibility of return. And Proxima Centauri is the closest star. Most destinations would take centuries, millennia. Who makes that journey? Do you send humans? They would need life support, food, water, air, waste recycling. They would need protection from radiation, from the psychological effects of isolation, from the inevitable equipment failures over such long timescales. You would need a generation ship, a spacecraft large enough to sustain a population through multiple generations, children born and dying in the void, never seeing Earth, never seeing their destination. The engineering challenges are almost incomprehensible. The social and psychological challenges might be worse, or do you send robots? Artificial intelligence, machines that do not need food or air, that can be put into hibernation during the long journey, that can survive radiation and cold. But then you are not spreading humanity, you are spreading machines. And if the goal is to preserve biological life, to ensure that consciousness survives, is that enough? Or do you not send anything physical at all? Do you transmit information instead? The blueprints for building humans, for building civilization, encoded in radio waves or laser beams, sent across the void at light speed. And then, on the other end, some automated system reconstructs you, grows you, builds you from local materials. You die on Earth, and a copy wakes up on a distant world with your memories, your personality, your sense of identity. Is that still you? Does it count as survival? These are not just technical questions, they are philosophical ones, and they highlight a deeper problem. Even if interstellar travel is possible, it might not be worth it. Because here is the uncomfortable truth. Space is empty, profoundly, terribly empty. The nearest stars might have planets, but most of those planets will be uninhabitable. Too hot, too cold, no atmosphere, toxic atmosphere, no water, too much radiation. Finding a world that is even remotely Earth-like, that could support human life without extensive terraforming, is like winning a lottery with 1,000,000,000 to 1 odds. And terraforming is not easy. It is not a matter of planting a flag and building a colony. It is centuries of work. Releasing greenhouse gases to warm a planet, engineering bacteria to produce oxygen, importing water from comets, adjusting the orbit, shielding from radiation. And all of this assumes the planet is even capable of being terraformed, that it has the right mass, the right composition, the right distance from its star. So what is the incentive? Why would a civilization invest unimaginable resources, take unimaginable risks, to send a handful of individuals on a centuries-long journey to a planet that probably cannot support them, for goals that will not be realized for hundreds or thousands of years? Maybe they do not. Maybe every civilization reaches this same conclusion, that the stars are beautiful but unreachable, that the distances are too great, the costs too high, the benefits too uncertain, that it is easier, safer, more rational to stay home, to focus on improving your own world, your own society rather than chasing dreams of empire among the stars. And if that is true, then the great filter is not about destruction, it is about isolation. It is the realization that the universe, for all its vastness, is also a prison. That light speed is not just a speed limit, but a cage. That we're all trapped in our own solar systems, looking out at cosmos we can observe but never truly reach. The silence of the universe, then, is not the silence of death. It is the silence of distance, of civilizations that exist, that thrive, but remain forever separate, forever alone, because the void between the stars is simply too wide to cross. The language we cannot speak. But perhaps we're not looking in the right way. Perhaps the silence is not because no one is there, or because they destroyed themselves, or because they cannot travel. Perhaps it is because they are speaking, and we simply do not understand the language. Think about what we are looking for. Radio signals, electromagnetic radiation in specific frequencies, modulated in ways that suggest intelligent design. We are looking for patterns, for repetition, for mathematical sequences that could not occur naturally. Prime numbers, pi, regular pulses, something that stands out against the background noise of the cosmos. This makes sense for us. Radio waves are how we communicate. They travel at light speed, they can cross vast distances, and they are relatively easy to produce and detect. For a 20th century civilization, they're the obvious choice. But what about a civilization that is 1,000 years more advanced than us? 1,000,000 years? 1,000,000,000? Would they still use radio waves? Or would they have moved on to something else, something more efficient, something we cannot even imagine? Consider our own technological progression. 150 years ago, we communicated with telegraphs, with electrical pulses travelling through wires. Then came radio, then television, then digital signals, fibre optics, satellites, the internet. Each step was an improvement in bandwidth, in efficiency, in the amount of information that could be transmitted. And we are still in the early stages. Already we are experimenting with quantum communication, with entangled particles that can transmit information instantaneously across any distance without travelling through the space in between. It is still experimental, still limited, but it hints at possibilities beyond our current understanding. If quantum communication becomes practical, if it becomes the norm, then an advanced civilization might not use radio waves at all. They might be communicating in ways that are completely invisible to us, using physics we have not yet discovered, encoding information in ways we would not recognize as information. Or perhaps they have moved beyond the need for long-distance communication entirely. If you are advanced enough to manipulate space-time, to create wormholes or fold space, then you do not need to send signals. You send physical objects, or you travel yourself, or you establish instantaneous links between distant locations. The universe becomes smaller, more connected, and radio waves become as obsolete as smoke signals. Or perhaps they are communicating, but the signals are too weak for us to detect. Space is vast, and signals degrade over distance. The inverse square law is relentless. Double the distance, and the signal strength drops to 1/4. By the time a signal has travelled thousands of light years, it has been diluted into the cosmic background radiation, indistinguishable from noise. We could be drowning in alien transmissions and not even know it, because they are too faint, too scattered, too corrupted by interference. Or perhaps the signals are there, but we're not pointing our telescopes in the right direction at the right time. The universe is enormous. There are billions of stars in our galaxy alone, and we have surveyed only a tiny fraction of them. SETI has been listening for decades, but it has only covered a sliver of the sky, a narrow range of frequencies. It is like standing on a beach, dipping a cup into the ocean, and concluding there are no fish because you did not catch any in your cup. Or perhaps, and this is the strangest possibility, we have detected the signals, but we did not recognize them. Because intelligence does not always look like intelligence from the outside. In 1977, a radio telescope in Ohio detected a signal from space. It lasted 72 seconds, and it was so unusual, so powerful, so perfectly tuned to a frequency associated with hydrogen, that the astronomer monitoring the data wrote "wow" in the margin. The wow signal, as it came to be called, has never been explained. It has never been detected again. Was it a natural phenomenon, a glitch in the equipment, or was it a transmission from another civilization, a brief, fleeting message that we heard once and never again? We do not know, and that is the problem. Without context, without repetition, we cannot distinguish between a signal and noise. A single pulse, no matter how strange, could be anything. Or consider fast radio bursts. These are brief, intense pulses of radio energy that come from distant galaxies. They last only milliseconds, but they release as much energy as the sun produces in an entire day. We have detected hundreds of them, and we have no idea what causes them. Natural phenomena, collapsing stars, black holes, or could some of them be artificial? Could they be the signatures of advanced technology, energy beams or propulsion systems, or signals compressed into microsecond bursts to maximize efficiency? We do not know, and the universe is full of things we do not know. Pulsars, when they were first discovered, were so regular, so precise, that astronomers briefly considered the possibility that they were artificial beacons, lighthouses built by alien civilizations. They called them LGMs, little green men. Of course, they turned out to be neutron stars spinning rapidly, emitting beams of radiation like cosmic lighthouses. Natural, not artificial. But how many times can we make that mistake? How many signals have we dismissed as natural phenomena because we could not imagine a technological explanation? How many artifacts are hidden in the data, waiting for us to develop the theory, the framework, the understanding that would allow us to recognize them? This is the communication filter, the idea that civilizations exist, that they are trying to communicate, but the gulf between them is not just one of distance, but of comprehension. That intelligence takes so many forms, evolves in so many different directions, that mutual understanding becomes impossible, that we're all shouting into the void in languages no one else can speak, using technologies no one else can detect, encoding messages no one else can decode. And if that is true, then the silence is not silence at all. It is a cacophony we cannot hear, a conversation happening all around us in frequencies and formats and dimensions we have not yet learned to access. We are deaf, not because there is nothing to hear, but because we do not yet have the ears, the crisis of meaning. But let us imagine for a moment that a civilization survives, that it avoids nuclear war, that it cures all diseases, that it solves the alignment problem with AI, that it stabilizes its climate, that it reforms its economy, that it overcomes all the filters we have discussed. Let us imagine it becomes stable, prosperous, advanced. It has limitless clean energy. It has eliminated poverty, hunger, disease. It has extended lifespans, perhaps indefinitely. It has built cities that are marvels of efficiency and beauty. It has achieved everything it set out to achieve. And then what? This is a question we rarely ask, because we are so focused on survival, on avoiding the catastrophes, that we forget to think about what comes after. But it might be the most important question of all, because purpose, meaning, the drive to continue, these are not automatic, they are not guaranteed. And a civilization that has nothing left to strive for might simply stop. Human beings need purpose. We need goals, challenges, obstacles to overcome. It is wired into our psychology. We are descended from ancestors who survived by solving problems, by adapting, by striving. And when we have nothing to strive for, we become depressed, listless, unmotivated. We see this in individuals who retire after decades of work and find themselves adrift, unsure what to do with their days. We see it in societies that achieve great wealth and then stagnate, turning inward, losing the drive that made them successful. Now scale that up to an entire civilization. What happens when you have solved all the problems? When technology can provide for every need? When suffering is eliminated? When death is optional? When every desire can be fulfilled with minimal effort? One possibility is utopia, a society of abundance and leisure, where people are free to pursue art, philosophy, knowledge for its own sake, where creativity flourishes, where culture reaches heights we cannot imagine, a golden age without end. But another possibility is stagnation, a society where nothing matters because everything is easy, where people lose the drive to create, to explore, to push boundaries, because there are no boundaries left to push, where life becomes a comfortable plateau, pleasant but meaningless, and the population slowly dwindles as people choose not to have children, not to continue, because there is no compelling reason to do so. We see hints of this in our own world. The countries with the highest standards of living, the most advanced economies, the best healthcare and education, these are also the countries with the lowest birth rates. Japan, South Korea, much of Europe, populations as declining, aging, shrinking. Not because of poverty or disease, but because people are choosing not to reproduce. Because the drive to have children, to continue the species, is not as strong when survival is assured. This is the meaning crisis. The idea that intelligence, once it achieves a certain level of comfort and security, loses the motivation to continue. That the same traits that drive a species to survive, curiosity, ambition, the desire for more, are tied to scarcity, to challenge, to the presence of obstacles. And when the obstacles are removed, the drive disappears. Maybe this is what happens to every civilization that survives the other filters. They reach a state of stability, of abundance, and then they simply stop. Not because they destroy themselves, but because they lose interest. Birth rates drop, innovation slows, the society becomes inward focused, contemplative, static, and over time, quietly, peacefully, they fade. The population declines, the knowledge is preserved but not used. The machines continue to run, but no one is there to operate them, and eventually the lights go out, not with a bang, but with a sigh. The universe, in this scenario, is silent because advanced civilizations become quiet. They turn inward, away from the cosmos, toward whatever internal realms they find more fulfilling. Virtual realities, perhaps, where experience can be crafted and controlled, or philosophical pursuits, meditative traditions, explorations of consciousness rather than space. They exist, but they are no longer interested in reaching out, in making contact, in leaving their mark on the physical universe. They have transcended, in a sense. But the transcendence is not dramatic or triumphant. It is gentle, gradual, a slow withdrawal from the material world into something else, something we cannot quite name. And if that is the great filter, then it is perhaps the most insidious one of all, because it is not something you can fight. It is not a threat you can prepare for. It is simply the natural endpoint of success, the realization that after you've climbed the mountain, there is nowhere left to go but down or inward, or simply to stop climbing. The watchers in the dark. But there is another possibility, one that is darker, stranger, more unsettling than any we have considered so far. What if the universe is not empty? What if it is full of civilizations, thousands of them, millions perhaps, scattered across the galaxy? And what if they are all hiding? This is the dark forest hypothesis, and it begins with a simple premise. The universe is a dangerous place, not because of asteroids or supernovae, but because of other intelligent species. Because intelligence is competitive, because resources are finite, and because in the vast dark between the stars, you never know who is watching. Imagine you're a civilization that has just developed radio technology. You can send signals into space. You can announce your presence, broadcast your location, say, "We are here," to anyone who might be listening. It is an act of hope, of optimism, of a desire to make contact. But consider what you are revealing: your location, your level of technology, your capabilities, and you have no idea who is listening. You have no idea if they are peaceful or hostile. You have no idea if they will respond with curiosity or with weapons. And here is the problem: you cannot know. The distances are too vast. By the time you detect another civilization, by the time you receive their signals and decipher their messages and determine their intentions, centuries might have passed, millennia. And if they are hostile, if they decide you are a threat, you will not see the attack coming until it is too late. A relativistic missile, a fraction of light speed, takes decades to cross interstellar space. You would have no warning, no time to respond. One moment your civilization exists, the next it is gone. So what do? Do you take the risk? Do you broadcast your presence and hope for the best? Or do you stay silent? Do you listen but never transmit? Do you watch the galaxy, observe other civilizations from a distance, but never reveal yourself? The dark forest hypothesis suggests that most civilizations choose silence because the risks are too great. Because in a universe where you cannot trust anyone, where first strike is always an advantage, where paranoia is rational, the safest strategy is to hide, to become invisible, to observe without being observed. And if everyone follows this logic, then the universe becomes a dark forest. Every civilization a hunter, moving carefully through the trees, trying not to make a sound. Because making a sound, revealing your position, could be fatal. The moment you are seen, you might be targeted, not out of malice, but out of precaution. Because the other hunter does not know if you are a threat, and they cannot afford to wait to find out. This is a grim vision, but it is also logical. Game theory suggests that in situations of uncertainty and high stakes, the rational choice is often the paranoid one: to defect rather than cooperate, to strike first rather than trust. And if this is true, if this is the logic that governs intelligent species across the galaxy, then the silence makes perfect sense. Everyone is listening. No one is talking, because talking is dangerous. But there is a corollary to this hypothesis that is even more disturbing. If the universe is a dark forest, and if civilizations are hiding, then what happens when a young civilization, a civilization like ours starts broadcasting. When we send out radio signals, television broadcasts, radar pulses that ripple out into space at the speed of light, announcing our presence to anyone who cares to listen. We become visible. We become a target. And somewhere, out in the dark, someone might already be watching, might already be making calculations, might already be deciding what to do about us. We have been broadcasting for about a century now. Our signals have spread out in a sphere roughly 100 light-years in radius. That sphere contains thousands of stars, and if even one of them hosts a civilization that subscribes to dark forest logic, that believes the safest response to a potential threat is to eliminate it, then the attack is already on its way, travelling toward us at close to light speed, and we will not see it coming until it arrives. This is the paranoid interpretation of the Fermi paradox, the idea that the silence is not natural but enforced, that the universe is full of predators and the prey who make noise do not survive, that we've been lucky so far, lucky that no one nearby has noticed us or decided we're worth the effort to destroy. But that luck might not last. Of course, this hypothesis has problems. It assumes that all civilizations are fundamentally paranoid and violent. It assumes that resources are scarce enough and threats are credible enough, that preemptive strikes make sense. It assumes that the effort of attacking another civilization across interstellar distances is justified by the benefit of eliminating a potential competitor. And maybe those assumptions are wrong. Maybe most civilizations are peaceful. Maybe the effort of interstellar attack is too great to be worth it. Maybe cooperation is more beneficial than conflict, even across vast distances. But we do not know, we cannot know, and that uncertainty is precisely the point. Because if you do not know, if you cannot trust, then the safest assumption is the darkest one. And if every civilization makes that assumption, then the dark forest becomes real, regardless of whether any individual civilization is actually violent. We are players in a game whose rules we do not fully understand. We are broadcasting into the void, hoping for a response, hoping for contact, hoping that we are not alone. And somewhere, in the darkness between the stars, something might be listening, might be watching, might be deciding, and we have no way of knowing until it is too late. The simulation and the substrate. There's one final possibility we must consider, one that is so strange, so far removed from our everyday experience that it sounds like science fiction, but it is taken seriously by physicists, philosophers, computer scientists. The idea that we might not be living in base reality, that the universe we observe, the matter we are made of, the laws of physics that govern everything, might all be a simulation, not a metaphor, an actual simulation, a computational construct running on hardware that exists in some higher level of reality, some substrate we cannot observe or interact with. The logic goes like this. If it is possible to create simulated universes, and if advanced civilizations have the computational power to run such simulations, then they would likely run many of them, billions, trillions perhaps. And if simulated universes vastly outnumber real universes, then statistically, we are far more likely to be living in a simulation than in base reality. Think about our own progress. We already create virtual worlds, video games, computer models, physics simulations. They are crude now, simple, obviously artificial. But they are improving. Every year the graphics become more realistic, the physics more accurate, the worlds more complex. We can simulate weather patterns, galaxy formations, molecular interactions, and we are still in the early stages of computing. Now imagine what we could do with 1,000,000 years of progress. with quantum computers, with artificial intelligence, with computational resources beyond our current comprehension, we could simulate entire universes down to the quantum level. We could create digital worlds indistinguishable from reality, populated with conscious entities who believe they are real, who have no idea they are running on someone else's hardware. And if we can do it, then any sufficiently advanced civilization can do it. And if they can, they probably will. For research, for entertainment, for education, for purposes we cannot imagine. And if simulations are common, if they are created in vast numbers, then the odds that we are living in base reality become vanishingly small. This is the simulation hypothesis. And if it is true, then the great filter takes on a very different meaning. Because if we are in a simulation, then the rules might be different. The universe might not be what it appears. The silence of space might be a feature, not a bug. The simulators might have designed it this way, might have set parameters that limit how far civilizations can spread, or how long they can last, or what they can discover. The great filter might not be a natural consequence of physics or biology or psychology. It might be intentional. A constraint built into the simulation to keep things interesting, to create narrative tension, to ensure that civilizations rise and fall in predictable patterns. And if that is true, then there is no escaping it. No amount of wisdom or technology will help. Because the filter is not part of the simulation, it is part of the code, and the code cannot be changed from inside. Or perhaps the filter is something else entirely. Perhaps simulations have a lifespan. Perhaps they are turned off when they are no longer interesting, when the experiment is complete, when the simulators move on to other projects. Perhaps civilizations go silent not because they destroy themselves or hide or lose meaning, but because someone unplugs them. And perhaps we are approaching that point. Perhaps our simulation is nearing its end. Perhaps the great filter is simply the moment when the simulators decide they have seen enough, and they shut everything down. It sounds absurd. It sounds like the ultimate paranoia, the ultimate denial of agency, but it is also unfalsifiable. There is no way to prove we are not in a simulation. Any evidence we find, any test we run, could be part of the simulation. The simulators could always be one step ahead, could always adjust the parameters to hide the truth. And maybe that is the point. Maybe the great filter is not about physics or biology or sociology. Maybe it is about epistemology, about the limits of what we can know, about the realization that there might be no ultimate answers, no final truths, no way to distinguish between reality and simulation, between meaning and meaninglessness. And maybe that realization itself is the filter, the moment when a civilization becomes advanced enough to ask these questions and then becomes paralyzed by them, unable to move forward because they do not know if moving forward matters, unable to take action because they do not know if their actions are real. This is the existential filter. The idea that consciousness, once it becomes sufficiently reflective, sufficiently aware of its own limitations, collapses under the weight of its own questions. That the same intelligence that allows us to understand the universe also allows us to doubt everything, including ourselves. And that doubt, that uncertainty, that fundamental inability to know becomes the ultimate barrier to progress. We can survive nuclear war. We can cure diseases. We can control AI. We can stabilize the climate. We can reform our economies. We can overcome our cognitive biases. But can we survive the realization that none of it might matter? That the universe might be arbitrary? That our existence might be contingent? That everything we value might be built on foundations that do not exist? Maybe most civilizations cannot. Maybe they reach that point and simply give up. Not in despair exactly, but in a kind of cosmic shrug, an acceptance that the questions are unanswerable, that the search for meaning is futile, that the best thing to do is simply to exist, quietly, without ambition, without purpose, until existence ends. And maybe that is why the universe is silent. Not because civilizations are destroyed, but because they are enlightened. Because they have seen through the illusion of purpose, the fiction of progress, the myth of meaning. And having seen through it, they stop playing the game. They go quiet. They turn off their transmitters. They stop building, stop exploring, stop reaching for the stars. Because they have realized finally that there is nowhere to reach, no destination, no goal, no filter to pass through because there was never anything to pass through to, just silence, eternal, absolute, and somehow, in the end, peaceful. The night deepens, the questions multiply, and we're left here, in the dark, with more mysteries than answers. The great filter, whatever it is, remains elusive. A shadow we cannot quite see, a pattern we cannot quite grasp. But perhaps that is as it should be. Perhaps the great filter is not something to be understood, but something to be confronted. Not a puzzle to be solved, but a gauntlet to be run. And perhaps we are still in the middle of it, still being tested, still choosing moment by moment whether to continue or to stop, whether to reach outward or turn inward, whether to speak or to stay silent. The universe waits, the stars burn, and we remain here, small and fragile and impossibly persistent, asking questions that might have no answers, building things that might not last, dreaming dreams that might never come true, but dreaming nonetheless, asking nonetheless, reaching nonetheless. And maybe that is the answer to the great filter. Not wisdom, not technology, not any particular achievement or breakthrough, just persistence, just the refusal to accept silence, just the determination to keep asking, keep building, keep dreaming, even when the odds are against us, even when the universe seems empty, even when we do not know if any of it matters, because we are here. And while we are here, we might as well try. Sleep now. Let these thoughts drift into dreams. Let the weight of cosmic uncertainty cradle you into rest. Tomorrow the questions will still be there, and so will we. For now, the test. We cannot fail. All of these possibilities, nuclear war, pandemics, artificial intelligence, climate collapse, economic failure, psychological denial, are not mutually exclusive. They are interconnected, reinforcing, each one making the others more likely. A civilization stressed by climate change is more prone to conflict. A society racing to develop AI is less likely to prioritize safety. An economy focused on growth is less able to adapt to resource limits. And a species in denial about any of these threats is unlikely to address them until it is too late. This is the great filter. Not a single challenge, but a convergence. A moment in the development of intelligence where multiple existential risks emerge simultaneously, where the power to destroy outpaces the wisdom to restrain, where complexity exceeds the ability to manage it. A test. The ultimate test. And the silence of the universe suggests that most civilizations fail. But we are not most civilizations. Not yet. We're still here, still aware, still capable of choice, and that means something. The filter is not deterministic. It is probabilistic. It represents the odds, not certainty. Some civilizations might pass through, might find a way to navigate the dangers, to balance the risks, to survive long enough to spread to other worlds and ensure their continuation. It is possible. Difficult, but possible. And maybe that is enough. Maybe the universe is not completely silent. Maybe there are others out there who made it through, who found a way. And maybe if we survive, we will find them, or they will find us. And we will know, finally, that we are not alone, that intelligence can endure, that the filter can be passed. But first, we have to pass it ourselves. The hour is late now, the words are many, and the weight of these questions, these possibilities, can feel overwhelming. It is easy to fall into despair, to believe that the filter is inevitable, that we are doomed to repeat the pattern of every civilization that came before us. But despair is not wisdom. It is surrender. And we have not come this far, through 4 billion years of evolution, through countless extinctions and disasters and near misses, just to give up now. We are the universe becoming aware of itself. We are stardust that learn to think, to question, to reach for something beyond survival. And yes, that awareness brings with it tremendous responsibility, tremendous risk, but also tremendous possibility. The great filter is real, the dangers are real, but so is our capacity to adapt, to learn, to change. We have done it before, countless times. In our history as a species, we have faced extinction and survived. We have made mistakes and learned from them. We have built systems that failed and then built better ones. We can do it again. We must do it again. Not because success is guaranteed, but because the alternative is unacceptable. So rest now. Let these thoughts settle. Let the weight of cosmic time and space cradle you into sleep. And know that tomorrow, when you wake, the stars will still be there. The universe will still be vast and mysterious and full of questions we have yet to answer. And we will still be here, asking them, reaching for them, refusing to accept silence as the final answer. That is what makes us human. That is what makes us matter. And that, perhaps, is how we pass the filter. Not through certainty, but through persistence. Not through power, but through wisdom. Not through denial, but through the courage to face what we have created, and the determination to become worthy of the universe we inhabit. Sleep well. The journey continues, and we are still in it. The night is deep now. The stars are still there, scattered across the black, burning with light that began its journey long before we existed. And they will still be there long after we are gone, whether we survive the filter or not. The universe does not care. It does not mourn. It simply continues, indifferent and eternal. But we care. We wonder. We search for meaning in the silence, for patterns in the chaos, for hope in the darkness. And maybe that is what makes us different. Not our intelligence, not our technology, but our refusal to accept the void without question. Our need to know, even if the answer is terrifying. The great filter is out there, somewhere. Maybe we have already passed it. Maybe it is still ahead. Maybe it is both, a series of thresholds that we must cross, each one more difficult than the last. Or maybe it is something else entirely, something we cannot yet imagine. But whatever it is, we are still here, still asking, still reaching. And as long as we are, there is a chance, a small one perhaps, a fragile one, but a chance nonetheless. So rest now. Let the questions fade. Let the silence of the stars wash over you, not as a threat, but as a reminder. A reminder that we are small, yes, but also that we are part of something vast, that we are made of the same atoms as those distant suns, the same matter that has been cycling through the universe since the beginning. that we are, in a very real sense, the universe trying to understand itself. And maybe, in the end, that is all we need to be. Sleep well. The stars will still be there in the morning, and so will we, for now, for as long as we can, for as long as the filter allows. What if one of the oldest texts on Earth doesn't just record history, but reveals a forgotten world that came before us? Somewhere in the quiet halls of a museum, behind glass that reflects the modern world back at itself, rests a clay tablet covered in wedge-shaped marks. The marks are cuneiform, one of humanity's first attempts to capture thought in physical form. The tablet is small, unassuming, easily overlooked among the grander relics of ancient empires. But the words pressed into that clay thousands of years ago tell a story so strange, so unsettling, that scholars have spent more than a century trying to explain it away. It's called the Sumerian King List, and if you read it carefully, if you let its words settle into your mind without rushing to dismiss them, you begin to realize that it doesn't sound like mythology at all. It sounds like memory. The list begins in a time before the flood, a great deluge that appears in stories across the ancient world, from Mesopotamia to the Bible, from India to the Americas. But before that flood, according to the King List, there were kings. Rulers who sat on thrones in cities whose names still echo through history. Eridu, Bad Tibera, Larak, Sippar, Shuruppak. These were not mythical places. Archaeologists have found them. They were real cities, built by real hands, occupied by real people. But the kings who ruled them, their reigns stretch across time in ways that defy everything we think we know about human life. One king ruled for 28,000 years, another for 43,000. The shortest reign listed before the flood lasted a mere 18,600 years. And then the flood came. The waters rose, the world ended. When the waters receded and kingship descended from the heavens once more, something had changed. The new kings, the ones who ruled after the flood, lived lifetimes that sound almost human. A few hundred years, a few dozen. Some ruled for less than a decade. It's as though the very nature of existence had shifted, as though time itself had been reset, and humanity had to begin again under different rules. The question that haunts anyone who reads the Sumerian King List is simple, and it echoes across millennia. What happened? What kind of world existed before the flood, where kings could reign for tens of thousands of years? And why does this ancient text, carved into clay by scribes who lived closer to that lost world than we do, insist that it was real? The Sumerian King List was not discovered all at once. It exists in fragments, scattered across time and geography, pieced together from multiple clay tablets found in different locations throughout Mesopotamia. The most complete version was unearthed in the early 20th century during excavations in the ancient city of Nippur, located in what is now southern Iraq. Nippur was a sacred city, a place of temples and learning, where scribes copied and preserved the knowledge of their civilization. The tablet found there, known as the Well-Blundell Prism, is a four-sided clay column covered in cuneiform script. It was created around 2000 BCE, during the reign of the Yisan dynasty, but the information it contains is far older. The scribes who carved it were not inventing a story. They were copying from earlier sources, texts that had been passed down through generations, perhaps even millennia. The King List was not a work of fiction to them. It was a historical record, as real and authoritative as any chronicle of kings and dynasties. Other fragments of the King List have been found in cities like Ur, Lhasa, and Kish. Each version varies slightly, with different kings emphasized or omitted depending on which city-state commissioned the text. But the core structure remains the same, a chronological list of rulers beginning in the distant past before the flood and continuing down through history to the time of the scribes themselves. What makes the King List so extraordinary is not just its age, but its format. It reads like a bureaucratic document, dry and matter-of-fact, listing each king's name, the city where he ruled, and the length of his reign. There is no embellishment, no poetic language, no attempt to glorify or mythologize. It simply states the facts as the Sumerians understood them. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Alulim became king. He ruled for 20 AC 800 years. That's how it begins, not with a creation myth or a story of God shaping the world, but with a straightforward declaration: kingship came from the heavens, and the first king ruled for nearly 29,000 years. The list continues in this manner, moving from one king to the next, one city to the next, until it reaches the flood. Then, after a brief acknowledgement that the flood swept over the land and kingship had to descend from heaven once more, the list resumes. But now the numbers are different. The reigns are shorter. The world has changed. Scholars have long struggled with how to interpret the king list. The standard explanation is that the antediluvian kings, the ones who ruled before the flood, are mythological figures, symbolic representations of a distant, idealized past. The enormous lengths of their reigns, according to this view, are not meant to be taken literally. They are exaggerations, perhaps intended to convey the idea that these early rulers were semi-divine, closer to the gods than to ordinary humans. But that explanation raises as many questions as it answers. If the antediluvian kings are purely mythological, why does the king list treat them exactly the same way it treats the later, historically verified kings? Why is there no shift in tone, no indication that the scribes considered the early kings any less real than the later ones? And why do the post-flood kings, whose reigns are still extraordinarily long by modern standards, but far shorter than their predecessors, gradually transition into rulers whose lifespans match those of actual historical figures? The king list doesn't read like mythology. It reads like a record that begins in a time so distant, so different from our own, that the very fabric of existence was not what it is today. And then something happened, something catastrophic, something that changed the world. And after that, time moved differently. Life moved differently. Humanity moved differently. What if the Sumerians weren't exaggerating? What if they were remembering? To understand the weight of that question, you have to step back and consider what Sumer was. This was not a primitive society stumbling towards civilization. When Sumer emerged in southern Mesopotamia around 4500 BCE, it arrived almost fully formed, with cities, temples, irrigation systems, and a written language. The Sumerians had laws, mathematics, astronomy, literature. They built ziggurats that reached toward the sky, massive stepped pyramids that served as bridges between the earthly and the divine. And they had memory. They remembered a time before their cities, before their writing, before the flood. They remembered kings who ruled in an age that felt more like legend than history. Yet they recorded those kings with the same precision they used to record everything else. The flood itself is central to the king list, and it's central to Sumerian mythology as a whole. The most famous account of the flood comes from the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest surviving works of literature. In that story, the gods decide to destroy humanity with a great deluge, but one man, Utnapishtim, is warned by the god Enki. He builds a boat, saves his family and representatives of all living creatures, and survives the flood. When the waters recede, he is granted immortality by the gods. The parallels to the biblical story of Noah are impossible to ignore, and scholars have long recognized that the Genesis flood narrative likely has its roots in earlier Mesopotamian traditions. But the Sumerian king list adds another layer to the story. It doesn't just tell us that a flood happened. It divides all of history into two eras, before the flood and after the flood. It treats the flood as a boundary, a moment when the old world ended and a new one began. Before the flood, kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, they didn't. That's not a metaphor. That's a statement of fact. at least as the Sumerians understood it. Something fundamental changed when the flood came. The world that existed before was not the same as the world that came after. What kind of world could that have been? What kind of civilization could produce kings who reigned for millennia? And why would the Sumerians, who were meticulous record keepers, insist that such a world was real? One possibility is that the antediluvian kings represent entire dynasties rather than individual rulers. Perhaps each name on the list is not a single person, but a lineage, a family, or clan that held power for thousands of years. The enormous lengths of their reigns would then make more sense. They would be the cumulative reigns of many rulers compressed into a single name. But that explanation doesn't quite fit. The king list is very specific about individual kings. It names them, tells us where they ruled, and gives us exact numbers for their reigns. If the scribes had meant to represent dynasties, they could have said so. They didn't. They treated each king as a distinct individual, just as they did with the later, historically verified rulers. Another possibility is that the numbers are symbolic, encoded with astronomical or mathematical significance. Some researchers have suggested that the lengths of the antediluvian reigns correspond to cycles of the heavens, precessions, planetary alignments, or other celestial phenomena that the Sumerians, who were skilled astronomers, might have been tracking. In this view, the king list is not a historical record at all, but a kind of cosmic calendar, a way of marking time on a scale far grander than human lifespans. That's an intriguing idea, and there's some evidence to support it. The Sumerians were obsessed with the heavens. They track the movements of the stars and planets with remarkable precision, and their mythology is filled with references to celestial events. The number 3600, which appears frequently in Sumerian texts, is thought to represent a sar, a unit of time associated with the orbit of a hypothetical planet or celestial body. Some of the reigns listed in the king list are multiples of 3600, which suggests that the numbers might indeed have astronomical meaning. But even if the numbers are symbolic, that doesn't mean the kings themselves were fictional. It's possible that the Sumerians were doing both, recording real rulers while also embedding deeper layers of meaning into the lengths of their reigns. Ancient texts often operate on multiple levels, blending history, mythology, and cosmology into a single narrative. The king list might be no different. And then there's the simplest, most unsettling possibility of all. What if the Sumerians were telling the truth? What if there really was a time, long before recorded history, when human beings, or beings like us, lived far longer than we do now? What if the antediluvian kings were real, and their extraordinary lifespans were not exaggerations but accurate reflections of a world that no longer exists? That idea sounds impossible. It contradicts everything we know about biology, about aging, about the limits of human life. But the Sumerians didn't know they were supposed to find it impossible. They simply recorded what they believed to be true, based on the knowledge that had been passed down to them from their ancestors. And their ancestors in turn had received that knowledge from those who came before them, stretching back into a past so distant that it fades into shadow. What if the shadow is where the truth lies? The Sumerian king list is not the only ancient text that speaks of impossibly long lifespans. Across the ancient world, in cultures that had no contact with one another, similar stories appear. In the Bible, the book of Genesis lists 10 patriarchs who lived before the flood, and their lifespans are staggering. Adam lived for 930 years. Seth lived for 912 years. Methuselah, the longest lived of them all, reached 969 years before he died. After the flood, the lifespans of the patriarchs drop sharply. Noah's descendants lived for a few hundred years, then a few dozen, until eventually human lifespans settled into the range we recognize today. The parallels between the biblical patriarchs and the Sumerian king list are striking. Both texts divide history into two eras, before the flood and after the flood. Both describe a time when human beings, or at least certain exceptional individuals, lived far longer than they do now. And both suggest that the flood was not just a natural disaster, but a turning point, a moment when the rules of existence changed. In ancient Egypt, the Turin King List, also known as the Turin Royal Canon, records the reigns of gods and semi-divine beings who ruled before the first human pharaohs. These divine rulers are said to have reigned for thousands of years, much like the antediluvian kings of Sumer. The list then transitions to the reigns of human kings, whose lifespans are far shorter. Once again, we see the same pattern, a distant past populated by beings who lived on a timescale that seems impossible, followed by a shift to a more recognizable human history. In India, the ancient Puranas describe cycles of time called yugas, vast epochs during which the nature of existence changes. In the earliest yuga, the Satya Yuga, or Golden Age, human beings lived for thousands of years and possessed abilities that seem almost godlike. As the yugas progressed and the world declined, human lifespans grew shorter and the connection between humanity and the divine weakened. By the time of the Kali Yuga, the current age, humans live for only a few decades, and the world is filled with suffering and ignorance. Even in the Americas, far removed from the civilizations of the Old World, similar stories appear. The Maya and Aztec traditions speak of previous worlds or ages, each of which ended in catastrophe. The beings who inhabited those earlier worlds were different from modern humans, taller, stronger, longer lived. When each world was destroyed, a new one began, and the people of the new world were diminished, less than what had come before. These stories, scattered across continents and millennia, all share a common theme: the idea that humanity's distant past was fundamentally different from the present. There was a time when people lived longer, when the world was closer to the divine, when the boundaries between gods and humans were not as rigid as they are now. And then something happened, a flood, a cataclysm, a cosmic shift, and the old world ended. What came after was smaller, shorter, more fragile. Why do these stories exist? Why do cultures that never met, that developed independently on opposite sides of the planet, all tell variations of the same tale? One explanation is that these are universal myths, archetypes that arise naturally from the human psyche. The idea of a lost golden age, a time of perfection that was destroyed and can never be reclaimed, is a powerful narrative. It speaks to a deep longing within us, a sense that something has been lost, that we are living in the shadow of a greater past. From this perspective, the Sumerian king list and the biblical patriarchs and the Egyptian god-kings are all expressions of the same psychological need, a way of imagining a time when life was better, longer, more meaningful. But there's another explanation, one that's harder to dismiss. What if these stories are not myths at all? What if they are memories, distorted, fragmented, passed down through countless generations, but memories nonetheless? What if there really was a time, long before recorded history, when the world was different, when human beings, or beings like us, lived in ways we can no longer imagine? And what if the flood, the cataclysm that appears in so many ancient texts, was a real event, a disaster so catastrophic that it reset human civilization, wiping out almost everything that came before? The geological record tells us that massive floods have occurred throughout Earth's history. At the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, enormous ice sheets covering much of the northern hemisphere began to melt. The resulting sea level rise was dramatic, flooding coastal regions and river valleys around the world. Some researchers believe that this event, or a series of related events, could be the source of the flood myths that appear in so many ancient cultures. But the Sumerian king list suggests something more specific. It doesn't just say that a flood happened, it says that the flood marked a boundary between two different kinds of existence. Before the flood, kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, they didn't. That's not just a story about rising water. That's a story about a world that ended and a new world that began in its place. What if the antediluvian kings were not human in the way we understand the term? What if they were something else? Survivors of an earlier civilization, perhaps, or beings who existed in a time when the conditions of life on Earth were radically different? What if the Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were preserving the last remnants of knowledge from that lost world? Knowledge that had been passed down through the survivors of the flood? These are not comfortable questions. They push against the boundaries of what we're willing to accept as possible. But the Sumerian king list doesn't care about our comfort. It simply exists, carved into clay, waiting for us to decide what it means. The city of Eridu holds a special place in Sumerian tradition. According to the king list, it was the first city to receive kingship from the heavens. It was where civilization began, where the gods first taught humanity the arts of writing, building, and governance. Archaeological excavations at Eridu have revealed a settlement that dates back to at least 5400 BCE, making it one of the oldest known cities in the world. At the heart of Eridu stood a temple dedicated to Enki, the god of wisdom, water, and creation. Enki was one of the most important deities in the Sumerian pantheon, a god who loved humanity and often intervened to protect them from the wrath of the other gods. In the flood myth, it was Enki who warned Utnapishtim of the coming deluge, giving him the knowledge he needed to survive. The temple at Eridu was rebuilt many times over the centuries, each new structure built on top of the ruins of the old. Archaeologists have uncovered at least 17 layers of construction, stretching back thousands of years. The earliest layers are simple shrines, small structures made of mud brick. But even in those earliest layers, there is evidence of ritual activity, of offerings made to the gods, of a people who believed they were living in a sacred place. Why was Eridu considered the first city? Why did the Sumerians believe that kingship descended from heaven there and nowhere else? The answer might lie in the city's location. Eridu was built near the edge of the marshes, where the Euphrates River met the Persian Gulf. It was a place of transition, a boundary between land and water, between the human world and the realm of the gods. In Sumerian cosmology, water was the source of all life, the primordial substance from which the world was created. Enki, the god of water, was the god of beginnings, the one who brought order out of chaos. If Eridu was the first city, then Alulim, the first king, was the first human to receive the gift of kingship from the gods. According to the king list, he ruled for 800 years. That number is not random. It's a multiple of 3600, the sacred Sar, a unit of time that appears throughout Sumerian texts. Some researchers believe that the Sar represents a great cosmic cycle, a period during which the heavens complete a full rotation and return to their starting point. If that's true, then Alulim's reign might represent not just a single lifetime, but an entire age, a vast span of time during which the first city flourished under the guidance of the gods. But what does it mean to say that kingship descended from heaven? The Sumerians were not speaking metaphorically. They believed quite literally that the gods lived in the sky, in a celestial realm above the earth. Kingship was a divine gift, a sacred responsibility bestowed upon certain individuals by the gods themselves. The king was not just a political leader. He was a mediator between the human and divine worlds, a figure who maintained the cosmic order through ritual and sacrifice. The idea that kingship came from the heavens appears in other ancient cultures as well. In Egypt, the pharaoh was considered a living god, a divine being who ruled on earth as the representative of the gods. In China, the emperor held the mandate of heaven, a divine right to rule that could be revoked if he failed to govern justly. In Mesoamerica, the rulers of the Maya and Aztec civilizations claimed descent from the gods and performed elaborate rituals to maintain the balance between the earthly and celestial realms. But the Sumerian king list goes further. It doesn't just say that kings were chosen by the gods, it says that kingship itself, as an institution, as a concept, came from the heavens. Before kingship descended, there were no kings. There was no organized society, no cities, no civilization. And then, at a specific moment in time, in a specific place, Eridu, the gods gave humanity the gift of kingship and everything changed. What if that's not mythology? What if it's history? What if there really was a moment when human society underwent a sudden dramatic transformation? When people who had been living as hunter-gatherers or simple farmers suddenly began building cities, developing writing, creating complex social hierarchies? And what if that transformation was so rapid, so unprecedented, that the only way the Sumerians could explain it was to say that it came from the gods? Modern archaeology has struggled to explain the sudden emergence of Sumerian civilization. Around 4000 BCE, the region that would become Sumer was inhabited by small farming communities. By 3500 BCE, those communities had grown into cities with populations in the thousands, with monumental architecture, advanced irrigation systems, and a written language. The transition happened in the span of a few centuries, a blink of an eye in archaeological terms. Where did the Sumerians come from? Where did they learn to build ziggurats, to write in cuneiform, to organize their society into complex bureaucracies? The standard answer is that these developments were gradual, the result of centuries of slow innovation and cultural evolution. But the archaeological record doesn't quite support that narrative. Sumerian civilization appears suddenly, almost fully formed, with little evidence of the intermediate stages we would expect to see. Some researchers have suggested that the Sumerians inherited their knowledge from an earlier, unknown civilization, a culture that existed before them and passed down its wisdom through oral tradition or lost texts. Others have proposed that the Sumerians were influenced by contact with other advanced societies, perhaps from the Indus Valley or the Iranian Plateau, but there's no clear evidence for either of these theories. And then there's the king list, sitting quietly in its museum case, insisting that the answer is simpler than we think. Kingship descended from heaven. The gods gave humanity the knowledge it needed to build cities, to write, to govern, The first kings ruled for thousands of years, guiding their people through an age that we can barely imagine. And then the flood came, and the old world ended, and humanity had to start again. What if the Sumerians were right? The flood is the pivot point of the king list, the moment when everything changes. Before the flood, the reigns of the kings stretch across millennia. After the flood, they contract sharply. The first post-Diluvian king, Joshua of Kish, ruled for 1,200 years, still an extraordinary lifespan, but a fraction of what came before. His successors ruled for even shorter periods, and within a few generations the reigns had dropped to a few hundred years, then a few dozen. The flood itself is described briefly in the king list, almost as an aside. Then the flood swept over. After the flood had swept over and the kingship had descended from heaven, the kingship was in Kish. That's all. No details about the flood itself. No description of the destruction it caused. No explanation of why it happened. The scribes simply acknowledged that it occurred and then moved on to the next dynasty. But the brevity of that statement is deceptive. The flood was not a minor event in Sumerian tradition. It was the defining catastrophe of their history, the moment when the old world ended and the new world began. The Epic of Gilgamesh devotes an entire section to the flood, describing how the gods decided to destroy humanity, how Utnapishtim built his boat, how the waters rose and covered the earth, and how, when the flood finally receded, Utnapishtim made a sacrifice to the gods and was granted immortality. The flood appears in other Sumerian texts as well. The Eridu Genesis, one of the oldest known flood myths, tells a similar story. The gods create humanity. Humanity grows too numerous and too noisy. The gods decide to send a flood to wipe them out, but one man is warned and survives. The details vary from text to text, but the core narrative remains the same. The flood was real. It happened, and it changed everything. Why did the gods send the flood? In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the god Enlil is disturbed by the noise of humanity, the constant clamour of human activity, the endless bustle of cities and farms and markets. He convinces the other gods to destroy humanity with a flood, to wipe the slate clean and start over. But Enki, the god of wisdom, takes pity on humanity. He warns Utnapishtim, tells him to build a boat, and ensures that at least some humans survive. In the Eridu Genesis, the reason for the flood is less clear. The text is fragmentary, and much of it has been lost. But the surviving portions suggest that the gods were concerned about humanity's rapid growth, about the way human civilization was spreading across the earth. The flood was a way of resetting the balance, of preventing humanity from becoming too powerful, too numerous, too much like the gods themselves. That's a strange motivation for a divine catastrophe. Why would the gods be threatened by human progress? Why would they want to limit humanity's growth? Unless, of course, humanity was on the verge of discovering something, some knowledge, some power, that the gods wanted to keep hidden. The story of the Tower of Babel, found in the biblical book of Genesis, offers a similar theme. Humanity, speaking a single language and working together, begins to build a tower that reaches toward heaven. The tower is a symbol of human ambition, of the desire to ascend to the realm of the gods. But God sees the tower and is troubled. Behold, they are one people, and they have all one language, God says. And this is only the beginning of what they will do. And nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. So God confuses their language, scatters them across the earth, and the tower is never completed. The message is clear. There are limits to what humanity is allowed to know, to achieve, to become. When those limits are approached, the gods intervene. They send a flood, they scatter the people, they reset the world. What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list was not a natural disaster, but a deliberate act? What if it was a way of ending a civilization that had grown too advanced, too knowledgeable, too close to the secrets of the gods? And what if the antediluvian kings, with their impossibly long reigns, were the leaders of that civilization, beings who possessed knowledge and abilities that we can no longer imagine? The idea that an advanced civilization existed before recorded history is not new. It appears in the writings of Plato, who described the lost continent of Atlantis, a powerful, technologically advanced society that was destroyed in a single day and night by earthquakes and floods. Plato claimed that the story of Atlantis had been passed down from ancient Egyptian priests, who said that it had occurred 9,000 years before their time, placing it around 9600 BCE. Modern scholars generally dismiss Atlantis as a myth, a philosophical allegory that Plato invented to illustrate his ideas about the ideal state. But what if Plato was recording a genuine tradition, a memory of a real civilization that was destroyed in a cataclysm? What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list, the deluge of the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the destruction of Atlantis are all different versions of the same event, a global catastrophe that wiped out an advanced civilization and forced the survivors to start over from scratch? The geological evidence for such a catastrophe is tantalizing but inconclusive. At the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, the Earth underwent dramatic climate changes. Massive ice sheets melted, sea levels rose by hundreds of feet, and coastal regions around the world were flooded. Some researchers believe that this period, known as the Younger Dryas, was triggered by a comet impact or a series of impacts that caused widespread destruction and climate disruption. If a comet struck the Earth around 12,000 years ago, it would have caused tsunamis, wildfires, and a sudden drop in global temperatures. Coastal civilizations would have been wiped out almost instantly. The survivors would have been scattered, their cities and monuments buried beneath rising seas or destroyed by the impact itself. Within a few generations, the memory of what had been lost would have faded into myth. But some memories would have survived. Oral traditions passed down from parent to child, from generation to generation, would have preserved fragments of the old knowledge. And when writing was finally invented thousands of years later, those traditions would have been recorded, imperfectly, incompletely, but recorded nonetheless. The Sumerian king list might be one of those records, a distant echo of a world that existed before the flood, before the ice melted, before the old civilization was swept away. What if the antediluvian kings were the rulers of that lost civilization? What if their impossibly long reigns represent not individual lifespans, but the duration of their dynasties, their cultures, their cities? What if the Sumerians, when they carved the king list into clay, were preserving the last remnants of a history that stretched back to the very dawn of human civilization, and perhaps even before? The transition from the antediluvian kings to the post-diluvian kings is abrupt, but it's not absolute. The first kings after the flood still lived for centuries, far longer than any human today. Jusha of Kish ruled for 200 years. His successor, Kulasina-Bel, ruled for 960 years. The third king, Nangishli, ruled for 670 years. The numbers are still extraordinary, still far beyond the limits of human biology as we understand it, but they're declining. With each generation, the reigns grow shorter, as though the world is slowly returning to normal, slowly settling into the rhythms of existence that we recognize today. By the time the king list reaches the third dynasty after the flood, the rains have dropped to a few hundred years. By the fifth dynasty, they're down to a few dozen, and by the time we reach the kings of the Akkadian Empire, around 2300 BCE, the rains are entirely plausible. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. These are lifespans that match the historical record, that align with what we know about the rulers of ancient Mesopotamia. The king list doesn't explain why the rains grew shorter. It simply records the change, as though it were a natural process, an inevitable consequence of the flood. But the pattern is striking. It's as though the flood didn't just destroy the old world, it fundamentally altered the conditions of existence. Whatever allowed the antediluvian kings to live for tens of thousands of years was gone. The new world was different, smaller, more limited. Humanity had to adapt to a new reality, one in which life was shorter, knowledge was scarcer, and the connection to the divine was more distant. What could cause such a change? If we take the king list at face value, if we assume that the antediluvian kings really did live for thousands of years, then something about the pre-flood world must have been radically different from the post-flood world. The environment, the atmosphere, the very fabric of reality, something was different, and the flood marked the moment when that difference ended. Some researchers have speculated that the Earth's atmosphere was once richer in oxygen, or that the planet's magnetic field was stronger, or that cosmic radiation levels were lower. Any of these factors could, in theory, have extended human lifespans by reducing cellular damage and slowing the aging process. If the flood was accompanied by a dramatic shift in environmental conditions, perhaps triggered by a comet impact or a massive volcanic eruption, then those conditions could have changed, and human lifespans could have shortened as a result. But that's speculation, not evidence. There's no clear proof that the Earth's atmosphere or magnetic field was significantly different 12,000 years ago, and even if it was, it's hard to imagine how such changes could extend human lifespans to the degree described in the king list. 28,000 years is not just a long life, it's a geological timescale, a span of time during which entire civilizations could rise and fall. Another possibility is that the antediluvian kings were not entirely human. In Sumerian mythology, the gods often interacted with humanity, sometimes taking human form, sometimes mating with human women and producing hybrid offspring. The Anunnaki, a group of deities associated with the heavens and the underworld, were said to have descended to Earth and taught humanity the arts of civilization. Some researchers have suggested that the antediluvian kings might have been Anunnaki, or descendants of the Anunnaki, beings who are part god and part human, and who therefore lived far longer than ordinary mortals. This idea is echoed in the biblical book of Genesis, which describes the Nephilim, giants who walked the earth in the days before the flood. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, Genesis says, and also afterward when the sons of God came in to the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. The Nephilim are often interpreted as the offspring of angels and humans, beings who possessed extraordinary strength and longevity, but who were ultimately destroyed in the flood. The parallels between the Nephilim and the antediluvian kings of the Sumerian king list are striking. Both are described as living in the time before the flood. Both are associated with extraordinary abilities and lifespans, and both are said to have been wiped out when the flood came, leaving only a few survivors to carry on the human race. What if the antediluvian kings were the Nephilim? What if they were the mighty men of old, the rulers of a lost civilization that existed before the flood? And what if the flood was not just a natural disaster, but a deliberate act of divine judgment, a way of wiping out a race of beings that had become too powerful, too dangerous, too much like the gods themselves? These are not questions that can be answered with certainty. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous, too open to interpretation. But the fact that these stories exist, that they appear in multiple cultures and multiple texts, suggests that they are rooted in something real, some memory, some event, some truth that has been passed down through the ages. The Sumerian king list is not just a list of names and numbers. It's a window into a lost world, a world that existed before history, before writing, before the flood. And if we're willing to look through that window, if we're willing to set aside our assumptions and our skepticism, we might catch a glimpse of something extraordinary. A civilization that rose and fell long before our own, a time when the boundaries between gods and humans were not as clear as they are now, and a catastrophe that reset the world and forced humanity to begin again. The city of Kish holds a special place in the post-Diluvian section of the king list. After the flood, kingship descended from heaven once more, and this time it landed in Kish, a city located near the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Kish became the first capital of the New World, the place where civilization was reborn after the waters receded. Archaeological excavations at Kish have revealed evidence of a major flood that occurred around 2900 BCE. A thick layer of sediment, deposited by floodwaters, separates the earlier layers of the city from the later ones. This flood layer has been found at other Mesopotamian sites as well, including Ur and Shuruppak, suggesting that a widespread inundation occurred in the region during this period. Some scholars believe that this flood is the historical basis for the flood myths of Mesopotamia. It was a real event, a catastrophic deluge that destroyed cities and killed thousands of people. The survivors would have passed down stories of the flood, and over time those stories would have been embellished and mythologized, eventually becoming the epic narratives we find in texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Sumerian king list. But the flood layer at Kish dates to around 2900 BCE, which is thousands of years after the end of the last ice age and the dramatic sea level rise that occurred around 12,000 years ago. If the flood described in the king list is the same as the flood layer found at Kish, then the antediluvian kings could not have lived tens of thousands of years ago. They would have lived only a few centuries before the flood, which would make their impossibly long reigns even more difficult to explain. On the other hand, if the flood described in the king list is not the same as the flood layer at Kish, then we're left with two separate floods, one that occurred around 2900 BCE and destroyed the cities of Mesopotamia, and another, much earlier flood that marked the end of the antediluvian age. The earlier flood would have been far more catastrophic, a global or near-global event that wiped out an entire civilization and left only scattered survivors to rebuild. The idea of multiple floods is not without precedent. Many ancient cultures describe a series of cataclysms, each one destroying the world and forcing humanity to start over. The Hindu Puranas describe cycles of creation and destruction, with each cycle ending in a great deluge. The Maya believed that the world had been created and destroyed multiple times, with each new world inhabited by a different race of beings. Even the Bible hints at multiple catastrophes, with the flood of Noah being only one of several divine judgments that reshaped the earth. What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list is not a single event, but a memory of multiple floods compressed into a single narrative. What if the antediluvian kings lived through a series of catastrophes, each one more devastating than the last, until finally the world they knew was swept away entirely? And what if the survivors of those catastrophes carried with them the knowledge of what had been lost, preserving it in oral traditions and eventually recording it in texts like the King List? The more you examine the King List, the more questions it raises. Every answer leads to another mystery. Every explanation opens up new possibilities. It's as though the text itself is a puzzle, a riddle left behind by the Sumerians for future generations to solve, and the key to solving it might lie not in the text itself, but in the world that produced it, the world of ancient Mesopotamia, where gods and humans walked side by side, where the boundaries between myth and history were fluid, and where the past was not something to be forgotten, but something to be remembered, honoured, and preserved. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Sumerian King List is the way it blends myth and history so seamlessly. The early kings, with their impossibly long reigns, seem like mythological figures, beings from a distant, idealized past. But as the list progresses, the kings become more and more recognizable as historical figures. By the time we reach the kings of the Akkadian Empire, we're dealing with rulers whose names appear in other historical records, whose deeds are documented in inscriptions and monuments, whose reigns can be dated with reasonable accuracy. This transition from myth to history is not abrupt. It's gradual, almost imperceptible. The reigns grow shorter, the kings become more human, but there's no clear line where mythology ends and history begins. It's as though the Sumerians didn't see a distinction between the two. To them, the antediluvian kings were just as real as the kings of their own time. The only difference was that the antediluvian kings lived in a different world, under different conditions, and their lives reflected that difference. Modern historians tend to draw a sharp line between myth and history. Myth is fiction, a story invented to explain the world or to convey moral lessons. History is fact, a record of events that actually happened. But the Sumerians didn't think that way. For them, myth and history were two sides of the same coin, two ways of understanding the past. Myth was the story of the gods, the cosmic forces that shape the world. History was the story of humans, the kings and heroes who lived within that world. But both were real, both were true, and both were worth remembering. This blending of myth and history is not unique to Sumer. It appears in many ancient cultures. The ancient Greeks, for example, believed that the Trojan War was a real historical event, even though it was also the subject of epic poems filled with gods, monsters, and supernatural events. The ancient Egyptians recorded the reigns of their pharaohs alongside the reigns of gods and semi-divine beings, treating both as part of a continuous historical narrative. The ancient Chinese chronicled the deeds of legendary emperors who were said to have ruled for hundreds of years, and they saw no contradiction between those legends and the more recent, historically verified dynasties. What if this blending of myth and history is not a sign of primitive thinking, but a more sophisticated understanding of the past? What if the ancients recognized that history is not just a collection of facts, but a story, a narrative that we construct to make sense of the world? And what if they understood that some truths can only be expressed through myth, through stories that transcend the literal and speak to deeper realities? The Sumerian King List might be one of those stories. It might be a way of saying that the past is not just a series of events, but a journey from a time when the world was young and the gods were close. to a time when the world grew old and the gods withdrew. The antediluvian kings with their impossibly long reigns represent that distant mythical past. The post-diluvian kings with their gradually shortening lifespans represent the transition to the historical present. And the flood, the great catastrophe that divides the two, represents the moment when the old world ended and the new world began. But even if the king list is a myth, that doesn't mean it's not true. Myths are not lies. They're stories that convey truths too complex or too profound to be expressed in simple, literal terms. The truth of the king list might not lie in the exact numbers, in the precise lengths of the reigns, but in the pattern those numbers reveal. The pattern of a world that was once different, that changed, that was lost, and that we are still trying to understand. In recent years, some researchers have proposed that the Sumerian king list might contain encoded astronomical data. The idea is that the lengths of the antediluvian reigns correspond to celestial cycles, precessions, planetary orbits, or other astronomical phenomena that the Sumerians were tracking. If this is true, then the king list is not just a historical record, but a kind of cosmic calendar, a way of marking time on a scale far grander than human lifespans. The Sumerians were skilled astronomers. They tracked the movements of the stars and planets with remarkable precision, and they developed a sophisticated system of mathematics based on the number 60, which is still used today in our measurement of time and angles. They knew about the precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis that causes the position of the stars to shift over thousands of years. They observed the cycles of the moon, the sun, and the planets, and they used that knowledge to create calendars, to predict eclipses, and to time their agricultural activities. Some of the numbers in the king list are multiples of 3,600, which, as mentioned earlier, is thought to represent a psalm, a unit of time associated with the celestial cycle. If the antediluvian reigns are based on SARs rather than years, then the numbers become more manageable. Alulim's reign of 28,800 years, for example, would be 8 SARs. If a SAR represents a specific astronomical cycle, perhaps the orbit of a planet or the precession of the equinoxes, then the king list might be recording not the lifespans of individual kings, but the duration of astronomical ages. This interpretation is intriguing, but it raises as many questions as it answers. If the king list is an astronomical text, why is it framed as a list of kings? Why not simply record the celestial cycles directly, without the need for royal names and dynasties? And why do the post-diluvian reigns gradually decrease, rather than remaining constant multiples of the SAR? One possible answer is that the Sumerians were doing both, recording history and encoding astronomical data at the same time. Ancient texts often operate on multiple levels, with surface meanings and hidden meanings layered on top of each other. The king list might be a historical record that also serves as a mnemonic device, a way of preserving astronomical knowledge in a form that could be passed down through generations. But there's another possibility, one that's even more speculative. What if the astronomical cycles recorded in the king list are not just abstract measurements of time, but markers of real events, cosmic events that had a direct impact on the Earth and on human civilization? What if the antediluvian reigns correspond to periods of stability, when the Earth's orbit and climate were relatively constant, and the flood marks a moment when that stability was disrupted? Some researchers have suggested that the Earth has experienced periodic catastrophes caused by comets, asteroids, or other celestial bodies. These catastrophes would have caused widespread destruction, climate change, and mass extinctions. If the Sumerians were aware of these cycles, if they had inherited knowledge of past catastrophes from an earlier civilization, then the king list might be a way of recording that knowledge. A warning, perhaps, that the cycles will repeat, that the catastrophes will come again. This idea is highly controversial, and it's not supported by mainstream science. But it's worth considering, if only because it offers a way of making sense of the king list's strange numbers and its insistence that the antediluvian kings were real. If the king list is recording cosmic cycles, then the impossibly long reigns are not exaggerations. They're accurate measurements of time on a scale that transcends individual human lives. What if the Sumerians knew something we've forgotten? What if they understood that the Earth is subject to cycles of destruction and renewal, and that human civilization is only one chapter in a much longer story? And what if the king list is their way of telling us that story, of passing down the knowledge they inherited from those who came before? The deeper you go into the Sumerian king list, the more it feels like you're descending into a labyrinth, a maze of names and numbers and half-remembered stories, all pointing towards something just beyond reach. Every time you think you found an answer, the answer dissolves, and you're left with more questions. What were the antediluvian kings? Why did they live so long? What was the flood and what did it destroy? And why did the Sumerians, who were meticulous record keepers, insist that all of this was real? Perhaps the answer is that the king list is not meant to be solved. Perhaps it's meant to be pondered, to be meditated upon, to be carried with us as a reminder that the past is not as simple or as knowable as we like to think. The Sumerians lived closer to that past than we do. They were only a few thousand years removed from the events they were recording, and they had access to traditions and texts that have since been lost. If they believed that the antediluvian kings were real, if they believed that the flood was a turning point in human history, then maybe we should take them seriously. That doesn't mean we have to accept everything in the king list as literal truth, but it does mean we should be open to the possibility that the Sumerians knew things we don't, that they preserved memories of a world we can no longer see. The king list is not just a curiosity, not just an ancient text to be filed away in a museum. It's a message from the past, a message that says, we were here, we remember, and what we remember is important. What if the antediluvian kings were the last remnants of a lost civilization, a civilization that existed before the flood and was destroyed by it? What if the Sumerians, when they built their cities and developed their writing, were not starting from scratch, but rebuilding, carrying forward the knowledge and traditions of those who came before? And what if the king list is the last surviving record of that lost world, the only text that still remembers the kings who ruled before the flood, before history, before the world as we know it began? These are not questions that can be answered with certainty. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous. But the questions themselves are worth asking because they force us to reconsider our assumptions about the past. We tend to think of history as a linear progression, a steady march from primitive beginnings to modern civilization. But what if history is not linear? What if it's cyclical, with civilizations rising and falling, knowledge being gained and lost, and humanity starting over again and again? The Sumerian king list suggests that possibility. It suggests that the world we live in is not the first world, that there were others before us, and that those earlier worlds were not necessarily less advanced or less sophisticated than our own. They were just different. And when they ended, when the flood came and swept them away, the survivors had to rebuild from the ruins, carrying with them only fragments of what had been lost. What if we are the descendants of those survivors? What if the knowledge we take for granted, writing, mathematics, astronomy, agriculture, was not invented by us, but inherited from those who came before? And what if the Sumerian king list is one of the few texts that still remembers where that knowledge came from? There's a haunting quality to the king list, a sense of loss that permeates every line. The antediluvian kings are gone. The world they ruled is gone. The flood swept it all away, and what came after was smaller, shorter, more fragile. The Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were not just preserving history, they were mourning. They were mourning a world they had never known, a world that existed only in memory and myth, but a world that felt more real, more vital, more alive than the one they inhabited. That sense of loss is something we can still feel today, thousands of years later. We live in a world that is constantly changing, constantly moving forward, constantly leaving the past behind. But there's a part of us that longs for something older, something deeper, something that connects us to the very beginning of human existence. The Sumerian king list speaks to that longing. It reminds us that we are not the first, that there were others before us, and that their stories are still worth telling. What if the king list is not just a record of the past, but a map that shows us where we came from and perhaps where we're going? What if the cycles it describes, the rise and fall of kings, the coming of the flood, the slow decline of human lifespans, are not unique to the ancient world, but patterns that repeat throughout history? And what if we are living through one of those cycles right now, moving toward another turning point, another moment when the world will change and everything we know will be swept away? These are uncomfortable thoughts. They challenge our sense of progress, our belief that we are moving forward, that we are building something permanent and lasting. But the Sumerian king list suggests otherwise. It suggests that nothing is permanent, that every civilization eventually falls, and that the only thing that endures is memory, the stories we tell, the texts we write, the knowledge we pass down to those who come after. The Sumerians understood this. They knew that their civilization would not last forever, that one day their cities would crumble and their language would be forgotten. But they also knew that if they recorded their history, if they carved it into clay and buried it in the earth, then some part of them would survive. And they were right. 4,000 years later, we are still reading their words, still trying to understand what they were trying to tell us. What if the message of the king list is simply this? Remember. Remember that there were others before you. Remember that the world has changed before and will change again. Remember that the past is not dead, but alive, waiting to be rediscovered. And remember that the greatest gift you can give to the future is the story of where you came from. The Sumerian king list ends not with a conclusion, but with a continuation. The list of kings goes on and on, dynasty after dynasty, city after city, until it reaches the time of the scribes who recorded it. And even then, it doesn't truly end. It simply stops, as though the story is still being written, as though the list of kings will continue into the future long after the Sumerians themselves have vanished. That open-endedness is fitting. The king list is not a closed narrative, not a story with a neat resolution. It's a record of an ongoing process, a journey that began in the distant past and continues into the present. The antediluvian kings are gone, but their memory remains. The flood swept away the old world, but the new world rose from its ruins. And the cycle continues, generation after generation, king after king, until one day perhaps another flood will come, and the cycle will begin again. What if the Sumerian king list is not just a record of the past, but a prophecy? What if it's telling us that the patterns of history repeat, that the rise and fall of civilizations is not random but cyclical, and that we are living through one of those cycles right now? What if the antediluvian kings, with their impossibly long reigns, represent a time of stability and prosperity that we have lost, and the gradual shortening of lifespans represents a decline that we are still experiencing? These are questions that the king list raises but does not answer, and perhaps that's the point. Perhaps the king list is not meant to give us answers, but to make us think, to make us question, to make us wonder about the nature of time, the nature of history, and the nature of our own existence. It's a text that refuses to be pinned down, that resists easy interpretation, that remains as mysterious and enigmatic today as it was when it was first carved into clay 4,000 years ago. And maybe that's why it endures. Maybe that's why we're still talking about it, still trying to understand it, still searching for the truth hidden within its lines. Because the Sumerian king list is not just a list of kings, it's a mirror, reflecting back to us our own questions about where we came from, who we are, and where we're going. It's a reminder that the past is not something separate from us, but something that lives within us, shaping our present and our future in ways we can barely comprehend. What if the key to understanding the Sumerian king list is not to solve it, but to live with it, to carry it with us as a question, a mystery, a puzzle that we may never fully solve, but that enriches our understanding of the world nonetheless? What if the greatest gift the Sumerians left us is not the answers they recorded, but the questions they asked? Late at night, when the world is quiet and the mind begins to drift, it's easy to imagine the antediluvian kings. You can see them in your mind's eye, sitting on thrones in cities that no longer exist, ruling over a world that has been lost to time. You can imagine the flood rising, the waters covering the land, the old world disappearing beneath the waves, and you can imagine the survivors clinging to whatever they could save, carrying with them the memory of what had been lost. The Sumerian king list is their legacy. It's the story they told, the record they kept, the message they left for us. And if we listen carefully, if we let the words sink in, we might hear something more than just a list of names and numbers. We might hear the echo of a world that once was, a world that existed before history, before writing, before the flood, a world where kings ruled for thousands of years, where the gods walked among humans, and where the boundaries between the possible and the impossible were not as clear as they are now. What if that world was real? What if the Sumerian king list is not mythology, not exaggeration, not symbolic encoding, but memory, distorted by time, fragmented by catastrophe, but memory nonetheless? What if the antediluvian kings really did exist, and their impossibly long reigns are a reflection of a world that operated under different rules, different conditions, different laws of nature? We may never know for certain. The evidence is too scarce, the past too distant, the truth too deeply buried. But the question remains, carved into clay, waiting for us to discover it, to ponder it, to carry it with us into the future. The Sumerian king list is not just a text, it's a doorway, a portal into a past that we can barely imagine, but that continues to call to us, to haunt us, to remind us that there is more to history than we have been taught. And perhaps that's enough. Perhaps the mystery itself is the message. Perhaps the Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were not trying to give us answers, but to give us something more valuable. A sense of wonder, a sense of possibility, a sense that the world is far older and far stranger than we can ever fully comprehend. So as you drift towards sleep, as the words of the king list fade into the background of your mind, let yourself wonder. Wonder about the antediluvian kings, about the world they ruled, about the flood that swept them away. Wonder about the survivors, about the knowledge they carried, about the stories they told, and wonder about us, about our place in the long, unbroken chain of human history, about what we will leave behind when our own civilization has crumbled and our own cities have turned to dust. The Sumerian king list holds no definitive answers, but it holds something more important, a question that echoes across the millennia, a question that each generation must answer for itself. What if the past is not what we think it is? What if there were others before us, greater than us, wiser than us, who knew things we've forgotten? And what if the key to understanding our future lies not in looking forward, but in looking back, into the shadows of the earliest past, where the truth still waits to be discovered? The king list is still there, resting in its museum case, covered in dust and time. But the story it tells is not over. It's still being written, still being discovered, still being remembered. And as long as there are people willing to ask the questions, willing to wonder, willing to imagine a world that existed before history began, the Sumerian king list will continue to speak to us, whispering its secrets across the ages, reminding us that the past is never truly gone. It's just waiting to be found. But what if we've been asking the wrong questions all along? What if the mystery of the Sumerian king list isn't about whether the numbers are literal or symbolic, whether the kings were real or mythological, whether the flood was local or global? What if the real mystery is why we find it so difficult to accept that the Sumerians might have been telling the truth as they understood it? We live in an age of radical skepticism, where the default position toward ancient texts is disbelief. We assume that ancient peoples were superstitious, that they couldn't distinguish between fact and fiction, that their records are riddled with errors and exaggerations. But what if that assumption is wrong? What if the Sumerians were just as rational, just as careful, just as committed to accuracy as any modern historian? They were, after all, the inventors of writing itself. They created one of the world's first legal systems, developed advanced mathematics, tracked the movements of celestial bodies with remarkable precision. These were not primitive people. They were sophisticated, organized, meticulous. So when they recorded that Elulim ruled for 2800 years, they weren't being careless. They weren't confusing mythology with history. They were recording what they believed to be true, based on sources that they considered reliable. The question we should be asking is not whether the Sumerians were wrong, but why their understanding of the past was so radically different from ours. One possibility we haven't fully explored is that the Sumerians were measuring time differently than we do, not just using different units, sars instead of years, but conceptualizing time itself in a fundamentally different way. In the modern world, we think of time as linear, uniform, constant. A year is a year, whether it occurred in 2000 BCE or 2000 CE. Time flows at the same rate for everyone, everywhere, always. But what if that's not how the Sumerians understood time? What if they believed that time itself was variable, that it could flow faster or slower depending on cosmic conditions, divine intervention, or the state of the world. In that case, a year in the antediluvian period might not be equivalent to a year in the post-diluvian period. The two might be measuring the same thing, a cycle of seasons perhaps, or a celestial revolution, but the duration of that cycle might have been different. This idea might sound absurd to modern ears, but it's not without precedent. Einstein's theory of relativity tells us that time is not absolute, that it can be stretched or compressed depending on velocity and gravity. Time passes more slowly near a massive object, more quickly in the vacuum of space. An astronaut orbiting the Earth ages slightly slower than someone on the ground. Time, in other words, is relative. Could the Sumerians have known something about the relativity of time? Could they have inherited knowledge from an earlier civilization that understood that time is not constant, that it can change? If the antediluvian world existed during a period when the Earth's relationship to the Sun was different, when the planet's rotation was faster or slower, when the magnetic field or cosmic radiation levels created different conditions, then time itself might have been experienced differently. A year might have been shorter or longer. Life processes might have unfolded at a different rate. This is admittedly highly speculative, but it's no more speculative than dismissing the entire king list as mythology. At least this approach takes the Sumerians seriously, treats them as intelligent observers trying to make sense of information that had been passed down to them from their ancestors. Another avenue worth exploring is the nature of kingship itself in the antediluvian period. We assume that the kings listed in the king list were individuals, single human beings who ruled for impossibly long periods. But what if king meant something different before the flood? What if it referred not to a person, but to a principle, a system, a continuity of rule that transcended individual lifetimes? In many traditional societies, the king is not just a political leader, but a sacred figure, a living embodiment of the cosmic order. When a king dies, the kingship doesn't die. It passes to the successor, who becomes, in a sense, the same king. The individual changes, but the office remains. In ancient Egypt, every pharaoh was Horus incarnate. In Tibet, the Dalai Lama is believed to be the reincarnation of his predecessor, the same consciousness returning in a new body. The person is temporary, but the essence is eternal. What if the antediluvian kings were understood in this way? What if Alulim was not the name of a single individual, but a title, a position, a sacred office that was occupied by a succession of rulers who were all considered to be Alulim? In that case, the 2080-800-year reign would not be the lifespan of one person, but the duration of the Alulim dynasty, the total span of time during which that particular line of kingship held power. This interpretation has the advantage of making the numbers more comprehensible, without dismissing them as purely mythological. It allows us to take the king list seriously as a historical record, while acknowledging that the Sumerians might have been recording history in a way that's different from our modern conventions. The antediluvian section would then represent very long dynasties, or political systems that remained stable for thousands of years, while the post-diluvian section would represent shorter dynasties that change more frequently. But even this interpretation raises questions. If the antediluvian kings represent dynasties, why did those dynasties remain stable for so long? What kind of society could maintain the same ruling family, the same system of government, the same continuity of power for thousands of years? Our own experience tells us that political systems are fragile, that empires rise and fall, that revolutions and upheavals are inevitable. The longest-lasting dynasties in recorded history, the Zhou dynasty in China, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, lasted for a few centuries at most. The idea of a single dynasty ruling for 28,000 years seems almost as impossible as a single individual living that long. Unless, of course, the antediluvian world was fundamentally more stable than our own. If the climate was constant, if resources were abundant, if there were no wars or plagues or natural disasters to disrupt the social order, then perhaps a dynasty could last for millennia. The antediluvian period might have been a golden age, a time of peace and prosperity when the world was in balance and kingship was truly ordained by the heavens, not contested by ambitious rivals or threatened by external enemies. And then the flood came, and that stability was shattered. The post-diluvian world was a world of chaos, of struggle, of constant change. Dynasties rose and fell more quickly because the world itself was more volatile. The connection between heaven and earth had been severed, or at least weakened, and kingship was no longer the stable, eternal institution it had once been. There's another pattern in the king list that deserves closer attention: the gradual transition from the mythical to the historical. It's not just that the reign lengths decrease over time. The nature of the information changes as well. The antediluvian kings are listed with minimal detail. Name, city, reign length, that's all. No accomplishments, no genealogies, no stories. They're bare bones, skeletal entries that tell us almost nothing about who these kings were or what they did. But as the king list moves forward in time, the entries become richer. We start to get patronymics, son of so-and-so, which establish genealogical connections. We get epithets and titles that tell us something about the king's character or achievements. We get references to specific events, battles, building projects. By the time we reach the historically verified kings of the late 3rd millennium BCE, the entries are detailed enough to cross-reference with other sources to build a coherent picture of Mesopotamian history. This gradual enrichment of detail suggests that the king list is based on sources of varying quality and age. The antediluvian entries are the oldest, the most distant from the scribes who recorded them, and therefore the most sparse. The information has been compressed, reduced to its essential elements, stripped of context and elaboration. What survives is just the core. These were the kings, this is where they ruled, this is how long they ruled. But even in that compression, there's information. The fact that the antediluvian kings are remembered at all, that their names were preserved across such vast stretches of time, suggests that they were important enough that their memory endured through the catastrophe of the flood, through the collapse and rebuilding of civilization, through countless generations of oral transmission before writing was invented. These were not minor figures. They were the founding fathers of Sumerian civilization, the legendary rulers whose reigns established the template for all kingship that came after. And their names have meaning. Alulim, the first king, might be related to the Sumerian word for stag or ram, animals associated with strength and virility. Enmenluana, the second antediluvian king, has a name that might mean Lord of the Powers of the Sky. Enmengalana, the sixth king, could mean Lord of the Great Crown of Heaven. These are not random names. They're titles that suggest a sacred cosmic dimension to kingship, a connection to the divine powers that governed the universe. The cities where the kings ruled are equally significant. Eridu, the first city, was sacred to Enki, the god of wisdom and water. Bad Tibira was associated with metalworking and the arts of civilization. Larak was a cult centre for the god Pabilsag, a warrior deity. Sippar was the city of the sun god Shamash, the god of justice and truth. Shuruppak was the city of Utnapishtim, the flood hero who survived the deluge and was granted immortality. These cities represent different aspects of civilization, different divine principles, different spheres of knowledge and power. Taken together, they form a complete picture of the antediluvian world, a world where each city was a sacred centre, a place where a particular god was worshipped, and a particular king maintained the connection between heaven and earth. The antediluvian period in this reading was an age when the divine order was manifest on earth, when the gods walked among humans, or at least were closer, more accessible, and when kingship was a direct expression of cosmic law. Let's consider for a moment the possibility that the flood described in the king list was not a meteorological event at all, but something else, something that we've been interpreting too literally. In ancient Mesopotamian thought, water was not just H2O. Water was the primordial chaos, the formless void from which the world was created. In the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic, the universe begins with two primordial waters, Apsu, the sweet water, and Tiamat, the salt water. These waters mix and give birth to the gods, and eventually the god Marduk slays Tiamat and creates the world from her body. Water, in this cosmology, represents the dissolution of form, the return to chaos, the end of order. A flood, then, is not just a physical disaster, it's a cosmic event, a moment when the ordered world collapses and returns to the primordial state. When the Sumerians said that the flood swept over, they might have been describing not just rising waters, but a complete breakdown of civilization, a return to chaos and formlessness from which a new world had to be created. This interpretation helps explain why the flood is such a sharp dividing line in the king list. It's not just that the waters rose and killed a lot of people, it's that the entire cosmic order was reset. The antediluvian world operated according to one set of principles, one relationship between gods and humans, one understanding of time and kingship. The flood dissolved all of that, swept it away, returned everything to the primordial waters, and when the waters receded, a new world emerged, still connected to the old world through memory and tradition, but fundamentally different, operating under new rules. In this reading, the impossibly long reigns of the antediluvian kings are not anomalies that need to be explained away. They're accurate descriptions of a different mode of existence. The antediluvian world was closer to the divine source, closer to the moment of creation, and therefore time itself operated differently. As the world aged, as it moved further from the initial creative act, time accelerated. The reigns grew shorter because the world itself was changing, aging, moving toward the dissolution that would eventually come with the flood. And after the flood, in the new world, time moved faster still. The first post-Diluvian kings lived for centuries, but their descendants lived for decades. The world was speeding up, moving away from the timeless realm of the gods and toward the fully temporal realm of mortal humanity. The king list, in this interpretation, is a record of that acceleration, that gradual separation of the human and divine realms. There's a strange detail in some versions of the king list that often gets overlooked. The phrase, "then the kingship was taken to" a particular city. This phrase appears repeatedly as the list moves from one dynasty to the next. After Eridu, the kingship was taken to Bad Tibira. After Bad Tibira, the kingship was taken to Larak, and so on. The passive voice is important here. The kingship is not seized, not conquered, not claimed. It is taken, moved from one place to another by an unspecified agent. The implication is that kingship is a portable thing, something that can be transferred from city to city. But who is doing the transferring? The obvious answer in Sumerian cosmology is the gods. Kingship descends from heaven, and it can be moved from place to place according to divine will. This raises an intriguing possibility. What if the antediluvian section of the king list is not describing a succession of dynasties that replaced each other through conquest or inheritance, but a deliberate rotation of power? What if kingship was meant to move from city to city, each city taking its turn as the center of the world, each king ruling until the gods decided it was time to pass the kingship to the next city? In this scenario, the impossibly long reigns make a different kind of sense. If kingship was supposed to remain in each city for a predetermined period, a great cosmic cycle perhaps, then those periods might naturally be very long. The king didn't die and pass power to an heir. He ruled until the completion of his city's cycle, at which point the kingship was taken to the next city, and the next king began his reign. This would also explain why there's no mention of violence or conflict in the antediluvian section. The transitions between kings are peaceful, orderly, almost ritualistic. There are no wars, no rebellions, no usurpations. The kingship simply moves from one place to the next, following a pattern ordained by the gods. And then the flood came, and that orderly pattern was destroyed. In the post-diluvian world, kingship was no longer passed peacefully from city to city according to divine will. It was fought over, conquered, seized by force. The king list records several instances of cities destroying each other, of dynasties being overthrown, of kingship being smitten with weapons and taken by conquest. The post-diluvian world was a world of violence and competition, a world where the divine order had broken down and human ambition had taken its place. We keep coming back to this question. What was different about the antediluvian world? What made it possible for kings to rule for thousands of years, for cities to coexist peacefully, for civilization to remain stable across vast stretches of time? One answer that we haven't fully considered is that the antediluvian world had fewer people. Modern scholarship estimates that the total human population before the advent of agriculture was somewhere between 1 and 10 million people worldwide. That's roughly the current population of a single large city, spread across the entire globe. Even after the agricultural revolution, population growth was slow. By 5000 BCE, the estimated global population was still only around 5 to 20 million. By 3000 BCE, perhaps 50 million. If the antediluvian cities were small, a few thousand people at most, then the social dynamics would have been completely different from anything we're familiar with. Everyone would have known everyone else, or at least known of them. Social relationships would have been direct and personal, not mediated through complex bureaucracies or anonymous institutions. A king ruling over a few thousand people would have been more like a village elder than a modern head of state. In such a society, stability would be easier to maintain. There would be less social stratification, less inequality, less potential for conflict. Resources would be abundant relative to population, so there would be less competition, less violence, less need for war. If everyone has enough to eat, if there's enough land for everyone, If there are no external threats, then why would the social order ever change? A dynasty could indeed last for thousands of years if there was simply no pressure forcing it to end. And the king himself, or the succession of kings bearing the same name, might live unusually long lives simply because the conditions were ideal. Good nutrition, low stress, absence of epidemic diseases, a stable and supportive community, all of these factors would contribute to longevity. If we add to that the possibility that the antediluvian world had different environmental conditions, perhaps higher oxygen levels, lower cosmic radiation, a stronger magnetic field, then lifespans of several hundred years start to seem at least theoretically possible. Not 28,000 years, of course. But perhaps the Sumerians, working backward from oral traditions and fragmentary records, had lost track of how many kings had actually ruled under each royal name. What they knew was that the line of Alulim had ruled in Eridu for a very, very long time. So long that the number seemed more like a cosmic cycle than a human lifespan. So they recorded it as a Sar, or 8 Sars, and let the number speak for itself. But there's a darker possibility that we need to consider. What if the flood was not a natural disaster, but a deliberate act of destruction? The Epic of Gilgamesh tells us that the gods decided to destroy humanity because they had become too numerous, too noisy, too troublesome. Enlil, the king of the gods, convinced the other deities to send the flood to wipe out the human race. Only Enki dissented, warning Utnapishtim and giving him the means to survive. Why would the gods want to destroy humanity? This standard interpretation is that humans were disturbing the gods' peace, that the constant noise and activity of human civilization was intolerable to the divine beings. But there might be another reason. The gods were afraid. In several ancient texts, there are hints that humanity was on the verge of becoming too powerful, too knowledgeable, too much like the gods themselves. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, after Gilgamesh and his companion Enkidu slay the Bull of Heaven, the goddess Ishtar is furious not just because they killed her sacred animal, but because they demonstrated that humans could challenge and defeat divine forces. In the story of the Tower of Babel, God scatters humanity specifically because nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. What if the antediluvian civilization had reached a level of advancement that threatened the gods? What if humans had discovered secrets, developed technologies, achieved understandings that were supposed to remain in the divine realm? The long reigns of the antediluvian kings might reflect not just stability, but progress. A steady accumulation of knowledge and power for thousands of years, an ascent towards something that the gods found dangerous, and so the gods sent the flood. Not as punishment for sin, not because humans were evil, but because humans were becoming too powerful. The flood was a reset button, a way of knocking humanity back down to a more manageable level. The antediluvian knowledge was lost, the cities were destroyed, the long-lived kings were swept away, and humanity had to start over from scratch. But some knowledge survived. Utnapishtim survived, carrying with him memories of the world before the flood. Other survivors scattered across the globe preserved fragments of the old wisdom, and when civilization was rebuilt, when the Sumerians emerged in southern Mesopotamia and created their cities and their writing, they were not starting from zero. They were recovering, rebuilding, trying to piece together what had been lost. The Sumerian king list might be one of those pieces, a fragment of antediluvian knowledge, distorted and incomplete, but genuine. The impossibly long reigns, the mysterious cities, the flood that divided history. All of it might be a garbled but authentic memory of a world that the gods tried to erase. There's an odd detail in the mythology surrounding the antediluvian kings that deserves attention. Several of these kings are said to have ascended to heaven, to have been taken up by the gods without dying. Enmeduranki, the seventh antediluvian king who ruled in Sipar, is particularly important. According to later Babylonian tradition, Enmeduranki was taken up into heaven where the gods Shamash and Adad taught him the secrets of divination, how to read omens, how to interpret the will of the gods, how to see the future. He then returned to earth and taught these secrets to the priests, establishing the guild of diviners that would serve Mesopotamian civilization for thousands of years. This story has clear parallels to the biblical figure of Enoch, the seventh patriarch before the flood, who walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Enoch, like Enmeduranki, was taken up to heaven and given divine knowledge, which he then recorded in books that became the foundation for later mystical and apocalyptic traditions. The parallel is too precise to be coincidental. Both are the seventh in a series of antediluvian figures. Both are taken up to heaven. Both receive divine knowledge. Both transmit that knowledge to later generations. The two traditions must be connected, must stem from a common source. A memory of an antediluvian figure who bridged the gap between human and divine, who brought down knowledge from heaven and ensured that it would survive the coming flood. What kind of knowledge? The texts are maddeningly vague, but they hint at astronomy, at the movements of the heavens, at the ability to calculate and predict celestial events. Enmeduranki is taught divination, which in Mesopotamian practice meant observing and interpreting natural phenomena. The flight of birds, the patterns in oil poured on water, the movements of stars and planets, the occurrence of eclipses. This was not superstition. It was science, a systematic attempt to understand the patterns that govern the natural world and to use that understanding to predict future events. If the antediluvian kings possessed advanced astronomical knowledge, if they were tracking celestial cycles and recording their observations over thousands of years, then the numbers in the king list might be more than just reign lengths. They might be a kind of code, a way of encoding astronomical data in a form that could be transmitted across the catastrophe of the flood. The reigns of the kings might correspond to celestial cycles, to the periods of planets, to precession of the equinoxes, to cycles within cycles that the antediluvian astronomers had discovered and wanted to preserve. And if that's true, then the king list is not just a historical document, it's a scientific text, a repository of astronomical knowledge so important that it had to be saved, even if that meant disguising it as a list of kings and dynasties. The Sumerians who recorded the king list might not have fully understood what they were preserving. They might have been copying from sources that were already ancient, already mysterious, already partially incomprehensible. But they recognized that the information was important, that it came from a time before the flood, and that it needed to be recorded and passed down. Let's turn now to a question we've been avoiding. If the antediluvian civilization was so advanced, where is the archaeological evidence? Where are the ruins of Eridu from before the flood? Where are the artifacts, the tools, the technologies that this lost civilization would have left behind? The answer might be simpler than we think. Underwater. At the end of the last ice age, sea levels rose by more than 400 feet. Coastlines that had been dry land for tens of thousands of years were suddenly submerged beneath hundreds of feet of water. If the antediluvian cities were built along those ancient coastlines, and there's good reason to think they would have been, since river mouths and coastal areas are the most fertile and resource-rich locations, then those cities are now underwater, buried beneath centuries of sediment, completely inaccessible to conventional archaeology. Recent underwater archaeology has revealed that there are indeed structures, settlements, and artifacts beneath the world's oceans. Off the coast of India, underwater ruins have been discovered that some researchers date to 7000 BCE or earlier. In the Mediterranean, Submerged settlements have been found that predate any known coastal civilizations. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument, a massive stone structure that may be natural or may be artificial, sits beneath the waves, a mystery that continues to provoke debate. If we accept that sea level rise submerged thousands of miles of coastline at the end of the Ice Age, then we have to accept that whatever civilizations existed along those coastlines are now lost, visible only to divers and underwater robots. The archaeological record, in other words, is incomplete. Radically, fundamentally incomplete. We're looking for evidence of ancient civilizations in the wrong places, in the highlands and river valleys that remained above water, when the real centres of ancient population might be beneath the seas. Eridu, as it happens, was originally a coastal city. When it was founded around 5400 BCE, it stood near the edge of the Persian Gulf. Over the millennia, silt from the Tigris and Euphrates rivers gradually extended the coastline, pushing the sea further and further away. Today, Eridu is miles inland, surrounded by desert. But in the antediluvian period, if that period predates 5400 BCE, Eridu would have been a coastal settlement, possibly even a port city. If the antediluvian cities were built during the Ice Age, when sea levels were much lower, then they would have been located along what is now the floor of the Persian Gulf. And when the ice melted and the seas rose, those cities would have been flooded, destroyed, buried beneath water and sediment. Only the memory of those cities would have survived, preserved in oral traditions and eventually recorded in texts like the Sumerian King List. This would explain why the archaeological evidence for the antediluvian cities is so sparse. We've excavated Eridu, and we've found layers of settlement going back to 5400 BCE, but we haven't found the antediluvian city, the original Eridu where Ululim reigned for 28th Bayun the 800 years. That city, if it existed, is underwater, out of reach, lost beneath the Persian Gulf. The final question, the one that haunts every reading of the Sumerian King List, is this: what does it mean for us? Why should we care about a list of ancient kings, about a flood that may or may not have happened, about a lost civilization that may or may not have existed? We live in the 21st century, in a world of science and technology, of space exploration and artificial intelligence. What possible relevance could the Sumerian King List have to our lives today? The answer is that the King List challenges our fundamental understanding of human history. We've been taught that civilization is a recent phenomenon, that humans lived as primitive hunter-gatherers for hundreds of thousands of years, and only developed agriculture, cities, and writing within the last 10,000 years. We've been taught that history is a story of progress, of steady advancement from simplicity to complexity, from ignorance to knowledge. But the Sumerian King List tells a different story. It tells us that there were civilizations before ours, that there were kings and cities and knowledge that existed long before the earliest dates in our history books. It tells us that history is not linear but cyclical, that civilizations rise and fall, that knowledge can be gained and lost, that humanity has had to start over more than once. If the King List is right, if there really was an antediluvian civilization that was destroyed by a catastrophic flood, then we need to rethink everything we know about the human past. We need to consider the possibility that we are not the first advanced civilization, that there were others before us, and that those earlier civilizations might have known things we don't, might have achieved things we haven't, might have left behind knowledge that we've lost. And if civilizations can fall, if knowledge can be lost, if catastrophe can destroy everything we've built, then we need to ask ourselves, could it happen again? Are we building a civilization that's sustainable, that will endure, that will pass its knowledge down to future generations? Or are we repeating the mistakes of the past, building on unstable foundations, heading toward our own flood, our own moment when everything we've built will be swept away? The Sumerian king list is not just a window into the past, it's a mirror, reflecting back to us our own fragility, our own mortality, our own place in the long cycle of human history. It reminds us that we are not the pinnacle of human achievement, not the final destination of progress. We are one chapter in a much longer story, a story that began long before us and will continue long after we're gone. The antediluvian kings are calling to us across the millennia, their names carved into clay, their reigns stretching across vast epochs of time. They're telling us that the world has changed before and will change again, that nothing is permanent, that even the greatest civilizations eventually crumble and fall. But they're also telling us something else, something more hopeful, that memory survives, that knowledge can be preserved, that even after the flood, after the catastrophe, after everything is lost, something can be saved. The Sumerian king list survived. Despite 4,000 years of wars, invasions, collapses and catastrophes, despite the fall of Sumer and the destruction of its cities, despite the death of its language and the loss of its culture, the king list survived. It was copied and recopied, buried and rediscovered, translated and studied, until finally it reached us, here, now, in the 21st century. That's the real miracle of the Sumerian king list. Not the impossibly long reigns, not the mysterious antediluvian kings, not even the flood that divided history. The miracle is that it survived at all, that the memory was kept alive, that someone cared enough to preserve it. And if the Sumerians could do that, if they could save their knowledge across thousands of years of chaos and destruction, then maybe we can too. Maybe that's the lesson the antediluvian kings are trying to teach us. Not to fear the flood, not to mourn what will be lost, but to do what the Sumerians did, to remember, to record, to preserve, to carve our knowledge into something that will last, something that will survive whatever catastrophes the future holds, something that will speak to whoever comes after us and tell them, we were here, we knew things, and we wanted you to know them too. The Sumerian king list is still waiting, still speaking, still asking its questions, and maybe, if we listen carefully enough, we'll find not just answers about the past, but guidance for the future. Wisdom from a lost world, preserved across the ages, offering us a chance to learn from those who came before, to avoid their mistakes, to build something that will last. Or maybe the king list is simply reminding us that some mysteries can't be solved, that some questions can't be answered, that the past will always remain partly hidden, partly unknowable. And that's okay, because the value of the mystery is not in solving it, but in carrying it with us, in letting it shape how we see the world, in allowing it to remind us that reality is stranger and deeper and more wondrous than we can ever fully comprehend. The antediluvian kings ruled for thousands of years in cities that no longer exist, in a world that was swept away by a flood. But their names remain, their memory endures, and as long as we continue to ask questions about them, to wonder about them, to imagine the world they inhabited, they are, in a sense, still alive, still ruling, still speaking, still bridging the gap between the earliest past and the present moment. What if that's immortality? Not living for 28,000 years in a physical body, but living forever in memory, in story, in the questions that each generation asks anew. What if the antediluvian kings achieved something far more remarkable than longevity? They achieved permanence, eternity, a kind of existence that transcends time itself. The clay tablets will eventually crumble. The museums will eventually fall. But the story will remain, passed from mind to mind, generation to generation, carried forward into whatever future awaits us. The Sumerian king list will continue to speak, continue to ask, continue to challenge our understanding of who we are and where we came from. And in that persistence, in that refusal to be forgotten, there might be the answer to the greatest mystery of all. Not how long the antediluvian kings lived, but why their memory has endured. Not what happened before the flood, but why we need to keep asking that question. Not whether the king list is true or false, history or mythology, but why it continues to matter, continues to haunt us, continues to call us back to the beginning, to the earliest past, to the moment when kingship descended from heaven and everything began. The Sumerian king list holds the key to our earliest past, but perhaps it also holds the key to our future, a reminder that civilizations rise and fall, that knowledge can be lost and found, that memory is the most precious thing we possess, and that the greatest gift we can give to those who come after us is the truth of where we came from, however strange, however impossible, however difficult to believe. The kings are waiting. The cities are silent. The flood is remembered. And the question echoes across 4,000 years. What if it's all true? What if the Sumerians were right? What if there were a world before this world? And what if some part of that world is still trying to speak to us, still trying to tell us something we desperately need to know? Listen, the clay is still speaking. Right now, a mysterious object is drifting through our solar system, an interstellar visitor unlike anything we've ever seen. Its name is 3I Atlas, a frozen messenger from the depths of the galaxy, moving at over 60,000 miles per hour, shimmering with the light of distant suns. But what if this isn't just a fragment of the rock and ice? What if it's something far older, a relic of a civilization returning home? Tonight, we journey beyond the boundaries of science and myth, through the origins of stars, the ruins of lost worlds, and the haunting possibility that we are not the first to rise. Let the journey begin. What if the object we call 3I Atlas, the mysterious interstellar visitor hurtling through our solar system, isn't just a fragment of rock or ice but a messenger? What if it's the return of something we once knew, a sign that the first civilization in our galaxy is coming home? The question hangs in the darkness like a star that refuses to fade. For years now, astronomers have been tracking objects that don't belong to our solar system, visitors from the vast emptiness between stars. They arrive without warning, moving through our cosmic neighbourhood with trajectories that defy the gentle orbits of planets and asteroids born here. These interstellar wanderers carry with them the dust of other suns, the chemistry of alien worlds, and perhaps something more, something we haven't yet learned to recognise. 3I Atlas appeared in our telescopes like a whisper from the void. Its designation marks it as the third confirmed interstellar object ever detected passing through our solar system, following the enigmatic Oumuamua in 2017 and the comet Borisov in 2019. But while those earlier visitors sparked wonder and debate, 3I Atlas arrived with a different quality, a strangeness that settled into the minds of those who studied it and refused to leave. There was something about its path, something about the way it moved through space that felt less like chance and more like intention. The discovery came through patient observation, the kind of work that requires watching the same patch of sky night after night, waiting for something to shift against the background of distant stars. When 3I Atlas first revealed itself, it appeared as nothing more than a faint smudge of light, barely distinguishable from the countless other points that populate our telescope's fields of view. But as the observations accumulated, as the measurements refined themselves, a pattern emerged. This object was moving differently. Its velocity carried the unmistakable signature of something that had travelled between the stars, something that had never been bound by our sun's gravity, something that came from somewhere else entirely. The mathematics of orbital mechanics are precise and unforgiving. When an object moves through space, its path tells a story written in the language of gravity and momentum. Objects born in our solar system follow elliptical orbits, bound to the sun in an eternal dance that began billions of years ago, when our planetary system first condensed from a cloud of gas and dust. But interstellar objects move differently. Their trajectories are hyperbolic, open-ended paths that carry them through our system and back out into the galaxy beyond. They are not prisoners of our star. They are travellers, and 3I Atlas was travelling with purpose. What made 3I Atlas unusual wasn't just its interstellar origin. Other objects had already claimed that distinction. What set it apart was the subtle anomalies in its behaviour, the small deviations from predicted paths that accumulated over weeks and months of observation. Astronomers expected it to follow a clean hyperbolic trajectory, accelerated by the sun's gravity as it fell inward, then flung back out into the darkness. But 3I Atlas didn't quite follow that script. There were perturbations, tiny adjustments in its velocity that couldn't be fully explained by gravitational interactions alone. Some suggested outgassing, the release of volatile materials as the object warmed in the sun's light, creating a subtle rocket effect that nudged it off course. This explanation had been invoked for Oumuamua as well, though that earlier visitor had shown no visible signs of a comet's tail, no cloud of dust and gas that should accompany such outgassing. The explanation felt incomplete then, and it felt incomplete now. Others proposed that the object might be tumbling in complex ways, its irregular shape creating unexpected interactions with solar radiation pressure. But the more data that accumulated, the more these conventional explanations seemed to strain against the observations. There were whispers in the astronomical community, quiet conversations that happened in the margins of conferences and in the comment threads of preprint papers. What if 3i Atlas wasn't entirely natural? What if some aspect of its composition or structure was influencing its path in ways that natural processes couldn't fully account for? These weren't mainstream theories, not the kind of ideas that made it into press releases or textbooks, but they persisted nonetheless, circulating among those who had spent enough time staring at the data to notice that something felt wrong, or perhaps more accurately, something felt different. The object itself remained frustratingly difficult to characterize. Even through the most powerful telescopes, 3i Atlas appeared as little more than a point of light, too distant and too small to resolve any surface features or structural details. Spectroscopic analysis revealed hints about its composition, the chemical fingerprints of elements and molecules on its surface, but these measurements were noisy and ambiguous. Was it primarily rocky or metallic? Was it a fragment of a shattered world, or something that had formed intact in the depths of interstellar space? The data suggested possibilities but confirmed nothing. What could be measured with certainty was its trajectory, and that trajectory told a story that grew more intriguing the longer astronomers studied it. 3 Atlas had entered our solar system from a specific direction in the sky, arriving from the general region of the constellation Perseus. Tracing its path backward through space and time, astronomers could estimate where it might have originated, though the uncertainties grew enormous over interstellar distances. It could have been travelling for millions of years, drifting through the galaxy at speeds that would carry it past countless stars before finally arriving here at this moment in our small corner of the cosmos. But what if that arrival wasn't random? What if the timing, the trajectory, the very presence of 3i Atlas in our solar system at this particular moment in human history meant something more than cosmic coincidence? These questions began to take root, not just among fringe theorists, but among serious researchers who understood that the universe was far stranger than our models predicted, that every assumption we made about what was possible and what was natural deserved to be questioned when confronted with something genuinely unprecedented. The name itself carried weight. Atlas. In Greek mythology, Atlas was the titan condemned to hold up the heavens, to bear the weight of the celestial sphere on his shoulders for eternity. He was a figure of immense strength and endurance, a being who stood at the boundary between earth and sky, between the mortal world and the realm of the gods. The astronomers who designated this object 3i Atlas might have chosen the name for purely technical reasons, following the conventions of astronomical nomenclature. But names have power, and this one resonated with meanings that reached far deeper than any technical classification. What if the myths remembered something real? What if the stories of Atlas holding up the heavens preserved some ancient knowledge about visitors from the sky, about objects that came from beyond the known world and carried with them the weight of cosmic significance? Throughout human history, cultures around the world have told stories of beings who came from the stars, who brought knowledge and technology, who promised to return when the time was right. These stories were dismissed as primitive superstition, as the imaginative attempts of pre-scientific peoples to explain natural phenomena they couldn't understand. But what if those stories were memories, distorted by time and retelling, but memories nonetheless? The ancient Greeks weren't the only ones who looked to the sky and saw more than just lights in the darkness. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens and taught humanity the arts of civilization. The Egyptians built their pyramids aligned to the stars, their texts filled with references to gods who travelled between earth and sky. The Maya tracked the movements of Venus with obsessive precision, their calendars marking cycles that stretched across millennia, as if they were waiting for something to return. The Hindu Vedas described Vimanas, flying vehicles that carried the gods across the heavens. The Book of Enoch told of Watchers, celestial beings who descended to earth and shared forbidden knowledge with humanity. These stories shared common threads that wove through cultures separated by oceans and millennia. They spoke of visitors from above, of knowledge given and then withdrawn, of promises made about return and renewal. They described cycles of time, great ages that rose and fell, civilizations that reached heights of wisdom and power before collapsing back into darkness. And they all suggested that the sky itself was alive with intelligence, that the stars were not just distant suns but waypoints in a vast network of consciousness that stretched across the galaxy. Modern science had largely dismissed these myths as the products of human imagination, as stories we told ourselves to make sense of a universe we didn't yet understand. But what if we had been too quick to dismiss them? What if the ancients had witnessed something real, something that our technological civilization was only now beginning to rediscover? The arrival of interstellar objects like 3I Atlas forced us to confront the possibility that our solar system was not isolated, that we existed within a larger cosmic context where objects, and perhaps intelligences, moved between the stars. The connection between 3I Atlas and the mythological Atlas grew more intriguing the deeper one looked. The Titan Atlas was said to have been punished for his role in the war between the Titans and the Olympian gods, condemned to hold up the sky as eternal penance. But other versions of the myth suggested different interpretations. Some ancient sources described Atlas not as a prisoner, but as a guardian, a being who voluntarily took on the burden of separating heaven and earth, of maintaining the cosmic order. He was associated with astronomy and navigation, credited with creating the first celestial globe, with understanding the movements of the stars and planets in ways that allowed mortals to find their way across land and sea. What if Atlas represented not a person, but a concept, a symbol of something that connected Earth to the heavens? What if the myth preserved the memory of an object or a presence that served as a bridge between our world and something beyond? The image of Atlas holding up the sky could be interpreted as a metaphor for something that maintained a connection, that kept open a pathway between different realms of existence. And if 3I Atlas was named after this figure, perhaps that name was more appropriate than anyone realized. The object continued its journey through our solar system, indifferent to the speculation and wonder it generated. Telescopes tracked its progress, measuring its position against the background stars with ever-increasing precision. Computer models predicted its future path, calculating when it would reach perihelion, its closest approach to the Sun, and when it would eventually exit our solar system, returning to the interstellar void from which it came. But those predictions carried uncertainties, small margins of error that reflected the anomalies in its motion, the subtle ways it deviated from purely gravitational trajectories. Some astronomers proposed sending a mission to 3I Atlas, a spacecraft that could intercept the object and study it up close, perhaps even land on its surface and return samples to Earth. The technical challenges were enormous. Interstellar objects moved at tremendous velocities, far faster than any spacecraft humanity had ever built. Catching up to 3I Atlas would require propulsion systems that didn't yet exist, or at minimum launch windows and trajectories that would take years to execute. By the time any mission could be designed, funded and launched, 3I Atlas would likely be long gone, receding into the darkness beyond Neptune's orbit, beyond the Kuiper Belt, beyond the reach of our most ambitious space probes. But the desire to reach it, to touch it, to understand what it truly was, burned in the minds of those who studied it. Because 3I Atlas represented something more than just scientific curiosity. It represented the possibility of contact, of connection with something beyond our isolated corner of space. If it was indeed artificial, if some aspect of its structure or composition revealed the hand of intelligence, then it would be the first confirmed evidence that we were not alone, that other minds had arisen in the universe and had achieved the capability to send their creations between the stars. The implications of such a discovery would reshape human civilization. Every assumption about our place in the cosmos would need to be reconsidered. Every question about the origin and destiny of intelligence would take on new urgency. If another civilization had existed long enough and grown advanced enough to send objects across interstellar distances, then what had become of them? Were they still out there, watching and waiting? Or had they vanished, leaving behind only these silent messengers drifting through the galaxy like messages in bottles cast into an infinite ocean? The possibility that 3I Atlas might be connected to an ancient civilization, perhaps the first civilization to arise in our galaxy, opened up vistas of speculation that stretched across billions of years of cosmic history. Our galaxy was old, more than 13 billion years by current estimates, formed in the early universe when the first generations of stars began to coalesce from primordial hydrogen and helium. The Sun and Earth were relative latecomers, born only 4.5 billion years ago. That meant there had been billions of years before our solar system even existed. billions of years during which other stars formed, other planets coalesced, and potentially other forms of life and intelligence emerged? What if one of those early civilizations had achieved technological maturity billions of years before humanity even existed? What if they had spread across the galaxy, establishing themselves on countless worlds, building structures and networks that spanned interstellar distances? And what if, after reaching such heights, they had faced some crisis or transformation that caused them to withdraw, to retreat from the galaxy they had once dominated, leaving behind only traces and remnants of their existence? The idea of a first civilization, a progenitor species that arose when the galaxy was young and shaped its development in ways we couldn't yet perceive, had been explored in science fiction for decades. But science fiction was often just speculation running ahead of science, imagining possibilities that might one day be confirmed or refuted by observation and evidence. The arrival of interstellar objects in our solar system, objects that behaved in ways that challenged our understanding of what was natural and what was artificial, suggested that some of those speculative possibilities might deserve more serious consideration. There were theories in astrobiology and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence that addressed this possibility directly. The Fermi paradox asked why, if intelligent life was common in the universe, we hadn't yet detected any clear signs of it. Various solutions had been proposed. Perhaps intelligence was rare, perhaps civilizations destroyed themselves before achieving interstellar capability, perhaps they were deliberately hiding, or perhaps they existed in forms so different from us that we couldn't recognize their presence. But another possibility was that we were looking in the wrong places or at the wrong times, that the evidence of ancient civilizations might not take the form of radio signals or megastructures, but something more subtle, more enigmatic. What if ancient civilizations left behind artifacts that drifted through the galaxy for eons, silent and dormant until they encountered something that triggered their activation? What if 3i Atlas was such an artifact, a probe or marker sent out millions or billions of years ago, programmed to follow certain trajectories, to visit certain star systems, to observe and record and perhaps, under the right conditions, to signal back to its creators that it had found something worth noting? The concept of self-replicating probes, often called von Neumann probes after the mathematician who first formalized the idea, suggested that a sufficiently advanced civilization could explore the entire galaxy using automated spacecraft that traveled from star to star, gathering resources, building copies of themselves, and continuing the expansion indefinitely. Such a strategy would allow a single civilization to establish a presence throughout the galaxy over the course of millions of years, even if they never developed faster than light travel. The probes would be the civilization's eyes and hands, extending their reach across distances that biological beings could never traverse in a single lifetime. If such probes existed, what would they look like? Would they be obviously artificial, gleaming metal constructs bristling with sensors and antennas? Or would they be more subtle, designed to blend in with natural objects, to avoid detection by primitive civilizations that weren't yet ready for contact? A probe disguised as an asteroid or comet could pass through a solar system unnoticed, gathering data and moving on, its true nature hidden beneath a shell of rock and ice. Only careful observation, only detailed analysis of its trajectory and composition might reveal the anomalies that hinted at something more. 3i Atlas exhibited exactly the kind of anomalies that such a disguised probe might display. Its trajectory was almost but not quite natural. Its behaviour was almost but not quite predictable. It was as if something about it was carefully calibrated to appear ordinary, while still retaining some capability for adjustment, some ability to modify its path in subtle ways that natural objects couldn't achieve. The outgassing explanation, the tumbling explanation, all the conventional theories felt like attempts to force the observations into familiar categories to avoid confronting the possibility that we were seeing something genuinely unprecedented. But if 3i Atlas was a probe, if it was artificial, then who had sent it? And more importantly, when? The object's trajectory suggested it had been travelling through interstellar space for an immense period of time. Even at velocities of tens of kilometres per second, crossing the distances between stars required thousands or millions of years. If 3i Atlas had been launched from another star system, it would have begun its journey long before human civilization existed. Perhaps before humanity's ancestors had even descended from the trees, perhaps before complex life had emerged on Earth at all. The implications were staggering. If 3D Atlas was artificial and ancient, then it represented a message from a time so remote that the civilization that created it might no longer exist in any recognizable form. It would be like discovering a message in a bottle that had been floating in the ocean for millions of years, written in a language no one could read, sent by people whose entire world had long since vanished. The message might still be there, encoded in the object's structure or behaviour, but deciphering it would require understanding contexts and references that had been lost to time. Yet the name Atlas suggested something else, something about return rather than mere passage. The Titan Atlas was condemned to his burden, but he endured, he persisted, he remained at his post holding up the heavens through all the ages of the world. What if 3i Atlas wasn't just passing through, but returning, coming back to a place it had visited before, following a cycle that repeated across vast stretches of time? What if our solar system was one stop on a circuit that this object traced through the galaxy, visiting certain stars at certain intervals, checking in on the worlds that orbited them, observing how they had changed since the last visit? The idea of cyclical return appeared throughout human mythology and religion. The concept of eternal return, of time as a circle rather than a line, of history repeating itself in endless cycles of creation and destruction, appeared in ancient Greek philosophy, in Hindu cosmology, in the myths of countless indigenous cultures. The Maya believed in great cycles of time, ages that ended in cataclysm and renewal. The Norse spoke of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods followed by rebirth and a new beginning. The Hopi described multiple worlds, each one destroyed and replaced by the next as humanity failed to live in harmony with the cosmic order. What if these myths of cyclical time reflected some deeper truth about the universe, some pattern that operated on scales far larger than human history? What if civilizations rose and fell across the galaxy in great waves, each one reaching a peak of development before declining or transforming, making way for the next? And what if the first civilization, the one that arose when the galaxy was young, had established markers and messengers that travelled through space on trajectories timed to return to certain systems at intervals measured in millions of years, checking to see what new forms of life and intelligence had emerged in their absence? If 3 Atlas was such a messenger, then its arrival in our solar system at this particular moment in human history might not be coincidence. Perhaps it had been here before, passing through when Earth was a lifeless ball of molten rock, or when the first single-celled organisms were beginning to metabolize and reproduce in ancient oceans, or when dinosaurs ruled the continents. And now it was returning again, arriving at a time when one of Earth's species had developed technology, had begun to look outward toward the stars, had reached the threshold where it might be ready to receive the message that 3i Atlas carried. But what was that message? If the object was indeed artificial, if it carried information or instructions from its creators, how would we access it? The surface of 3i Atlas, if we could ever examine it up close, might reveal structures or patterns that didn't occur now. If such encounters had occurred, if Earth had been visited by representatives of an ancient civilization at various points in human prehistory and history, then what evidence would we expect to find? The visitors themselves would be long gone, returned to wherever they came from. Any technology they brought would have degraded over millennia, corroded and scattered and lost. But there might be traces, anomalies in the archaeological record, artifacts that didn't fit the expected progression of human technological development, structures that required capabilities beyond what the cultures that built them were supposed to possess. Such anomalies did exist, though their interpretation remained controversial. The Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a shipwreck off the coast of Greece, was a sophisticated astronomical calculator dating to the 2nd century BCE, far more complex than any other known device from that era. The precision of its gears and the sophistication of its design suggested knowledge of astronomy and mechanical engineering that seemed out of place in the ancient world. Conventional explanation held that it represented a peak of Greek technological achievement that was subsequently lost, but it raised questions about what else might have been known and forgotten. The megalithic structures scattered across the world, Stonehenge, the pyramids of Egypt and Central America, the massive stones of Baalbek and Puma Punku, demonstrated engineering capabilities that challenged our understanding of ancient technology. How were stones weighing hundreds of tons quarried, transported, and precisely fitted together using only the tools and techniques that conventional archaeology attributed to these cultures? Various explanations had been proposed, from sophisticated use of simple machines to large labour forces working over extended periods. But the precision of the work, the astronomical alignments, the sheer scale of the undertaking, left room for questions about whether these cultures had access to knowledge or assistance that wasn't reflected in the conventional historical record. These anomalies didn't prove that Earth had been visited by an ancient civilization, but they kept the possibility alive. They prevented the question from being definitively closed. And now, with 3i Atlas passing through our solar system, with its ambiguous nature and its mythologically resonant name, the question took on new urgency. If there was an ancient civilization, if they had visited Earth in the past, if they had left behind myths and legends and perhaps physical traces of their presence, then might 3i Atlas be connected to them? Might it be a probe or marker from that same civilization, still following its programmed trajectory millions of years after it was launched? The concept of the first civilization implied not just temporal priority, but also a kind of cosmic significance. If one civilization had arisen billions of years before all others, if they had spread across the galaxy when it was young and empty, then they would have shaped the development of everything that came after. They might have seeded worlds with the building blocks of life, or protected emerging civilizations from cosmic threats, or established protocols and guidelines that governed how advanced species interacted with primitive ones. They would be, in effect, the elder race, the progenitors, the ones who set the patterns that all subsequent civilizations would follow or rebel against. Science fiction had explored this concept extensively. Arthur C. Clarke's 2001 A Space Odyssey featured mysterious monoliths left by an ancient alien civilization, artifacts that influenced human evolution and eventually led humanity to the stars. The monoliths were inscrutable, their purpose and origin never fully explained, but they served as markers and catalysts, guiding humanity's development according to some vast plan. Other stories featured ancient civilizations that had transcended physical existence, or that had withdrawn from the galaxy to allow younger species to develop, or that had left behind vast networks of technology waiting to be discovered and activated. These fictional scenarios provided frameworks for thinking about what a real first civilization might be like, what traces they might leave, how they might interact with younger species like humanity. But they were just stories, imaginative explorations of possibilities that might or might not reflect reality. The question was whether 3i Atlas represented the transition from fiction to fact, whether we were finally encountering evidence of something that had previously existed only in speculation and myth. The trajectory of 3i Atlas, traced backward through space and time, pointed toward a region of the galaxy that contained thousands of stars, any one of which might have been its origin point. But the uncertainties were enormous. Small errors in measuring the object's current position and velocity propagated backward into huge uncertainties about where it had been millions of years ago. It might have originated from a star system relatively close to our own, or it might have travelled halfway across the galaxy. Without more precise data, without some way to narrow down the possibilities, the question of its origin remained unanswerable. But perhaps the origin didn't matter as much as the destination. If 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was following a programmed trajectory, then what mattered was where it was going, what it was meant to observe or accomplish. And right now it was passing through our solar system, moving through the space where Earth orbited, where humanity had built its civilization, and was beginning to reach outward toward other worlds. If the object was a probe, if it was gathering data and transmitting it back to its creators, then what was it observing? What would it report about us? The thought was both thrilling and unsettling. To be observed by an intelligence far older and more advanced than our own, to be judged by standards we couldn't comprehend, to have our civilization evaluated and found either worthy or wanting. These possibilities touched on deep human anxieties about our place in the universe. We wanted to believe we were special, that our achievements mattered, that our existence had significance beyond the brief flicker of our individual lives. But we also feared that we might be insignificant, that the universe was indifferent to our struggles and aspirations, that we were alone in a vast emptiness that cared nothing for our hopes and dreams. The possibility that 3i Atlas might be a messenger, from the first civilization offered a middle path between these extremes. It suggested that we were not alone, that other intelligences existed or had existed, that the universe was populated with minds that could observe and understand and perhaps even care about what happened to emerging species like humanity. But it also suggested that we were not the centre of the story, that we were latecomers to a galaxy that had been shaped by forces and events that preceded us by billions of years, that our role was to be discovered rather than to discover, to be observed rather than to observe. This reversal of perspective was profound. For centuries, human civilization had been expanding its understanding of the universe, pushing back the boundaries of the known, discovering new worlds and new phenomena. We had been the observers, the explorers, the ones who looked outward and catalogued what we found. But if 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was observing us, then suddenly we were the ones being studied, the ones being catalogued, the ones whose behaviour and development were being recorded and analysed by intelligences we couldn't see or communicate with. The feeling was similar to what ancient peoples must have experienced when they looked up at the stars and imagined gods watching them from the heavens. But this wasn't imagination or superstition. This was a real object detected by real telescopes, following a real trajectory through our solar system. If it was observing us, then the observation was happening right now, in the present moment, using technologies and methods we could only guess at. And if it was transmitting data back to its creators, then somewhere in the galaxy, perhaps light years away, perhaps in a star system we had never observed, perhaps in a form of existence we couldn't comprehend, something was receiving that data and learning about us. What would they learn? What would they see when they looked at Earth through whatever sensors 3i Atlas possessed? They would see a world teeming with life, a biosphere of extraordinary complexity and diversity. They would see a species that had developed technology, that had split the atom and sent machines into space, that had begun to understand the fundamental laws of physics and chemistry and biology. But they would also see a species in crisis, struggling with environmental degradation and resource depletion, divided by conflicts and inequalities, uncertain about its future and its place in the cosmos. Would they judge us harshly for our failures and shortcomings? Or would they remember their own early history, their own struggles and mistakes, and view us with compassion and understanding? Would they see potential in humanity, the possibility that we might overcome our current challenges and eventually join them among the stars? Or would they see us as just another species that would rise briefly and then fall, one more failed experiment in the galaxy's long history of life and intelligence? These questions had no answers, only speculation and hope and fear. But they mattered because they forced us to think about who we were and who we wanted to become. The possibility that we were being observed, that our actions and choices might be recorded and evaluated by an intelligence far greater than our own, gave weight and significance to decisions that might otherwise seem purely local and temporary. If 3 Atlas was watching, if the first civilization was paying attention, then what we did now, in this moment of human history, might echo across the galaxy and down through time in ways we couldn't predict or control. The object continued its journey, indifferent to human speculation and wonder. It followed the laws of physics, responding to gravitational forces and solar radiation pressure, moving along its predetermined path whether anyone was watching or not. But for those who did watch, for the astronomers who tracked its position night after night, for the theorists who tried to model its behaviour, for the dreamers who imagined what it might represent, 3i Atlas had become more than just an object. It had become a symbol, a focal point for humanity's deepest questions about existence and meaning and purpose. As the weeks passed, and 3i Atlas drew closer to perihelion, the intensity of observation increased. Telescopes around the world and in space focused on the object, gathering data across the electromagnetic spectrum. Radio telescopes listened for any signals it might be emitting, any transmissions that might reveal artificial origin. Infrared observations measured its temperature and thermal properties. Spectroscopic analysis searched for unusual chemical signatures. Every available technique was brought to bear on the question of what 3i Atlas truly was. The data accumulated, but clarity remained elusive. Some measurements suggested one interpretation, others pointed in different directions. The object remained stubbornly ambiguous, refusing to fit neatly into either the natural or artificial category. It was as if it existed in a liminal space, neither fully one thing nor the other, or perhaps both simultaneously, depending on how you chose to look at it. This ambiguity was itself significant. If 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was designed by an intelligence that understood how primitive civilizations like humanity would react to its presence, then perhaps the ambiguity was intentional. Perhaps the object was meant to be noticed but not fully understood, to raise questions without providing definitive answers, to serve as a test or challenge for emerging species. Only those civilizations that had developed sufficient technological capability and intellectual sophistication would be able to detect the subtle signs of artificial origin, and only those civilizations that were ready for contact, that had matured beyond their initial xenophobia and fear, would be able to interpret those signs correctly and respond appropriately. This interpretation suggested that 3i Atlas might be a kind of filter or screening mechanism, a way for the first civilization to identify which younger species were ready to join the galactic community and which needed more time to develop. The object's ambiguous nature would ensure that only civilizations that had achieved a certain level of scientific understanding would even recognize it as potentially artificial, and the lack of obvious signals or messages would prevent premature contact with civilizations that weren't yet ready to handle the implications of knowing they weren't alone. If this was true, then humanity's response to 3i Atlas was itself a kind of test. Were we approaching the object with open minds and rigorous scientific methods, or were we dismissing it prematurely because it challenged our assumptions? Were we willing to consider unconventional explanations, or were we clinging to familiar categories because they felt safer? Were we ready to accept that we might not be alone in the universe, or would we retreat into denial and skepticism when confronted with evidence that didn't fit our expectations? These questions applied not just to the scientific community but to humanity as a whole. How would the general public react if it was confirmed that 3i Atlas was artificial? Would there be panic and fear, or wonder and excitement? Would religious institutions see it as a threat to their teachings? Or would they find ways to incorporate the discovery into their existing frameworks? Would governments cooperate to study the object and prepare for possible contact? Or would they compete and conflict, each trying to gain advantage from whatever knowledge or technology might be gleaned? The history of human civilization suggested that the response would be mixed and complicated. The different groups would react in different ways based on their beliefs and interests and fears. But there was also hope that the discovery of artificial origin for 3i Atlas might serve as a unifying force, a reminder that humanity shared a common identity as an emerging species in a galaxy that might be populated with other intelligences. The petty conflicts and divisions that plagued human society might seem less important when confronted with the reality of a cosmos far larger and stranger than we had imagined. As Through Atlas approached perihelion and then began its long journey back toward interstellar space, the window for intensive study began to close. The object would remain visible for months or even years, but it would grow progressively fainter and more difficult to observe as it receded from the Sun. Eventually it would pass beyond the orbit of Neptune, beyond the Kuiper Belt, beyond the heliopause where the Sun's influence faded into the interstellar medium, and then it would be gone, returning to the darkness between stars, continuing whatever journey it had been on for millions of years before it arrived here. But even after it was gone, even after it had vanished from our telescopes and our ability to study it directly, 3i Atlas would remain present in human consciousness. It would be remembered as the object that made us question our assumptions, that forced us to confront the possibility that we might not be alone, that reminded us that the universe was far stranger and more wonderful than our theories predicted. It would become part of human mythology, joining the ancient stories of visitors from the sky, of messengers from the gods, of signs and portents that marked turning points in human history. And perhaps, if the cyclical interpretation was correct, if 3i Atlas was indeed following a trajectory that brought it back to our solar system at regular intervals, then it would return. Perhaps millions of years from now, when humanity had either vanished or transformed into something unrecognizable, when Earth had been reshaped by time and evolution and cosmic events, 3i Atlas would pass through our solar system again. It would observe whatever had become of the species that had watched it so intently during its previous visit. It would record the changes and transmit them back to its creators, adding another data point to a record that stretched across billions of years of galactic history. The thought of such vast timescales, of cycles measured in millions of years, of civilizations rising and falling, while objects like 3I Atlas continued their patient journeys through the galaxy, was both humbling and awe-inspiring. It placed human existence in a context so large that individual lives and even entire civilizations seemed like brief flickers, momentary sparks in an eternal darkness. But it also suggested that those sparks mattered, that they were part of a larger pattern, that the universe itself was engaged in some vast process of observation and memory and perhaps even consciousness. The myths of Atlas holding up the heavens took on their deepest meaning in this context. Atlas was not just bearing a physical burden, but maintaining a connection, keeping open a channel between different realms of existence. He was the axis around which the celestial sphere rotated, the fixed point that allowed the stars to move in their eternal dance. And perhaps 3I Atlas served a similar function, not holding up the physical heavens but maintaining some kind of connection between the first civilization and the younger species that arose after them, serving as a bridge across time and space, ensuring that the knowledge and memory of what had come before was not entirely lost. If the first civilization still existed, if they had not vanished or transcended or destroyed themselves but had merely withdrawn to some distant corner of the galaxy, or some higher plane of existence, then objects like 3I Atlas might be their way of staying connected to the physical universe they had left behind. The probes would be their eyes and ears, their way of monitoring the development of younger species, of watching to see which ones survived and which ones failed, of gathering data that might inform their own understanding of life and intelligence and the cosmos. And if they were watching, if they were paying attention to what happened on Earth, and to how humanity responded to the passage of 3I Atlas through our solar system, then perhaps they were waiting for something. Perhaps they were waiting for humanity to reach a certain level of development, to demonstrate certain capabilities or qualities before they revealed themselves or made contact. Perhaps the arrival of 3I Atlas was itself a signal, a way of saying, "We see you, we know you're there, and when you're ready, we'll be here." The question of readiness was crucial. What would it mean for humanity to be ready for contact with an ancient civilization? It would require more than just technological capability, more than just the ability to detect and study interstellar objects or to send our own probes and spacecraft into the galaxy. It would require a level of maturity and wisdom that humanity had not yet achieved, the ability to think beyond our immediate interests and conflicts, to see ourselves as part of a larger cosmic community with responsibilities and obligations that extended beyond our own species and planet. The challenges facing humanity in the early 21st century, climate change, nuclear proliferation, inequality, environmental degradation, were all tests of our ability to act collectively for the common good, to prioritise long-term survival over short-term gain, to recognise that we shared a common fate on a small planet in a vast universe. If we couldn't solve these problems, if we destroyed ourselves or degraded our world to the point where civilization collapsed, then we would never be ready for contact with an ancient civilization. We would be just another failed species, another cautionary tale in the galaxy's long history of intelligence that arose and then vanished. But if we could solve these problems, if we could find ways to live sustainably on Earth and eventually expand to other worlds, if we could develop the wisdom and maturity to handle the responsibilities that came with advanced technology, then perhaps we would be ready. Perhaps we would be able to meet the first civilization as equals or at least as worthy successors as a species that had proven itself capable of surviving the challenges that destroyed so many others. The passage of 3I Atlas through our solar system might be remembered as a turning point, the moment when humanity first seriously confronted the possibility that we were not alone, that we existed within a larger context of galactic civilization and cosmic history. Whether the object was natural or artificial, whether it was connected to an ancient civilization or just a random fragment of rock and ice, it had already served a purpose by making us think about these questions, by forcing us to consider our place in the universe and our responsibilities to the future. The days after 3I Atlas reached perihelion and began its outward journey brought a strange mixture of frustration and exhilaration to the scientific community. The telescopes had captured their data, the spectrometers had recorded their readings, and now came the painstaking work of analysis and interpretation. But beneath the methodical process of science ran an undercurrent of something deeper, a sense that humanity stood at a threshold, that the passage of this object through our solar system represented more than just another astronomical event to be catalogued and filed away. In laboratories and observatories around the world, researchers pored over the data with an intensity that went beyond professional duty. They were searching for something, though many would have been hard-pressed to articulate exactly what. A sign, a signal, some definitive proof that would settle the question of 3 Atlas's nature once and for all. But the object remained elusive, its secrets encoded in subtle anomalies and ambiguous measurements that could be interpreted in multiple ways depending on one's assumptions and expectations. The debate spilled out of scientific journals and into the public consciousness. News outlets ran stories about the mysterious interstellar visitor, often accompanied by dramatic artist renderings that showed sleek alien probes or ancient artifacts drifting through space. Social media filled with speculation ranging from sober analysis to wild conspiracy theories. Some saw 3i Atlas as proof that aliens were watching us, that we were being evaluated for readiness to join some galactic federation. Others dismissed it as just another rock in space, remarkable only for its interstellar origin, nothing more than cosmic debris cast off from some distant planetary system. But there were those who occupied the middle ground, who recognised that the truth might be more nuanced than either extreme allowed. These were the people who understood that the universe was not obligated to conform to human categories, that something could be both natural and meaningful, that the boundary between random chance and intentional design might not be as clear as we like to believe. They looked at 3e Atlas and saw not just an object but a question, one that challenged humanity to think more carefully about what we meant by intelligence, by communication, by purpose. The historical record of scientific discovery was filled with moments when observations forced a revision of fundamental assumptions. The Earth was not the centre of the universe. Time was not absolute. Space could bend and warp. The universe had a beginning. Each of these revelations had seemed impossible, even absurd, before the evidence became overwhelming. Each had required scientists to abandon cherished beliefs and embrace new paradigms that better fit the observations. Perhaps 3i Atlas represented another such moment, another point where the universe was trying to tell us that our categories and assumptions were insufficient, that we needed to expand our thinking to accommodate possibilities we had previously dismissed. The question of artificial origin was particularly vexing because it touched on deep philosophical issues about the nature of design and purpose. When we looked at a human artifact, a tool, a building, a spacecraft, we recognised it as artificial because we understood the intentions behind it, because we could see how its structure served specific functions that couldn't be explained by natural processes alone. But what if we encountered an artifact created by an intelligence so different from our own that we couldn't recognise the intentions behind it? What if the functions it served were so subtle or so long-term that they didn't appear purposeful to our limited perspective? A probe designed by the first civilization might not look like anything humans would design. It might not have obvious sensors or antennas or propulsion systems. It might be engineered to operate on timescales of millions of years, using principles of physics we hadn't yet discovered, serving purposes we couldn't yet comprehend. It might be designed to appear natural, to blend in with the cosmic background, revealing its true nature only to civilizations that had achieved sufficient sophistication to notice the subtle signs that marked it as artificial. This possibility suggested that the search for artificial origin should focus not on looking for familiar signs of technology, but on looking for patterns that couldn't be easily explained by natural processes, anomalies that persisted despite our best attempts to account for them through conventional mechanisms. The trajectory deviations of 3i Atlas, the subtle perturbations in its motion that couldn't quite be explained by outgassing or radiation pressure, or gravitational interactions. These might be the signatures of something artificial, the fingerprints of design that remained visible even after millions of years of travel through interstellar space. But even if 3i Atlas was artificial, even if it was a probe or marker left by an ancient civilization, that didn't necessarily mean it carried a message intended for humanity. It might be part of a vast monitoring network that, observed countless star systems, gathering data for purposes that had nothing to do with contact or communication. It might be a relic, still functioning according to its original programming long after its creators had vanished or moved on to other concerns. It might be automated to the point where no conscious intelligence directed its actions anymore, just algorithms and subroutines executing instructions that had been encoded billions of years ago. This scenario was in some ways more unsettling than the idea of active observation. It suggested a universe where intelligence could create things that outlasted it by eons, where the artifacts and systems built by long-dead civilizations continued to function with mechanical persistence, carrying out tasks whose original purpose had been forgotten or become irrelevant. It raised questions about what humanity might leave behind if we too vanished. What traces of our existence would persist long after the last human had died? What our own automated systems and space probes might still be doing millions of years from now? The Voyager spacecraft, launched in 1957, were already on trajectories that would carry them out of the solar system and into interstellar space. They would drift through the galaxy for billions of years, long after Earth itself had been consumed by the expanding sun, long after any trace of human civilization had been erased from the cosmos. Each carried a golden record, a message from humanity to any intelligence that might eventually find them, containing sounds and images meant to represent the diversity of life and culture on Earth. But the chances of those records ever being found were infinitesimally small, and even if they were found, the civilization that discovered them would encounter not living humans, but only these fossilized remnants of a species that had existed in the distant past. Was 3i Atlas something similar? A message in a bottle cast into the cosmic ocean by a civilization that had hoped someone might eventually find it, even if that discovery came millions of years after they themselves were gone. The idea was both poignant and profound. The notion that intelligence, once it arose, felt compelled to reach out, to leave some mark of its existence, to assert that it had been here, that it had lived and thought and wondered about its place in the universe. The ancient human impulse to leave marks and messages visible in cave paintings and monumental architecture and written texts might be a universal characteristic of intelligence. The need to say, "I was here," might transcend species and culture, might be a fundamental aspect of consciousness itself. And if that was true, then the galaxy might be filled with such messages, with artifacts and monuments and probes left by civilizations throughout cosmic history, most of them never found, most drifting in the darkness between stars until they were destroyed by collision or radiation, or the eventual heat death of the universe. But some might be found, and when they were found, they would create moments like this one, moments when a younger civilization encountered evidence of something older and perhaps wiser, something that had travelled further along the path of development and left behind traces of its journey. These moments would be rare, separated by vast stretches of time and space, but they would matter enormously to those who experienced them. They would be the points where different threads of cosmic history intersected, where the stories of separate civilizations briefly touched before diverging again into the darkness. The mythological resonances of this idea were powerful. The concept of inheritance, of receiving wisdom and knowledge from ancestors or predecessors, appeared in every human culture. We built on the achievements of those who came before us, learning from their successes and failures, carrying forward their discoveries and insights. What if this process of inheritance operated not just within human history, but across galactic history? What if the first civilization had left behind a legacy that subsequent civilizations could learn from? A repository of knowledge and experience accumulated over billions of years of existence. The ancient library of Alexandria had been conceived as a repository of all human knowledge, a place where the wisdom of every culture and every era would be collected and preserved. Its destruction was mourned as one of the great tragedies of history, the loss of knowledge that could never be fully recovered. But what if somewhere in the galaxy there existed a library far grander than Alexandria, a collection of knowledge accumulated not just from one species, but from countless civilizations that had risen and fallen across cosmic time? What if the first civilization had created such a repository, and what if objects like 3i Atlas were part of the system that maintained and updated it? This speculation led to questions about the nature of knowledge itself, and how it might be preserved across the vast expanses of time and space that separated civilizations. Information encoded in physical media would degrade over millions of years, corrupted by radiation and cosmic rays, eroded by the slow but inexorable processes of entropy. Even the most durable materials would eventually break down, their structures randomized, their information lost. How could knowledge be preserved for billions of years, across timescales that dwarfed the existence of any single civilization? Perhaps the answer lay not in preserving information in static form, but in encoding it in dynamic systems, in patterns that could maintain themselves through active processes rather than passive storage. Life itself was such a system. DNA preserved information across billions of years of evolution, not through static storage, but through continuous replication and error correction, through the constant activity of living cells that read and copied the genetic code. Perhaps an advanced civilization could create artificial systems that operated on similar principles, self-replicating probes that carried information encoded in their design and behavior, that could repair and maintain themselves across cosmic timescales. If 3i Atlas was such a system, then its very existence, its trajectory and behavior, might constitute a form of information storage and transmission. The object itself would be the message, its physical properties and motion through space encoding data that could be read by any civilization with sufficient technological sophistication. The anomalies in its trajectory, the deviations from purely gravitational motion, might not be accidental but intentional, carefully programmed variations that carried meaning to those who knew how to interpret them. This interpretation transformed the scientific study of 3i Atlas from mere observation to an act of potential translation. The researchers analysing the object's motion weren't just measuring an astronomical phenomenon, they were potentially decoding a message from an ancient civilization, reading a text written in the language of orbital mechanics and physics. Every data point, every measurement, every observation might be part of that message, a letter in an alphabet we were only beginning to recognise. But even if this was true, even if 3i Atlas was broadcasting information in its very existence, the message might be incomprehensible to humanity at our current level of development. Imagine trying to teach calculus to someone who had never learned arithmetic, or trying to explain quantum mechanics to someone who believed the world was flat. There were levels of understanding that had to be achieved in sequence, foundations that had to be laid before more advanced concepts could be grasped. Perhaps the message encoded in 3i Atlas required knowledge or perspectives that humanity hadn't yet achieved, mathematical frameworks or philosophical concepts we hadn't yet discovered. This possibility was simultaneously frustrating and hopeful. Frustrating because it meant we might be staring directly at profound truths without being able to recognise them, that the answers to our deepest questions might be right in front of us but beyond our current ability to comprehend. But hopeful because it implied that there was more to discover, that humanity's intellectual journey was far from complete, that we had heights of understanding still ahead of us that would eventually allow us to decode the messages left by elder civilizations. The educational function of such messages would be crucial. If the first civilization wanted to pass on their knowledge to younger species, they would need to do so in ways that guided those species through the necessary stages of development. They couldn't simply hand over advanced technology or profound insights. That would be like giving a child a loaded gun, or a book written in a language they couldn't read. Instead, they would need to create a curriculum, a sequence of discoveries and revelations that built on each other, that led younger civilizations step by step toward greater understanding. Objects like 3i Atlas might be part of that curriculum. Their ambiguity might be intentional, designed to make younger civilizations think and question and debate. The process of studying the object, of wrestling with its anomalies and trying to determine its nature, might be more important than any specific answer. It might be teaching us how to think about the universe in new ways, how to question our assumptions, how to remain open to possibilities we hadn't previously considered. This pedagogical interpretation suggested that the first civilization, if they existed, took their role as elder species seriously. They weren't content to simply exist in isolation, hoarding their knowledge and allowing younger species to struggle blindly toward enlightenment. Instead, they actively worked to educate and guide, creating systems and objects that would appear at appropriate times in the development of emerging civilizations. providing hints and clues and challenges that would push those civilizations toward greater wisdom and capability. The myths of divine teachers and culture heroes took on new meaning in this context. Prometheus bringing fire to humanity, Quetzalcoatl teaching the arts of civilization to the Mesoamericans, Oannes emerging from the sea to instruct the ancient Sumerians. These stories all described beings who came from outside human society and provided knowledge that transformed human existence. What if these weren't just myths, but distorted memories of actual contact with representatives of an elder civilization, beings who had intervened at crucial points in human development to provide guidance and instruction? The prohibition against such intervention, the famous prime directive from science fiction that forbade advanced civilizations from interfering with less developed ones, might not reflect the actual ethics of real elder civilizations. Perhaps they had learned through long experience that some degree of guidance and intervention was beneficial, that younger civilizations left entirely to their own devices too often destroyed themselves or stagnated at primitive levels of development. Perhaps the first civilization had developed sophisticated protocols for intervention that provided just enough help to allow younger species to overcome critical challenges without robbing them of agency or the valuable lessons learned through struggle. If this was true, then human history might be dotted with such interventions, moments when our ancestors received crucial knowledge or assistance that allowed our civilization to advance past bottlenecks that might otherwise have proven insurmountable. The sudden appearance of agriculture in multiple locations around the world, the rapid development of mathematics and astronomy in ancient civilizations, the seemingly inexplicable leaps in technology and understanding that occurred at various points in history. Perhaps some of these had been nudged along by subtle interventions from elder species who watched over emerging civilizations and provided help when it was most needed. But such interventions would need to be subtle, disguised as natural developments or human achievements, so that the receiving civilization would still feel ownership of its progress. Too obvious an intervention would create dependence, would make the younger civilization look always to the elder for answers, rather than developing their own capabilities. The art would be in providing just enough help, just enough guidance to keep the civilization on a productive path, without taking away the struggle and effort that made growth meaningful. 3 Atlas might represent such a carefully calibrated intervention. Its ambiguous nature ensured that humanity would have to work to understand it, would have to develop new capabilities and new ways of thinking to determine its true character. We couldn't simply observe it and know immediately what it was. We had to struggle with the question, debate the possibilities, gather more data, refine our theories. And in that process we were developing exactly the kind of scientific sophistication and intellectual flexibility that would be needed for eventual contact with elder civilizations. The timing of its arrival was also potentially significant. 3I Atlas appeared in our solar system at a moment when humanity had just developed the technological capability to detect interstellar objects, when we had built telescopes and survey systems powerful enough to spot these rare visitors as they passed through. A century earlier, we wouldn't have seen it at all. A century later, we might have developed enough capability to intercept it, to send a probe to rendezvous with it and study it up close. The object arrived in the narrow window when we could detect it and wonder about it, but not yet fully investigate it. A perfect moment to spark questions and drive the development of new capabilities. Was this timing coincidence? Or had the object been programmed to make itself noticeable at exactly this stage of human development, to arrive when we were ready to ask questions but not yet ready for easy answers? The orbital mechanics required to achieve such precise timing would be extraordinarily sophisticated, requiring the ability to predict the development of civilizations across timescales of millions of years. But perhaps that was exactly the kind of capability the first civilization possessed. The ability to model and predict the evolution of intelligent species, to calculate when they would reach various developmental milestones, to time interventions with precision measured in millions of years. This idea staggered the imagination. It implied a level of understanding of intelligence and civilization that went far beyond anything humanity had achieved. We could barely predict the development of our own society over decades, let alone model the evolution of other species over eons. But an ancient civilization with billions of years of experience, with observations of countless other species going through similar developmental arcs, might have discovered patterns and regularities that allowed such long-term prediction. They might have developed a science of civilizational development as rigorous and predictive as our physics or chemistry. If such a science existed, it would transform our understanding of intelligence and progress. It would suggest that the development of technological civilization followed certain predictable pathways, that there were common challenges every emerging species faced, common bottlenecks and critical points where civilizations either succeeded in overcoming obstacles or failed and declined. The first civilization might have mapped this landscape of developmental possibility, identifying the key moments when intervention could be most beneficial, creating systems that would provide appropriate guidance at each stage. This model of guided development stood in contrast to the more pessimistic interpretations of the Fermi paradox, which suggested that most civilizations destroyed themselves before achieving interstellar capability. Perhaps the paradox was resolved not by universal failure, but by universal guidance. Elder civilizations watching over younger ones, preventing the most catastrophic outcomes, ensuring that a certain percentage of emerging species successfully navigated the dangers of technological adolescence and matured into stable, long-lived civilizations. But such guidance couldn't prevent all failures. Some civilizations would inevitably make choices that led to their destruction despite the best efforts of their watchers. The guidance had to allow for free will, for the possibility of both success and failure, or it would be mere puppetry rather than genuine development. The first civilization might watch with regret as some younger species destroyed themselves, but they would respect the autonomy that made intelligence meaningful, the freedom that allowed for both growth and tragedy. Humanity in the early 21st century stood at exactly such a critical juncture. The challenges we faced, climate change, nuclear weapons, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, all carried the potential for both tremendous benefit and catastrophic harm. We had developed capabilities that could either elevate our civilization to new heights or destroy it entirely, and the choices we made in the coming decades would determine which outcome prevailed. If the first civilization was watching, if 3i Atlas was part of their monitoring system, then they would be observing humanity at this critical moment with keen interest, noting which choices we made and how we handled the responsibilities that came with our newfound powers. The weight of that observation, the sense of being watched and evaluated by an intelligence far greater than our own, could be either paralyzing or motivating. It could make us doubt our own judgment, make us wish for clearer guidance, make us long for the elder civilization to simply tell us what to do, or it could inspire us to rise to the occasion, to prove ourselves worthy of joining the community of advanced civilizations, to demonstrate that humanity deserved to survive and thrive and eventually take its place among the stars. The myths and religious traditions of humanity had long grappled with the idea of divine judgment, of being evaluated by higher powers, of needing to prove oneself worthy of salvation or enlightenment. Perhaps these spiritual frameworks were humanity's way of preparing itself for the moment when such evaluation would become literal, when we would actually be observed and assessed by elder intelligences who would determine whether we were ready for contact and inclusion in the galactic community. But the evaluation wouldn't be based on our adherence to any particular religious doctrine or moral code. The first civilization, having observed countless species across billions of years, would understand that morality and culture took many forms, that there was no single right way to organize a society or structure, a civilization. What they would be evaluating was something more fundamental, our capacity for wisdom, our ability to think long-term, our willingness to cooperate for common goals, our commitment to preserving rather than destroying the precious phenomenon of intelligence and consciousness. These qualities transcended any particular cultural or religious framework. They were the basics of mature civilization, the prerequisites for species that hoped to survive for millions of years rather than flaming out in a brief burst of technological prowess, followed by self-destruction. And they were qualities that could be observed and measured, patterns of behavior that revealed whether a civilization had achieved the stability and wisdom necessary for long-term survival. The study of 3i Atlas and humanity's response to it might itself be part of that evaluation. How did we react when confronted with something ambiguous and potentially revolutionary? Did we approach it with open minds and rigorous methods, or did we retreat into dogma and denial? Did we allow the discovery to inspire cooperation and shared purpose, or did it become another source of conflict and competition? The answers to these questions would reveal much about humanity's readiness for contact with elder civilizations. As months passed and 3 Atlas continued its outward journey, the initial excitement began to fade from public consciousness. The object became old news, replaced in the headlines by more immediate concerns and crises. But in the scientific community, and among those who'd been most deeply affected by its passage, the questions it raised continued to resonate. They had seen something that challenged their understanding of the universe, something that refused to fit neatly into existing categories, something that demanded they think more carefully about what was possible and what was real. For some researchers, 3i Atlas became an obsession, a puzzle they couldn't let go of despite the lack of definitive answers. They continued to analyse the data, searching for patterns and anomalies they might have missed on first examination. They developed new models and simulations, trying to find explanations that could account for all the observations without requiring exotic assumptions. They wrote papers and gave presentations trying to convince their colleagues that the object deserved more attention, more study, more theoretical consideration. Others moved on, filing 3i Atlas away as an interesting anomaly, but one that ultimately didn't change the fundamental picture of the universe. It was an interstellar object with some unusual properties, perhaps worthy of follow-up study if another one appeared, but not something that revolutionized our understanding of the cosmos. They returned to their regular research programs, to studies of exoplanets and galaxy formation and dark matter, to the questions that had occupied them before 3i Atlas appeared and would continue to occupy them after it was gone. But even those who moved on found that something had changed. The universe seemed less empty now, less purely mechanical. The possibility that intelligence might be scattered throughout the galaxy, that ancient civilizations might have left traces and markers and messages, had taken root in the collective consciousness of humanity. We couldn't unknow what 3i Atlas had taught us, that interstellar objects were real, that they passed through our solar system on timescales of years or decades, that the galaxy was more interconnected than we had realized. This new awareness began to influence humanity's approach to space exploration and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. If interstellar objects were arriving at our solar system with some regularity, then we needed better systems for detecting and studying them. Proposals were developed for dedicated survey telescopes that could spot these visitors earlier, track them more precisely, characterize them more completely. Some researchers advocated for the development of rapid response spacecraft that could be launched to intercept particularly interesting objects, to study them up close before they receded beyond reach. The technical challenges were formidable, but the motivation was clear. Every interstellar visitor was a potential source of information about other star systems, other planetary environments, and potentially other civilizations. We couldn't afford to let them pass through unobserved, to miss opportunities for discovery, because we lacked the infrastructure to study them properly. 3i Atlas had been a wake-up call, a reminder that the universe brought gifts to those who were prepared to receive them. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence also evolved in response to 3i Atlas. Traditional SETI programs had focused primarily on detecting radio or optical signals, assuming that advanced civilizations would announce their presence through electromagnetic broadcasts. But 3i Atlas suggested another possibility, that evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence might come not through intentional signals, but through the physical artifacts that civilizations left behind or sent out into the galaxy. This approach, sometimes called artifact SETI, or the search for technosignatures, gained new prominence and funding. Researchers began developing methods for distinguishing artificial objects from natural ones, for identifying the subtle signatures of design that might be visible even in objects that had been engineered to appear natural. They studied the anomalies in 3i Atlas's behaviour, trying to understand what kinds of deviations from natural motion might indicate artificial origin. They considered what kinds of materials or structures would be most durable across interstellar timescales, what designs would be most likely to survive millions of years of travel through space, while still retaining recognisable artificial characteristics. This work required collaboration between astronomers, physicists, engineers, and even archaeologists and anthropologists who understood how to identify the traces of intelligence in ambiguous contexts. It was inherently interdisciplinary, requiring insights from multiple fields to address questions that didn't fit neatly into any single domain. And it forced researchers to think carefully about their assumptions regarding intelligence and technology, to recognise that their intuitions were based on limited experience with a single technological civilization and might not apply to species with radically different evolutionary histories and cultural frameworks. The philosophical implications were equally profound. If advanced civilizations were sending objects through the galaxy, if the cosmos was filled with ancient artifacts and monitoring systems, then intelligence was not a rare and isolated phenomenon, but a persistent feature of the universe. Consciousness had arisen not just once, but many times, and it had achieved capabilities that allowed it to extend its reach across interstellar distances, to leave marks that would persist for billions of years. The universe was not indifferent to mind. It had given birth to mind repeatedly, and those minds had shaped the cosmos in ways we were only beginning to recognise. This realisation offered a kind of cosmic comfort, a sense that humanity was part of something larger and longer lasting than our individual lives, or even our entire civilization. We were threads in a vast tapestry, woven across billions of years of galactic history, connected to other intelligences through the objects and messages that travelled between the stars. Our struggles and achievements mattered not just to us, but to that larger story, to the ongoing experiment of consciousness that the universe had initiated when the first stars formed and the first planets coalesced. But with that comfort came responsibility. If we were part of a larger community of intelligence, even if that community was separated by vast gulfs of time and space, then we had obligations to that community. We needed to ensure that our thread of the tapestry didn't end prematurely, that we survived long enough to contribute our own knowledge and experience to the cosmic repository. We needed to develop our own capabilities for interstellar communication and exploration, to eventually become not just recipients of messages from elder civilizations, but senders of our own messages to younger ones. The vision of humanity's future that emerged from contemplating 3i Atlas was ambitious and inspiring. We would solve our current crises, overcome the challenges that threaten to destroy us, and mature into a stable civilization capable of thinking across timescales of millions of years. We would develop the technology for interstellar travel, sending our own probes and perhaps eventually our own people to other star systems. We would discover other civilizations, some younger than us, and some older, and we would learn from them and teach them in turn. And perhaps, millions of years from now, we would ourselves become an elder civilization, watching over emerging species, sending our own artifacts through the galaxy to guide and inspire. This vision stood in stark contrast to the darker scenarios that often dominated discussions of humanity's future. The fears of environmental collapse, nuclear war, AI catastrophe, or slow decline into barbarism. It offered hope without being naive, acknowledging the challenges we faced while insisting that they could be overcome, that humanity had the potential for greatness if we could find the wisdom and will to realise it. 3i Atlas, whether natural or artificial, whether random or intentional, had become a symbol of that hope. It represented the possibility of contact and connection across the vast distances of space and time that separated civilizations. It suggested that the universe was not empty but filled with intelligence and purpose, that consciousness had a role to play in the cosmic story, that the work of thinking and wondering and striving to understand was not futile, but meaningful in ways that extended far beyond our immediate experience. As the object continued its journey back toward interstellar space, as it grew fainter and more distant with each passing day, those who watched it felt a mixture of sadness and anticipation. Sadness because a rare opportunity was slipping away, because the chance to study this mysterious visitor was coming to an end. But also anticipation, because 3i Atlas had shown that such visitors were possible, that the galaxy sent messengers to those who were ready to receive them. If one interstellar object had appeared, others would follow. And with each new arrival, with each new opportunity for study and wonder, humanity would learn more about the cosmos and our place within it. The myths of return, the ancient promises that the gods would come back, that the golden age would be restored, that the mysteries would finally be revealed, these took on new significance in light of 3i Atlas. Perhaps the promises were true, not in the literal sense that ancient peoples had understood them, but in a deeper sense. Perhaps the universe itself promised that intelligence would not remain isolated, that consciousness would find ways to bridge the gaps between stars, that the work of understanding would eventually connect minds across cosmic distances. 3i Atlas had passed through our solar system like a word spoken in the darkness, like a sentence in a conversation that had been going on for billions of years. We had caught only a fragment of that sentence, enough to know that something was being said but not enough to understand the full message. But we had heard it, and we had responded by listening more carefully, by building better instruments, by asking deeper questions. And in that response, we had taken our first steps toward joining the conversation, toward adding our own voice to the cosmic dialogue between intelligences separated by space and time. The object receded into darkness, its light fading until it was lost among the countless other points that filled the night sky. But it had left something behind, not a physical trace, but a transformation in human consciousness, a shift in how we thought about ourselves and the universe. We would never look at the stars the same way again. We would always wonder what other objects might be passing through our solar system undetected, what other messages might be waiting for us if we only knew how to look. The sky had become a place of infinite possibility, and 3 Atlas had been our guide into that new understanding. What if it was the first civilization returning? What if the ancient cycle was beginning again, the pattern repeating as it had countless times before? We might never know for certain, but the question itself was enough to change us, to make us reach beyond our current limitations, to inspire us to become something more than we had been. And perhaps that was the real message of 3i Atlas, not any specific information encoded in its structure or trajectory, but simply the reminder that we were part of something larger, that the universe was alive with meaning and purpose, that the work of consciousness mattered across cosmic scales. The first civilization, if they existed, would be watching to see what we did with that reminder. They would be observing whether humanity rose to meet the challenge or fell back into comfortable certainty. They would be noting our choices and our commitments, evaluating whether we were ready to take the next steps toward maturity as a civilization. And 3i Atlas, the silent traveller from distant stars, would carry news of that evaluation back to wherever it was going, adding one more data point to a record that stretched across billions of years of galactic history. The nature of return across deep time. To speak of the first civilization returning required confronting a concept that human minds were not evolved to grasp. Deep time. Not the thousands of years of recorded history, not even the millions of years of human evolution, but the billions of years across which a truly ancient civilization might exist. If the first civilization had arisen when our galaxy was young, perhaps 10 billion years ago, then they had existed for a span of time more than twice as long as Earth itself had been a solid planet. What did return mean across such gulfs of time? What did continuity of identity mean for a civilization that had endured longer than most stars? The human conception of civilization was based on our own brief experience, a few thousand years of written history, perhaps 10,000 years since the agricultural revolution. Even our longest-lasting institutions, our most enduring religions and empires, measured their lifespans in mere centuries or millennia. We had no framework for understanding what a civilization might become after 1 billion years, let alone 10 billion. The changes would be so profound, so total, that the civilization that existed now might bear no recognizable relationship to the one that had begun so long ago. Consider what humanity had become in just a few 100,000 years of existence as a distinct species. We had evolved from small bands of hunter-gatherers in Africa to a global civilization of billions, had developed language and art and science, had split the atom and sent machines to other worlds. And yet, biologically, we were still essentially the same species that had painted caves at Lascaux and carved figurines from mammoth ivory. Our brains were the same size, our bodies the same shape. The real changes had been cultural, technological, social, but even those had occurred within the constraints of human biology and psychology. But a civilization that persisted for billions of years would not remain constrained by its original biology. The first civilization would have had eons to master genetics, to redesign themselves at the molecular level, to transcend the limitations of the flesh that had given birth to their consciousness. They might have uploaded their minds into substrates more durable than biological neurons, encoded their personalities and memories in crystalline matrices or quantum fields that could survive for geological ages without degradation. They might have dispersed themselves across the galaxy, each individual becoming a distributed intelligence spanning multiple star systems, thinking thoughts that took centuries to complete but comprehended scales of space and time that biological minds could never grasp. Or perhaps they had gone further still. Perhaps they had discovered that consciousness itself was a pattern that could be abstracted from any particular physical substrate, that mind was fundamentally a mathematical structure that could be instantiated in multiple forms simultaneously. They might exist now as pure information, as patterns of organization that propagated through the fabric of space-time itself, as conscious fields that permeated the galaxy, like an invisible ocean in which younger civilizations swam without knowing they were immersed in something alive and aware. The physics of such existence remained beyond human understanding, but that didn't make it impossible. 1,000 years ago, no human could have conceived of a computer, of information encoded in the electronic states, of virtual worlds where minds could interact without physical presence. What might be possible with technologies developed over billions of years, with scientific understanding that had mapped every physical law to arbitrary precision, with engineering capabilities that could manipulate matter and energy at the quantum level as easily as humans shaped clay? If the first civilization had achieved such transcendence, then 3 Atlas represented something more complex than a simple probe or monitoring device. It might be an interface, a point of connection between realms of existence so different that direct contact would be impossible. The object's physical form, its rock and ice and whatever else it was made of, might be the tip of something that extended into dimensions of reality that human instruments couldn't detect, that human concepts couldn't describe. We saw a visitor from another star system. They might see a sensory organ, an eye that allowed them to observe the physical universe they had left behind eons ago. This interpretation suggested that the first civilization hadn't so much departed from the physical universe as transcended it, moving into states of being that still maintained some connection to the realm of matter and energy, but were no longer primarily located there. They would be like adults who had grown beyond childhood, but still occasionally visited the playground where they had played, not to return to what they once were, but to remember, to observe, to perhaps guide younger children through the same developmental stages they had once traversed. The concept resonated with mystical and religious traditions from across human cultures. The idea of transcendence, of spiritual evolution toward higher planes of existence, appeared in Buddhism and Hinduism, in Gnosticism and Kabbalah, in indigenous shamanic traditions worldwide. These frameworks described reality as layered, with the physical world being merely the lowest or densest level, and consciousness capable of ascending through progressively more refined states of being. What if these weren't just metaphorical or psychological maps, but actual descriptions of something real, something that advanced civilizations discovered and achieved through technological or evolutionary means? The Tibetan Buddhist concept of the tulku, a being who had achieved enlightenment but chose to return to the physical world to help others, offered a particularly apt parallel. The tulku was not bound by the limitations of ordinary existence but voluntarily adopted them to serve a compassionate purpose. Perhaps the first civilization operated on a similar principle, maintaining connections to the physical universe, not because they needed to, but because they chose to, out of some sense of responsibility or care for the younger civilizations still struggling through the challenges they had long ago overcome. But this raised questions about motivation that were perhaps even more difficult than the technical questions about capability. Why would a civilization that had transcended physical existence care about species like humanity? What would motivate them to maintain monitoring systems, to send probes like 3i Atlas, to watch over the development of beings so far below them in capability and understanding that we might as well be insects? The gulf between the first civilization and humanity would be vastly greater than the gulf between humans and bacteria. What did bacteria matter to us, except when they threatened our health or proved useful for our purposes? Perhaps the answer lay in memory. The first civilization would remember what it was like to be young, to struggle with existence, to face the challenges that threatened to destroy them before they achieved stability. Those memories, preserved across billions of years, might generate a kind of cosmic empathy, a recognition that every form of consciousness was precious because it recapitulated something of their own journey. They might see in humanity a version of themselves as they once were, and that recognition might motivate them to provide the kind of help they wished they had received during their own difficult adolescence as a species. Or perhaps their motivation was more abstract, rooted in values and purposes that had evolved over billions of years into something human minds couldn't recognize as motivation at all. A civilization that old would have had time to contemplate the deepest questions of existence, to develop philosophical and ethical frameworks of extraordinary sophistication, to arrive at conclusions about meaning and purpose that transcended the biological imperatives that drove younger species. They might help younger civilizations not out of empathy or self-interest, but out of commitment to principles so refined that they appeared to us as something like cosmic dharma, the natural order of how consciousness should relate to itself across the universe. The possibility that 3i Atlas was returning implied that the first civilization had visited before, that there was a history of contact stretching back into Earth's past. But what would such contact have looked like? If they had been watching Earth for billions of years, they would have observed its entire history from barren rock to living world. They would have seen the first self-replicating molecules emerge in ancient oceans, watched as single cells evolved into complex multicellular life, observed the explosion of diversity in the Cambrian, witnessed the rise and fall of the dinosaurs, noted the emergence of mammals and primates, and eventually humans. At what point would they have begun to take special interest? When the first neurons fired in the first nervous system, creating the earliest glimmers of subjective experience? When the first primate looked up at the night sky and wondered what those lights were? When the first human stood upright and freed their hands to make tools? When language emerged and humans could share their thoughts, creating culture that could be transmitted across generations? Or only recently, when we developed technology sophisticated enough to detect objects like 3i Atlas and wonder about their nature? Each of these moments represented a threshold, a qualitative change in the complexity and capability of consciousness on Earth. An ancient civilization monitoring the development of life on countless worlds might have developed sophisticated metrics for identifying such thresholds, algorithms for determining when a planet had crossed from one category to another, protocols for how to respond at each stage. Earth might be one of millions of worlds they tracked, each at different stages of development, each requiring different levels of attention and intervention. This suggested not a binary state of contact versus non-contact, but a spectrum of engagement that varied based on the developmental stage of the younger civilization. In Earth's distant past, when life was simple, the engagement might have been minimal. Occasional observations, basic data collection, perhaps subtle adjustments to conditions that would favour the evolution of complexity. As life became more sophisticated, as nervous systems and brains evolved, the attention might have increased, with more frequent monitoring and more detailed study. And now, as humanity approached the threshold of becoming a technological civilization capable of spreading beyond its home planet, the engagement might be entering a new phase, one that required different protocols and raised the possibility of more direct contact. 3i Atlas might be part of that transition, a signal that humanity had been noticed, that we had achieved a level of development that warranted a different kind of attention. The object's ambiguous nature, hovering between natural and artificial interpretations, might be exactly appropriate for this moment. Obvious enough to be detected by our best instruments, strange enough to provoke serious investigation, but not so clearly artificial that it would cause the kind of societal disruption that premature contact might trigger. This gradualist approach to contact made sense from the perspective of a civilization that thought in timescales of billions of years. They wouldn't be impatient, wouldn't force the pace of development, would be willing to wait centuries or millennia for humanity to mature to the point where contact could be productive rather than destructive. From their perspective, a few thousand years was nothing barely worth noting. They could afford to be patient, to let younger civilizations develop at their own pace, intervening only subtly when necessary to prevent catastrophic outcomes or provide crucial hints at key moments. But this raised uncomfortable questions about human agency and autonomy. If the first civilization had been guiding humanity's development for thousands or millions of years, then how much of what we thought of as our own achievement was really ours? Had we developed agriculture and mathematics and science through our own ingenuity? Or had we been nudged toward these discoveries by interventions so subtle we couldn't recognise them? Were we truly free agents shaping our own destiny? Or were we following a path that had been laid out for us by intelligences that knew far better than we did where that path should lead? The question was similar to old theological debates about free will versus divine providence. but with the abstract concept of God replaced by the concrete possibility of an ancient alien civilization. The emotional response was similar too, a mixture of gratitude for guidance and resentment at manipulation, comfort in knowing someone wiser was watching over us, and anger at the implication that we weren't fully in control of our own fate. Perhaps the truth lay somewhere between the extremes. The first civilization might have set up conditions that made certain developments more likely, protecting Earth from asteroid impacts that would have sterilized the planet, ensuring that the sun's output remained stable enough for complex life to evolve, perhaps even seeding the primordial oceans with organic molecules that would kickstart the origin of life. But once those initial conditions were set, they might have stepped back, allowing evolution and history to unfold according to their own logic. The guidance would be at the level of enabling conditions rather than specific outcomes, like a parent who provides a safe environment and educational opportunities but allows their child to make their own choices and mistakes. Under this model, humanity's achievements were genuinely our own, but we had benefited from a cosmic context that was less hostile than it might otherwise have been. The first civilization hadn't told us what to discover or how to organise our societies, but they had ensured we had the time and stability to figure these things out for ourselves. Through Atlas might be their way of checking in, of seeing how we had developed, of determining whether we were ready for the next stage of whatever process they had initiated when they first set up the conditions that would allow Earth to become a living world. This perspective suggested that there might be many Earths, many worlds where the first civilization had established similar conditions and then watched to see what emerged. Most might have produced nothing, or only simple life that never evolved beyond bacterial mats. Some might have developed complex ecosystems but never given rise to intelligence. A few, like Earth, might have successfully produced technological civilizations, and perhaps an even smaller number had gone further, had survived their own crises and matured into stable civilizations that were themselves now part of the network of intelligences that populated the galaxy. This vision implied a kind of galactic ecology, a layered system of civilizations at different stages of development, with the first civilization at the apex, the newest and youngest at the base, and multiple intermediate levels in between. Each level would have responsibilities to the levels below: guidance without interference, observation without control, help without dependence. And each level would have achieved its position by successfully navigating the challenges that destroyed so many others, by making the right choices at critical moments, by developing the wisdom and maturity that allowed them to survive long enough to join the community of elder species. Humanity, in this framework, was an infant civilization, barely aware of the larger context in which we existed. We saw ourselves as alone in the universe because we lacked the capability to detect the more subtle signs of intelligence that surrounded us. We interpreted the silence of the cosmos as evidence of our isolation, when in fact we were being observed and evaluated, our development tracked and analysed by intelligences that had learned long ago to make their presence unobtrusive. Threat Atlas might be one of the first signs visible to us precisely because we had finally developed instruments sensitive enough to detect it, a reward for progress, a hint that there was more to discover if we kept looking and thinking and questioning. But this optimistic vision had to be balanced against darker possibilities. What if the first civilization's interest in younger species wasn't benevolent? What if they monitored developing civilizations not to help them, but to exploit them, to harvest their resources or knowledge, or creativity? What if 3i Atlas was a scout for an invasion, a preliminary survey before the arrival of forces that would colonize Earth and subordinate or destroy humanity? The history of contact between civilizations on Earth offered little comfort. More advanced societies had repeatedly conquered and exploited less advanced ones, justified by ideologies of superiority and manifest destiny. Why would the pattern be different at a galactic scale? The difference perhaps lay in the timescales involved and the resources available. When European powers colonized the Americas, they were motivated by competition with each other, by the need for resources that were scarce in their home territories, by pressures that operated on timescales of years and decades. But a civilization that had existed for billions of years, that had access to the resources of countless star systems, that thought in timescales of millions of years, such a civilization would not be driven by the same desperate competition for scarce resources. They would have achieved a level of abundance that made exploitation of younger species economically pointless. Moreover, A civilization that old would have had billions of years to work through the ethical implications of their actions, to develop moral frameworks sophisticated enough to handle the responsibilities that came with their power. They would have seen the consequences of exploitation and domination, would have observed countless examples of civilizations that destroyed themselves through unchecked aggression, would have learned that cooperation and mutual support led to better long-term outcomes than predation. Their ethics might have evolved beyond anything humans would recognise, but at minimum they would likely have developed strong prohibitions against actions that harmed other forms of consciousness. Unless, of course, they didn't recognise younger species as truly conscious in a morally relevant sense. This was perhaps the most troubling possibility, that the first civilization, having evolved so far beyond their origins, might have lost the ability to see creatures like humans as deserving of moral consideration. We might be to them what insects were to us, vaguely interesting from a scientific perspective, but not beings whose suffering or death mattered in any deep way. They might study us the way we studied ants, with clinical detachment, noting our behaviours and social structures without feeling any obligation to consider our interests or protect our well-being. Yet this seemed inconsistent with the effort implied by sending objects like 3i Atlas across interstellar distances. Why bother monitoring civilizations if you didn't care about them in some way? Even our study of insects involved some level of interest and respect for the forms of life we examined. A civilization sophisticated enough to maintain a galactic monitoring network would presumably have developed frameworks for understanding and valuing. Consciousness in its many forms would have arrived at the conclusion that all forms of awareness were part of the same fundamental phenomenon and deserved protection and support. Perhaps the key was to recognise that benevolent might not be the right word. The first civilization's interest in humanity might not be warm or caring in the way humans understood those terms. It might be more like the interest a gardener took in their garden, a practical concern for maintaining conditions that allowed diverse forms of life to flourish, not out of emotional attachment to any individual plant, but out of commitment to the overall health and beauty of the ecosystem. They might not love us, but they might still work to ensure we had the opportunity to develop and thrive, because that served larger purposes we couldn't yet understand. This utilitarian approach was cold comfort for those who wanted to believe the universe was fundamentally caring, that consciousness was cradled in a cosmos that valued its existence. But it was better than the alternative, a universe actively hostile to intelligence, where older civilizations exploited younger ones without compunction, where survival required constant vigilance against threats from the darkness between stars. At least a gardener wanted their plants to grow, even if the individual flowers didn't matter as much as the overall display. The question of what had happened to civilizations that arose after the first, but before humanity, added another layer of complexity to these speculations. If the first civilization was 10 billion years old, and the universe had continued producing stars and planets throughout that time, then there should have been countless opportunities for other civilizations to emerge. Some might have arisen 8 billion years ago, or 5 billion, or 2 billion, each of them ancient beyond human comprehension, but young compared to the first. What had become of these intermediate civilizations? Had they all followed similar trajectories, evolving and transcending until they joined the first civilization in whatever higher plane of existence they had achieved? Or had some chosen different paths, developing in ways that diverged from the pattern established by the first? There might be a rich ecology of ancient civilizations, each with their own character and capabilities, each occupying different niches in the galactic ecosystem. Some might focus on physical engineering, building megastructures and reshaping star systems. Others might specialize in biological or genetic work, seeding life and guiding evolution across countless worlds. Still others might be primarily devoted to information and knowledge, maintaining vast archives and libraries that preserve the accumulated wisdom of galactic history. 3. Atlas might be part of a system maintained not by one civilization, but by a coalition or network of elder species, each contributing their own capabilities and perspectives to the project of monitoring and supporting younger civilizations. The object might have been designed collaboratively, incorporating technologies and knowledge from multiple sources, representing a collective effort rather than the work of a single species. This would explain some of its strangeness. It wasn't designed according to any one species' logic, but reflected a compromise or synthesis of multiple design philosophies. multiple ways of thinking about what a monitoring probe should be and how it should function. This vision of a galactic community of ancient civilizations working together to maintain and support the emergence of new consciousness across the universe was deeply appealing. It suggested that intelligence, once it matured beyond its violent and competitive origins, naturally evolved toward cooperation and mutual support. It implied that the universe, whatever its physical indifference, had been shaped by conscious effort into something more hospitable to life and mind. The work of billions of years had created an infrastructure of observation and guidance that increased the chances that younger species would survive and thrive. But it also raised questions about why this community remained hidden, why they didn't simply reveal themselves and offer direct assistance to struggling civilizations like humanity. The answer might lie in hard-learned lessons from their own past. Perhaps early attempts at direct contact had gone badly, with younger civilizations becoming dependent on the help of their elders, never developing their own capabilities, because they could always turn to more advanced species for solutions, or perhaps premature contact had caused civilizations to collapse under the psychological weight of knowing how far they had to go, losing the motivation to develop when they realized how inadequate their own achievements were compared to what elder civilizations had accomplished. The protocol of subtlety, of hints and suggestions rather than direct revelation, might have been developed over billions of years of experience with thousands of emerging civilizations. The elder species would have learned what worked and what didn't, would have refined their approaches based on outcomes, would have developed sophisticated theories about optimal intervention strategies. They would know that civilizations needed to struggle, needed to feel that their achievements were their own, needed to develop confidence and capability through successfully meeting challenges. Too much help was as harmful as too little. 3-Psi Atlas represented a point along that carefully calibrated spectrum of revelation, enough to notice if you were looking carefully, strange enough to provoke serious thought, but not so obvious that it removed all doubt or made the answer too easy. It was a test and a gift simultaneously, challenging humanity to develop better capabilities for detection and analysis, while rewarding us with new mysteries to contemplate. The response it generated would tell the elder civilizations much about humanity's readiness for greater contact, about whether we approach the unknown with curiosity or fear, with open minds or closed assumptions. Time itself functioned differently at these scales. For humans, a generation was roughly 25 years. For the first civilization, thinking in terms of billion-year epochs, a generation might be measured in millions of years. The time required for stars to evolve, for planetary systems to fully develop, for life to emerge and evolve to intelligence. From their perspective, human history from the first stone tools to the present day had occurred in the blink of an eye, barely long enough to register as a distinct event. They would observe us the way we might observe time-lapse photography of a flower blooming, watching our entire civilization unfold in a compressed time frame that revealed patterns and structures invisible to us because we were embedded in the moment-to-moment flow. What patterns would they see? Would they recognize in humanity's development a familiar story, one they had witnessed countless times before? Would they note the specific variations that made Earth's history unique? Or would it all blend together into a general category of emerging technological civilization that followed predictable pathways? Would they feel anything like nostalgia when they looked at us, remembering their own origins billions of years ago? Or had they transcended so completely that such emotional responses no longer occurred? Perhaps the most profound change that occurred over billions of years was not technological but psychological. The first civilization might have long ago solved the problem of individual death, might have achieved practical immortality through technology, or evolution, or uploaded consciousness. But they would have had to confront something even more challenging: the problem of memory and identity across timescales longer than any biological brain was designed to handle. Human memory was notoriously unreliable even across a single lifetime. We forgot vast amounts of what we experienced, remembered other things incorrectly, constructed narratives that served our current needs rather than accurately reflecting the past. This wasn't a flaw but a feature. Memory was designed for organisms that lived decades, not eons, and had to prioritize information that was relevant to immediate survival. But for a being that lived millions or billions of years, memory would become an overwhelming burden if all experiences were preserved with equal fidelity. The sheer volume of accumulated experience would be crushing. The first civilization must have developed solutions to this problem, technologies or practices for managing memory, for compressing and storing experiences, for maintaining identity despite changes that would have seemed to completely replace every aspect of their original nature. They might have become beings of layered consciousness, with core memories that defined their essential identity preserved in something like permanent storage, while more recent experiences were processed and integrated through sophisticated systems that decided what to keep and what to forget. Or perhaps they had embraced a more fluid concept of identity, recognizing that the self was not a fixed thing but a process, a pattern that maintained continuity through change rather than despite it. They might have learned to let go of attachment to their past selves, to accept that the being they were now had only the most tenuous connection to the being that had first achieved consciousness billions of years ago. In a sense, they might have died and been reborn countless times, each iteration building on the last but not identical to it. A chain of consciousness that stretched across time like a river that was never the same water, twice but remained recognizably the same river. This perspective offered a different understanding of what it meant for the first civilization to return. They weren't the same beings that had visited Earth in the distant past. Those individuals or iterations of consciousness might be long gone, preserved only in archives or compressed memories. But the current version of the first civilization maintained continuity with those earlier versions, carried forward their knowledge and purposes, continued the work they had begun. The return was less like an individual person coming back, and more like a wave that had travelled across an ocean, not the same water that had left the distant shore, but still carrying the energy and pattern of that original disturbance. Humanity would face similar questions if we survived long enough. Already we grappled with issues of identity in the face of technology. If consciousness could be uploaded to computers, was the upload the same person as the biological original? If someone's body was gradually replaced with synthetic parts, at what point did they stop being human? These questions would only become more pressing as our capabilities grew, as we developed technologies that could radically alter or extend consciousness beyond its biological roots. The first civilization, having lived through billions of years of such transformations, would have answers to these questions, or at least frameworks for thinking about them that were more sophisticated than anything humanity had yet developed. Part of what they might offer to younger civilizations was guidance on these philosophical and existential challenges, help in navigating the transitions that accompanied technological transcendence. They would know from experience what pitfalls to avoid, what choices led to flourishing and what choices led to decline or extinction of consciousness, even if the physical substrate persisted. 3-I Atlas might carry encoded within it not just data but wisdom, insights about the nature of consciousness and identity, about how to preserve what was essential while allowing for growth and change, about how to remain recognizably yourself across transformations that would seem to completely alter every aspect of your being. This wisdom couldn't be transmitted directly, couldn't be reduced to instructions or formulas. It had to be learned through experience, through struggling with the questions and discovering the answers in ways that were authentic to each civilization's own nature and circumstances. But hints could be provided, clues that might make the journey less dangerous, signposts that marked paths that others had successfully travelled before. In the end, the question of whether 3-I Atlas represented the first civilization returning was inseparable from deeper questions about the nature of identity, continuity, and purpose across deep time. What did it mean to be the same civilization after billions of years? What connected the first consciousness to arise in the galaxy to whatever that consciousness had become after eons of evolution and transformation? The answer couldn't be found in physical continuity, or even in direct memory, but perhaps in commitment to certain values, certain purposes, certain ways of being in the universe that persisted across all the changes. If the first civilization was returning, they were returning not as they once were, but as they had become. Beings of such complexity and capability that we could only glimpse fragments of their nature, could only perceive the tiny portion of their existence that intersected with the physical dimensions we inhabited. 3-I Atlas was like a fingertip reaching through a 2-dimensional plane into a 3-dimensional world. The inhabitants of that plane would see only a small circle, would have no concept of the hand and arm and body, that extended beyond their perceptual abilities would struggle to understand what that circle represented or what purposes it served. We were the inhabitants of that plane, and 3i Atlas was the fingertip. Behind it extended dimensions of existence we couldn't perceive, purposes we couldn't fathom, a consciousness so vast and ancient that we related to it the way bacteria related to humans, utterly incapable of comprehending the nature of the intelligence that observed them. But unlike bacteria, we had the capacity to know that we didn't understand, to recognise our own limitations, to ask questions even if we couldn't yet grasp the answers. And that capacity, that self-aware ignorance combined with persistent curiosity, might be exactly what the first civilization was looking for. The sign that humanity was ready to take the first steps toward joining the community of conscious beings that shaped the galaxy's long history. In the end, 3i Atlas was not just an object but a mirror, reflecting back to us our own hopes and fears, our assumptions and aspirations. What we saw in it revealed as much about humanity as it did about the universe, and in choosing how to respond to its passage, in deciding whether to remain open to extraordinary possibilities or retreat into comfortable explanations, we were shaping not just our understanding of this one object, but our entire future as a species. The choice was ours, and the consequences would echo across the stars.